stuff on our, there we go, the on-stream horrible debt run we've got going. And ignore this stuff down here. I've been tinkering with an offline run that, let me actually explain this run first, and then we can talk about the other run. So what we've got going on here is I've got a mod called Enhanced Loans. It does change the way loans work to be like real life. The important bit about that is, if you have $1 million in debt in Farm Sim without the mod, you only pay about $3,700 a month, which is basically nothing. That is super, super, super manageable. Whereas with the Enhanced Loans one, where it actually says, hey, here's how long the loan's for, here's its interest rates and all that, it ends up being about $19,000, which is still a manageable amount with a bunch of equipment. But we also started with just about enough to slap down a tractor and a cultivator. I think that, no, we slapped down a tractor and a hoe, and then I briefly had a weeder that cost like $6,000. And the rules we've got is I must own my equipment, no leasing. And I have to keep ahead of the loan payments, because if I fall behind in that $19,000 a month, the interest rate goes up, and that will become a spiral I won't be able to escape. Because if the interest rate goes up, my payment goes up. If my payment goes up, my chances of being able to pay it get worse. If my payments get worse, then the interest rate goes up, and then the payment gets bigger. It becomes a death spiral. So this is a failable run. In the meantime, we've been doing okay. We haven't been keeping well ahead of our loan, but we've been keeping relatively ahead. We are playing this really big map here. I still don't know how to pronounce, like, Frekdachts. It is a 4x size map, which is I believe the maximum the game supports. It is huge. But you'll find I have been leaning very, very heavily. Oh yeah, there's the John Deere that we looked at. Like, it's technically better than what I have, and I can afford it. But it's just barely better than what we have. So it really doesn't make sense for me to do that. But where we left off, we have a lawnmower, we have a cultivator, we've got a hoe, and you've got our tried and true tractor. So not a whole lot going on there. And added bonus, I've got enough money for 2 months worth of my loan payments. So the hope here is that we'll get something on sale that I could snag that'll do us some good to give us more contract options. But in the meantime, we're working on contracts. We don't have the contracts available yet because I'm not going to worry about those ones. But to the point I was making before I explained this run, is there's another run I'm considering for a YouTube series that I've been working on tinkering with, that I do want to do a survive, because I was messing with this debt run off stream as well, and I do feel like this is actually one that might work better on stream than off. Like, the off stream, it's just, I did a bunch of this field. Cool. Yeah, it's running. We'll just have to wait on the contracts. But, so I was looking at doing like a Survivor Man challenge, but I'm trying to avoid the normal issue you have with Survivor Man challenge. For those who don't know, that one's where you start with, you give yourself a piece of land, a chainsaw, a truck, $0, and it's basically do what you can. I'd rather avoid a plow mission. We'll take it if I can't find anything else. But that's another piece of equipment. And it's a very slow process. Yeah, so you'd be talking 14,000. Yeah, we probably don't want to do a plow mission. Plow missions are very slow. They take a whole lot of time. So that's one I actually expect to be one that doesn't particularly go well for us. Like, genuinely, that field would probably take me the better part of the entire in-game day, because of just how much slower plowing is. While it's popping up, I don't have my spreadsheet up, so let me go ahead and do that real quick. I'm going to need more than that. That challenge. Yeah, I don't need to see more with that. Why are you being such a booger about the contracts today? We went through December and all that, and you actually gave me some, and I was all excited about that. sowing. That's a planter. What's the cheapest planter? Because I'll definitely want a planter time. I don't see very many sewing contracts, though. Oh, no, that's way out of our budget. Yeah, that's going to be 30,000. I could do that, but that's not one that'll pay for itself anytime soon. Like, if I get, like, 8 or 9 sewing contracts on here, it'll probably be worth it. Not 8 or 9, like 4. We are getting through the whole day and not finding Bumpkus. I'm going to go ahead and, slow down time again. And just to get something happening, I'm going to go take this Deadwood contract. It doesn't pay well, but it is fast. And I'm mostly doing that so that we're not just standing around waiting for contracts to show up. I mentioned before that I was expecting the whole way through the winter, to be struggling with getting contracts, and that's the reason I wanted a bunch of money before we got into winter. But I got lax because then, you know, November, December, and January came by, and we did just fine on contracts. Like, well, heck yeah. And February is the end of winter. It's the last winter month in the game. And now suddenly it's like, this is what I actually expect the contracts to be like during the winter, where you just get 1 or 2 contracts here and there, and they're all pretty lousy. So it seems like we got lucky earlier on and not yet, not here. Okay. Yeah, Deadwood's straightforward. But back to the thought for that other like YouTube series one. So I wanted to do a Survivor Man Challenge-esque map. And the big pro and con with that is it's $0, no loans, no leases. And so what happens is you give yourself basically the bare minimum amount of equipment to make money. And that's usually one of 2 ways. The most common way is you give yourself a truck, a chainsaw, and basically say go for it. Some people will even exclude the truck. But I have, from what I've seen with comments in other people's videos, as well as comments in the channel and all that, that generally speaking, people are like, look, man, you're just picking up whatever the piece of log that your character can handle carrying, and then walking half across the map to deposit on the sawmill for like 20 bucks. Again and again until you can afford a trailer. You know, this doesn't add to the run meaningfully. Like, it can add, and this is hard, but it's not entertaining. And I agree. It's really annoying to play that way. But I have done the load up the truck with logs. I've done that like 3-4 times where I've done the Survivor Man in that area. And that's fine. But I've been seeing more and more people who watch that type of play style being like, hey, it'd be really nice if we did something other than cut down trees for the beginning of these runs. It gets repetitive. Because it's not only cutting down trees. To clarify what you end up doing to Survivor Man, I'll just demonstrate with 1 tree. So pretend I would have my truck sitting here, and I'd go here, and I'd have to be like, okay, so it's 900 kilogram tree, so I need to cut it like this. Alright, that's 129, I can carry that. That's 160, I can carry that. I'll deliberately cut this one too long. They go, oh no, I made that one too big. Let's split in half. Okay. And then you go over here to around there. And so you cut the tree up into all of its different pieces. I then need to run along here. We usually do this part first. You cut off all your branches, because the lumber people pay you more if you debranch and you cut it down to reasonable sizes. Now, granted, the size I'm cutting there, because the 200 kilograms are actually shorter than they want, so you don't get the full value. And then you'd load all of that into your vehicle. So you get the idea. So it's a very laborious process, because that's per tree, and each trip, depending on the tree, is 1 to 2 trees for most vehicles. And that's fine, because you fast forward through a lot of it, we have conversations, I'm streaming it, that kind of stuff. But it's the way all of those runs start. There's been a few that we did the one that when Farm Sim 25 first dropped, where instead I gave myself the very basics for mowing grass, which is a considerable stronger, place to start from than the chainsaw, because the truck plus the chainsaw ends up being like 27,000, 28,000. Versus the tractor with the mowing stuff usually ends up being close to like 70,000. In equipment. Plus then you already have a tractor, so you already have the first piece to throw things on. What I was trying to do is set up a Survivor Man challenge run where I gave myself enough to do a field, but using mods to give myself like vintage old-timey stuff that could only do like one row of crops at a time. You know, where the whole setup costs like $30,000, $40,000 as just a way of being like, okay, so arguably this is in kind of the range of the truck. It'd still be a little bit more, but you know, in the rough range of a truck, you're watching more than me cut down tree after tree after tree. And, you know, because it's a tiny little, like, 30 horsepower tractor, I can't just scale it up to immediately jump in and grab, like, better equipment to go a big thing. Like, I still have that hurdle to get over. And I actually was able to get most of it. I was able to find a plow, a planter, or, yeah, plow, a planter, a cultivator, a weeder, and all that fits my criteria. But harvesting was the only thing I could not find a means of harvesting that wasn't just getting a giant combine. Like, there's a scythe, and I was all excited. One, it looks janky as all get out, which would be fine, but it doesn't actually harvest the crop, it just cuts it down. So if I planted oat, I would get just the straw, and maybe that's okay. But, it was super duper janky. And then I would still have to pick up the stuff, and there is a shovel to pick up stuff on the ground. But you don't, it's not like the chainsaw where you equip it like this. It's an object you hold in the world. So, like, you pick it up, and then I have to, like, use middle mouse button to control the shovel. So it's just kind of one of those things that's like, this is not fun or interesting to deal with. Like, this is just really a pain in the butt. I kind of wish you just gave me a shovel and I could just left click on the loose stuff on the ground and it would just pick up whatever was either there or the capacity of the shovel, which would be negligible and all that. And I had like this really crappy little not wheelbarrow, it's like a little wagon you'd give, you know, like a little wooden wagon you'd give your kids or whatever, pull around, like a garden wagon or whatever. And I couldn't find something to harvest crop in any capacity. Man, stop trying to convince me to take plowing contract. I probably need to, and I don't want to. I'm trying to be stubborn about it. How much was the cheapest plow? How much am I gonna regret this? Plow, 14,000. And it's 1.2 meters wide. We would try to... Oh, man. Because that one's right on the edge of what it can handle. It's technically over. I would definitely get this one over that one, though, because this one is literally double the size, even if it runs like crap. But everything else is more. Do we do that? It's 5 acres at 2 meters each. And to make it work, I'd need to do all 14 acres between those to break even. Otherwise, I've just lost money. I am leaning for no. I'm leaning for a no on that one. Alright, we got in our Deadwood contract. Yeah, so this might be our first month that we lose money. Which, again, was something we expected to happen during the winter. It just didn't happen way earlier. So, just kind of caught up now. But if we can at least mitigate how much we lose, that's good. I don't want to just do a ton of these. The good news is once we get to March, we should start getting lots of, like, probably fertilizer contracts, which I have the equipment. No, I don't have the equipment. That's my offline save I have the equipment for. But we'll get a lot of fertilizer contracts, and if I can get the money together, we can spray fertilizer. We'll start seeing the herbicide contracts. We'll get some of the weeding and hoeing contracts. We'll probably have more cultivating contracts. So once we're at March, we should see a bunch of the normal contracts you'd expect. But I definitely don't want to take plowing contracts. See, having no money going into spring is bad, but that's what random does to you. Yeah, and I was, the whole time I had been talking about, it's like, hey, we gotta be careful about winter. Hey, we gotta be careful about winter. I'd really like to have 3 months worth of loan payments before we get into winter. And this is basically why, is what's happening this month. The contracts during the winter are just nowhere near as good as the rest of the year. Because, like in real life, you know, when it comes to farming, there's a lot of, there's like the season that you're really, really on that's all hands on deck. And then there's the seasons where it's like, okay, we're still doing work, like the animals still need care and all that. But like your fields, you're not really doing a whole lot. You're between between crops and all that. You know, so it's just kind of keeping things steady. It's one of the reasons why a lot of farm hands are contract. Let's see, would a tree actually fall on you? You don't think this game has physical damage? No. No, in this game there's no damage model, there's no health pool, there's nothing like that. So even if you stand on it, like, you'll get physicsed where it'll like push you out of the way or whatever sometimes. More often than not, what you're messing with will be the thing to react. But there's no drowning, there's no like getting hit with a tree and all that. Honestly, it'd probably become really obnoxious if they did add that. I don't think it'd add to the game, I think it'd be a massive detraction. Because a lot of these simulator games, the physics get real wonky because they're trying to deal with physics on really large vehicles kind of things. And it gets pretty dodgy as is. And, you know, playing the game and taking deaths because physics decided to throw a fit would just get obnoxious. And then on top of that, like, how would you deal with death? Would it just be your character wakes up in the hospital, you lose a couple of hours or whatever, and then there's a fee? And if so, again, getting killed by physics would feel really bad. Or then make death basically a nothing burger where you just respawn. But who cares? And if that were the case, like, why have it? It's one of those things that's always worth considering when you're making a game, being like, hey, this feature, would including this add to or detract from why people play my game? And I would definitely put the death and injury as a detractor. Because this is definitely a game about escapism. You know, just chilling here, doing your farm stuff. Man, I want more than Deadwood. Like, I'm taking because it's all I'm getting, but... I agree, you just thought the tree was gonna fall on you? Yeah, no, there's definitely games. Like, that's like, the survival crafters is actually one of the ones that kind of annoys me. Some survival crafters, it could be kind of a fun gimmick where, oh, I got killed by a tree or whatever. But some of the ones where, like, death is particularly punishing in the game, and physics gets weird, so a tree just doesn't fall in a way that makes sense, then you just kind of get frustrated, because you're like, okay, like, I made sure to stand out of the way, it's not my fault. The game's physics didn't know how to handle the tree standing straight up against something, so it made the entire tree, like, freak out for a second and catapult itself. Or like 2 of the chunks of logs glitched out and tried to occupy the same place, and then violently resolved that problem in my face. But games where the death is like kind of a nothing burger or like pretty minor, it's not a big deal. It's one of those things, like, to me, if you're going to have death in a game be extremely punishing, the game needs to be really, really well set up. Like, that when you take your deaths, the 99.9% of the time, your deaths are fair. Like, that you, the player, done goofed, made a bad call, you know, whatever. The more dodgy your game, where the physics get unreliable, or like you can have BS RNG kind of things, the less punishing death should be in general. Because just it feels bad, man, when you put a huge amount of effort into something where like death has a very severe consequence and it feels real good, and then, you know, you get killed because some physics calculation didn't know how to handle it. Or like RNG event. Like for the card game equivalent, there's the Oregon Trail card game. It's not a good card game. It's not a good card game. Because you can put in what strategy you want. I guess they're just doing Deadwood. You put in what strategy you want, but there's literally just like the Snakebite card where you die. Whereas a lot of the other cards, you draw them, it's like, well, if you happen to have 2 medicine, you know, you discard your 2 medicine to survive. Fair enough. I had to do a certain amount of planning. It's still, like, stupid levels of RNG and not particularly a good game. But at least you could make the argument that the player had some decision-making, that when they got the resources, they could have gotten the medicine and given themselves a path to survive. But then there's Snakebite, and it's just, you die. There's no, you die unless, it's just, you died. It's just like, alright, let me get this straight. I could plan literally everything, and it just dice rolls and I die. That it's not a dice roll I can influence rolling it more or less, it's just, it's my turn, I roll the dice, the card comes up, and it's game over. It's like, this is incredibly stupid. And of course, that'll be like, but that's realistic. You could get bitten by a snake and die. I'm like, yeah, that doesn't make it a good game, though. By all means, punish the player for the things they did or did not do. But, like, don't just punish the player for their existence. Me, my older brother, my wife, and I think it was my mom as well. It was like Christmas, that would be one of the games that someone had gotten. So while I was over there for the holidays, we gave that a good 2 or 3 times, and pretty much every one of us was like, this is a terrible game. Like, literally, we took it home, and like, we had a good laugh with it. So it was like a good time in the sense that there was a camaraderie around how crappy the game was. So we had fun with it, so like, arguably it was worth the money or whatever. But also, that game definitely got given away for free, and I think we charged too much doing that. Tomb had someone at work that was like, do you want an Oregon Trail card game? And the person's like, yeah, that sounds great. And she's like, it's not, but here you go. Like I said, we had fun of it in despite of the game. This, like, I don't imagine my family members are listening in this very moment. Like, I think it was good we got it for the lulz. But we can also objectively, as we did, agree that it is not a good game. Versus if you actually want a really, 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 really good game that's like, you know, board game kind of thing, Pandemic. I know that's nothing new. People have probably all heard of that. Pandemic is a wonderful board game. It is you versus the game. And on the harder difficulties, the game will win a lot if you are not on your A game. Like, you have to take the time to plan your moves. So it is not baby game for babies or anything like that. But it is a really fun game. But see, I always thought it'd be fun to have a game idea where there's no clear plot, and you could collect items and seem like a puzzle, but it was all red herrings. Then the forest came out, and you learn why it's a terrible. I mean, but the forest actually has a story. I'm not huge on the forest because, like, the survival games that try and lean in towards quote-unquote realism tend to become obnoxious to me. It's not too bad in that, not like Green Hell. My big thing with the forest is I'm not a huge fan of the story. It's a very tried and, like, it's very tried trope. I'm not gonna spoil it, but, like, the ending, it's like, yeah, no, I've heard this one, you know, several thousand times, and it's not... I understand the sentiment, and I understand why the story exists, but also it's not necessarily a story I agree with in the whole thing. But for me, it was a game that kind of felt like it was just trying to be edgy, where, you know, you kill the cannibals, and then you take their bones and skin and make armor out of it, and, you know, it has this whole, like, to defeat the monster, you become the monster of your own. That is an actual tree, don't cut that one. And so for me, it was definitely like, it just lost me on that regards. And I know that's a very loved game, so like, this isn't me trying to yuck your yum. But like, for me, that whole bit of the game, I just found so incredibly off-putting that I never did get through the forest one the whole way through, because you could not use the armor and all that, and it would make the game harder. But it was just one of those things that, I don't know, it just really... I've made the comment before about it's fine, like, in a game where they give you the options to do awful things, and then if you do them, the game's like, you did that awful thing, how dare you? And, like, you know, show you the outcome of your, like, your actions and all that. Sure, I don't have a problem with that. Like, especially if a game is trying to take a serious tone with it, I don't have a problem. Like, you have this war game, it's got a serious tone, and you hit this place with white phosphorus, and then you have to see what you did. If it's going for that serious tone, sure, makes sense. But when games give you, like, you know, there is a dog in front of the door. Push A to kick the dog. Well, I don't want to kick the dog. And then you hit A, it's like, spends the next 15-20 minutes ridiculing you over about kicking the dog, but you physically couldn't progress the game without kicking the dog. I find that a very off-putting trope in games, when they force you to make these, like, morally awful decisions, and then you don't really get a decision, you physically have to do the morally awful thing. Like, the game will not let you progress until you do it. And then kind of ride you about how awful it is and how could you do that and all that. And it is one that comes up way too often. Like, again, it's totally fine for, like, you have this inconvenient thing that you can go about this whole roundabout way that is the moral path. Or you can take the super fast shortcutty path where you do the incredibly, you know, immoral thing. And if I take the shortcut, by all means, make me face the consequences of my actions. That I'm on board with. Like, make me have to go through the extra effort to stand by my morals or whatever. Even in video game, you know, it's like, it's a video game, man. I get it. But I might still hurt the NPC's feelings, and that'll hurt my feelings. But yeah, you know, like, it's one of those things that very genuinely, you know, with a lot of that stuff, like, having that path. And I'm even okay if, like, a game's like, yeah, you're the bad guy in this game, you're gonna do bad things. I'm okay with that. Don't spend the next half hour ridiculing me about the awful thing I did that you didn't give me the choice over. The devs made the decision for you in that decision tree? Yeah. It's not super often that happens these days, but every once in a while. Because you felt that way about stealth kills in Ghost of Tsushima. You're trying to be honorable, but the story demanded assassinations. Is a great story, at least. Yeah. Hey, Barrington, how's it going? Alright, so let's go ahead and turn that contract in, since the contracts today suck. These plowing... Because the plowing contracts, I would do both those to break even, and it would have taken me the whole day. Versus ironically, not buying the equipment and then just standing here has worked out better for us. Yeah, so do one last Deadwood contract. It'll probably be too dark to do another one. Yep, so February appears to be the contract suck month. Which we had expected for the entire winter was to run into that, but until February they were fine. We still had, like, cultivator contracts and all that. But yeah, so it seems February is the bad month. February is the month that the contracts will be dry, so we want to make sure every single time we get into February, I have enough in the bank to just get through if we don't get any contracts. So I want to make sure I go into February with over 20,000 just sitting in the bank. But yeah. It's just one thing. Like I said, I don't have a problem with games that, like, really let you do, like, even if it forces you to do awful things, as long as it's not, like, beating me up over it for the entire rest of the game. Like, when you do terrible things in games like GTA or whatever, yeah, there might be the one person's like, how could you do that? Or, you know, you might have the consequences of now you need to run away from law enforcement or whatever. But, you know, they don't have this half-hour-long cinematic where you see this person as they weep over their injured dog and you feel like absolute scum or whatever. Because you'd be like, what the hell is this game? Alright. So we're completing that one. Yeah, so basically, February, oh, that's not the right way. We did not get much in the way of anything good. Yeah, and so now some of the contracts are starting to drop off, like the wood transport one dropped off. It's good to know time is still advancing. I'll do the last one there. It's not dark yet. It's about to be dark. For another rule we had given ourselves for this challenge as well, is I may not slow down time below the normal speed, which is 5 times, while doing contracts. And the reason for that is just, otherwise the challenge becomes not a challenge, you slow down the game to like half time. And then in months like August, where there's just a billion contracts, you could just grab one piece of equipment that has a bunch of contracts for them, go through the whole list of contracts to do them all, and then, you know, get the piece of equipment for the next one. You probably won't be able to get through all of them. I imagine the harvesting ones would still be hard to fit in there. But the point would be, in the course of that first August, you'd probably pay off a third of your loan. Or if not that, you'd have, you know, enough equipment to do most of the jobs. So we have, like, the arbitrary rule of, no, you gotta keep it on 5 times. I'm allowed to go faster if there's not something for me to do. I just can't slow it down. Because, like I said, there'd be ways to cheese it then. And I've been enjoying this challenge because it takes away all the options of just, you know, buy the solar panel, chuck it down, fast forward till till victory. Because of the cost of the solar panel and all that, it doesn't make enough money per month to offset our interest, our loan payment or whatever. So if I would have bought the Maxim solar panel right on day one, we've just doomed ourselves entirely. So very much I have to make good money every month. Or make enough money in one month to let me have a month that's a bit of a miss. But just on average, I need every month to pay well. And then realistically, because I'm not allowing myself to loan anything, if I did buy something for power generation or whatever, I would be left with far less money to get the equipment I need to do more contracts. Is that one that we already cut down? It's just sitting there, or is that one fresh? Well, fresh for a dead tree. Okay. Yeah, because I wasn't paying attention, but I think we only made like $7,000, maybe $8,000 this month. And at this point, I would say we're getting to the point where it's dark. So it's just, yeah, we would just call this nighttime. I did totally forget to look to see if there was a mod that I could make nighttime not as dark. But that's okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Literally, the only contracts we got for here was 1 sowing, 2 plowing, and then the wood contracts you always get. So, February seems to be the danger month so far as the contract opportunities. And I debated a couple times just doing like a quick like sneaky sneak thing where we just chuck enough money to buy a tile land and put a sleep spot on it, but then I wouldn't be allowed to do anything to make money on that tile, you know, till the debt's paid. Just to not have to fast forward. Sales. Technically can carry crops. Not probably a good spend. A bigger mower that I can't use on my tractor. Yeah, so these all start falling off soon. A stone picking contract and our sewing contract. Like the sewing contract, if I get a good couple of those, could make sense. If I get like a good 3 or 4 of those on there, it'd be hard because I can't afford a seeder right now. But if I got 3 or 4 of these of the same type, like same plant or seed or whatever, then that would potentially make sense for us. Alright, let's drop time back down to normal. Because we are starting to get the hoeing contracts, which is excellent because I do own a hoe. Let's grab those real fast. I don't really see a reason not to grab both of them right now. Okay. And as a reminder, we are running the precision farming mod, so if you were like, why did I suddenly get, you know, 90% done? It's just the calculation on how it determines the weeds in precision farming is different than without it. And so it's basically telling me I've got 9% of the field is covered weeds. So we got both of those down there. All right. Okay, so we want to go... It's not really a good route to it. Can I tag a field? I don't think we can. Oh wait, we can. Cool. I think it was 22 you couldn't tag a field, you could only tag buildings. Because that way I can just navigate to it. But I had to pull up the map like 10 times. But yeah, so we can get the hoeing contract knocked out. That'll give us a couple $1,000. And we can keep updating. Hey, look, it's daytime suddenly. That's convenient. But yeah, so we got a lot going on. What was this real fast? Okay, that's not a thing I gotta worry about right now. Yeah, so we can get this one knocked out. But yeah, again, so the hope is that we're putting aside money. And we are being able to make a bit more money each month than we were before. And the more money we make ahead of time, the more equipment we can get, the better opportunity to make more money in the next month. And all that opens up opportunities for us to branch out, diversify what we're doing, and if we can get far enough ahead of it, then buy a plot of land and, you know, do our own farming. Which, one of the beautiful things about doing these contracts where, you know, trying to pay off this debt and everything and getting a wider range of equipment is, in theory, eventually, I would get all the equipment I need to run my own field. Now, even when we get that, one of the challenges we'll run into is, while there's a bit more profit, well, I mean, actually, I want to say there's probably not more profit margin than the contracts actually pay pretty well, all things considered. But where I was going with that is having our own field, we could set everything up, but it wouldn't necessarily pay out enough to just run our own farm to offset everything. Well, that's interesting. Like a bogged down whatever this field is. Like I don't even have the tool deployed or lowered or anything. I'm just literally struggling to drive across it. I mean, part of it is I don't have a weight on the front because there's no front connector on this. So our wheels are being raised a little bit by that. Okay. Then get to work on this field. Let's take a look at the contracts again. Yeah, so we still have those. That's fine. I got 2 contracts I can work on right now. That is nowhere remotely into our budget because I'm not allowed to take leases, nor can you lease used equipment. But yeah, so the plan here, so as far as things I'd like to get, I'm still in the camp of the 2 big things I'd like to purchase is a better tractor, because this one is hard limiting on how big I can get my equipment. And then the other one would be getting a sprayer. Because of the sprayer, I can take on the fertilizer and herbicide contracts as well. Those go relatively fast, and because we are using the precision farming mod, there are rather expensive upgrades I can add to my sprayer, and those rather expensive upgrades do allow me to do stuff like, they do allow me to do stuff like the herbicide. It'll cut down the herbicide usage by about like 70-80% to get the same amount of area done. And so as you can imagine, the contracts kind of plan for you to not have those efficiency benefits. And so it means you can kind of pocket an extra 1 to whatever, probably not 3,000, but like, you know, depending on the field side, a good couple hundred to 1,000 or 2 extra per contract. So as you can imagine, contracts I could do much faster that I'm getting a much better margin on than you're normally expected to do. Those will end up being particularly lucrative contracts. The problem I have is the cheapest sprayer is, I believe, 33,000 for this tractor. It really does expect you to take the extra tank that attaches to the front, which I can't because there's no front connection on this tractor. And then on top of that, for the efficiency package I'd want, it's almost another 33,000. So by the time you're all said and done, I'm out 70,000, and it has very limited capacity, which is a pretty big hurdle. It'd also be nice to get into the harvesting contracts, but the problems there's twofold. The first problem is just harvesting equipment is god-awful expensive. So I've got to save up a lot of money to do any of those. And then the second major hurdle with that is harvesting is usually for any type of crop only like 1 or 2 months of the year. Technically, if I get like a regular old combine harvester, I can kind of stretch that out. Because we look at the crops here and when they're harvested for the combine, it would start with, is it August is the first one? No. So you'd start harvesting in June, and then all crops you could harvest with would be November. So it's about half the year. So it's actually not as bad as I thought. But you get the idea. Even then, it only has contracts for a partial window of the year. Now, once you get to stuff like the root crop, like carrots and all that, they're a very short season, nor would I want to do them. And then I don't think you can even get, like, potato contracts or that. I could be wrong. I don't recall, now that I think about it, I don't ever recall seeing the contracts for, like, the sugar beets or potatoes, right? The ones where they have, like, multiple stages to the harvest. Which I'm assuming is just because they'd have to somehow, like, they'd have to take the time to program you doing once to cut the foliage down, and a second whole round to harvest, give you all the equipment to do all that, and then track the percentages between those, which is certainly a doable thing. It's just a more complicated thing than any of the other stuff we've done in the game. Yeah, so trying to keep an eye out for better equipment. We did make the decision that if nothing else comes up on sale at, I believe it was 90,000, there is a tractor that would jump me up to, I think it was like 260 or 240 horsepower, so about double what I've got here, and has the front and back connector. I would grab that, and then we could start working on, you know, the hoeing contract would stay the same, because this is the one and only hoe in the game. But, like, for the cultivating contract, I could get rid of my little teeny tiny cultivator and get a much larger cultivator. And since it's not like the fields get bigger, it just means I would turn around and be able to knock out the fields faster, make more money quicker kind of thing. But yeah, I do kind of wish I'd taken the strategy I had taken on my offline save, which was I got a, I basically completely wiped out my money in the first month getting a tractor specifically suited for spraying. That, like, it had a cheap sprayer that came just for it kind of thing. And that worked out extremely well. That said, you know, too little too late. Can't even pivot if I wanted to. I'd have to sell everything, and I'd be short on what I need to do it. So, we do what we do. But even with that, like, we're making good progress. Because we actually look at our debt as soon as that stops saving. We look at our debt, we've already paid off 100,000 of it with our loan payments. So, at a minimum, we're over 10% paid, which doesn't sound like much. But considering we got 30,000 in the bank, I've got a bunch of equipment worth well over 100,000, and we've also paid down our loan 100,000. We're doing pretty good. I mean, it's definitely over 100,000 in equipment because we literally bought $100,000 worth of equipment in, like, the first month. Okay. It could also be one of those things. So I can sell this tractor for, I believe, 30,000 or something. Yeah, about 30,000 almost exactly. So when it comes to buying another tractor, I can also use my existing tractor to help afford it, so we could effectively treat it like I've got 60,000 in the bank right now. I wouldn't want to push that hard, because again, I gotta pay 19,000 at the end of the month. And if I come up short, it's basically the beginning of a game over. But we could figure that all out. But I do hope everyone's been having themselves a solid Thursday and all that. Everyone's been having a good time. Let's see, can you pay more than 18,000, or is it better to upgrade with the leftover? So, with the type of loan we have here, you can take your loan and do what's called a special redemption. And what a special redemption does, it's effectively doing an extra loan payment, and you can only do that once per year, and it can potentially bring down your interest rate. So, arguably it's well worth doing. There's just the consequence of, you can only do it once per year. There's usually a limit on how much you're allowed to do, and I don't think I actually set that correctly when I set this up. Because I think usually it's supposed to be about one full payment's worth extra you can do. And that technically could reduce our payments. Probably, I would guess if we did one for like the full amount, it'd probably bring down our payment maybe $1,000, which there's certainly a strong argument to be made for that. On the other hand, that, you know, 18, 19,000 or whatever, that's either a full or like halfway to some kind of piece of equipment to help. And that the earlier I did it, the more important it was for me to do it. And maybe I should have done it earlier, but it's not like your typical residential payment for like getting a car payment or a mortgage. This is like a more industrial scale loan. Whereas like, you know, your mortgage or your car payment, you can just go and say, hey, I'd like to put a whole extra payment in against the principal. Your principal goes down, and therefore, like, you know, with compound interest and all that, it cascades down the whole thing. Because there are some loans that, like, literally it goes, this is a 10-year loan. Well, what if I pay it off early? It's a 10-year loan. You don't pay it off early. It's a 10-year loan. That is a thing. So it's kind of fitting that model. Because there's sometimes reasons you want to have loans on the books for longer, whereas, like, again, residential, you almost never want that. Residential, it's like, yes, your credit score can get hurt if you pay things off too fast, which is, I understand why it is the way it is. I dislike it. And like as a residential, not counting your credit score, paying things off early is always in your best interest. Let's see, you and your friend are new to this, and you create a multiplayer server. What's the best way to make money? Whatever you find fun is the way I'm going to phrase it. And I know that's kind of dodging what you actually want the answer for. The reason is because there are ways to make extremely good money that are incredibly monotonous. So there's that kind of thing. Generally speaking, contracts will make you relatively good money. You just have to be careful on what type of contracts you take. There are good and there are bad contracts. Like, for example, root crop contracts, so like carrots, parsnip, that, those suck. They pay well, but they suck. They suck so very much. And all that. You can also grow your own stuff, but there's stuff that can take a lot less effort. Like forestry looks incredibly tedious. Yeah, some people either love... Forestry is a love or hate. That, you know, there's some people who just, they are happy as can be, just plopping down, chopping up trees, throwing them in the back of a truck, driving them to, you know, a sawmill, rinse and repeat. And they are happy as can be, and it pays very well, actually. The forestry is a fairly lucrative thing, especially when the sawmill's involved. But generally speaking, if you're looking for lower effort money, so not necessarily the best money, but lower effort money, that can be kind of fun. Stuff like greenhouses and production lines are usually where the best money is, so far as effort goes. You put thing in, production line happens, thing comes out, you sell the thing that comes out. So stuff like greenhouses, you just got to put water in it. It's a very passive income. Power generators are like free money. You literally just plunk it down, it gives money forever. You can ruin the enjoyment of the game by how easy that is. But it is easy money. Let's see what else we got. Alright, so your field 137. Any of the... So when you look at the different types of crops in the game, there are crops that are fairly, like, safe crops that are, like, kind of middle ground ones. Most of your grains fall in that. Where most of the grains, they don't pay incredibly well, they don't pay really badly. But if you farm grains, they're kind of like your default de facto kind of thing. Most of the crops that pay the best are stuff like sugar beets and potatoes and sugar cane and that kind of thing. They're very laborious. So that's kind of the thing where it's like, you know, you can make really good money doing it, but they can become very tedious very quickly. It is worth trying them. That's actually one of the reasons, if you're new, I would actually recommend taking a bunch of contracts and doing the contracts for a while. Because you'll take the contract and be like, oh, here's a contract for barley. All right, well, harvesting the barley wasn't that bad. Oh, here's a contract for harvesting carrots. This sucks. I hate this. I never want to do this again. And you know not to build an entire operation around carrots now. Or you might like it. You might be like, oh, cotton, that's kind of interesting. But I wouldn't sweat like what's the best way to make money with like regards to choosing your crops. There are a handful of crops that are bad choices. Grapes and olives are terrible. They make really, really bad money. They're tedious to deal with. And like there's no redeeming qualities for them in a lot of ways. I mean, I guess they look cool, but they're unfortunately, it's my opinion, they need to be buffed really hard. That it's fine that they're laborious in my book, but for how laborious they are, I do think they should be on the higher end of what gets paid versus near the very bottom. And as I said, pretty much all your grains are good. Sorghum's a little on the not so well paying side. Canola is also pretty low. It's not a grain, but it uses the same equipment. But stuff like barley and, you know, wheat and all that, they do pretty well. Corn does relatively well. Let's see, what else we got in there? The rice does pretty well. The regular rice and the long grain. I think the regular rice pays more, but it's a little bit slower just because they don't have as big of equipment. But yeah, genuinely, it's very worth, like, when you're brand new, you know, taking a bunch of contracts, because usually the game starts in August, if I recall correctly. So there's not a lot of stuff that you see during August. So it's a good thing to, like, just kind of be like, all right, let's check out what we're harvesting this month. Okay, I enjoyed that. I didn't enjoy this one. You know, that kind of thing. And you can literally just do contracts for money. Granted, you don't have that feeling of progression, so it's not really my thing. Did I actually already turn in that contract? No, I didn't. Okay, so I've actually been mapping stuff on how much money it made and all that based on my various different vehicles. Give me a moment. So it's 3,442. Signed to you. And to you. I don't normally keep spreadsheets. Ooh, is that actually assigned the wrong thing? No, that's right. It's on the third row. Okay, we're good. Alright. Go try lots of different stuff. Yeah, that's my recommendation. It's honestly usually the right thing to do on a lot of stuff. But yeah. Easy low effort thing. Get a like do contracts, get a greenhouse, put water in it. Sell the stuff you get out of the greenhouse. Fairly low effort to do the greenhouse. It gives you a pretty decent source of money that isn't just free money. And then it'd be a matter of, like, decide on a crop that you enjoyed harvesting. Because harvesting is usually the step. If something's going to be painful, that's when it is. You know, find something you're like, yeah, I enjoy this. Let's do it. Because even if you do something that doesn't pay super well, like you do canola. Canola doesn't pay super well. But even if you do something like canola, if you enjoy it, the difference between paying relatively well and paying poorly is not that big a margin. With a couple of exceptions, there's like one or two outliers on the top that are worth way more. Again, stuff like sugar beets and potatoes. And like I said, they're very laborious. And I think part of the reason they pay more is instead of where you just harvest a crop, those and you have to like cut off the foliage, then you harvest, and then there's like steps to it and everything. So it's just layers of more work. Oh, I can turn that in actually. Alright, none of that matters there. Okay. You're always happy to answer questions, always happy to help. It's also worth when you're new to the game and you're experimenting don't be afraid to lease things. It's nowhere near as cost-effective as owning it, but when you're still in that, okay, I think I might enjoy this, well, maybe we lease the stuff. Yeah, that's going to cut into how much money we're going to make by a large amount. But then if you're like, man, I didn't really enjoy that one, but now we've spent, you know, 300,000, 400,000 on the equipment for it. Backing out of it's kind of rough. Get all your vegetable stuff. I did that in a challenge run. Got the tiny little harvester for the carrots, which I knew was bad, but it's all I could afford for the challenge. Oh man, that was a bad time. That was a terrible time. That was super tedious. It'd take me hours to do a field. Literal real life hours, not in-game hours. But it was a big field. It paid well though. Like it paid really well, but it was beyond monotonous. All right. Yeah, sewing contracts would be interesting. The big problem with the sewing contracts I see there is just the cheapest sewing, or the cheapest cedar is about 38,000. And right now I'd be paying 38,000 to make 13,000, and it just doesn't work. Now, and especially since that one's a planter and that one's a cedar. So it's even a step worse. It'd be 38,000 for 2,000, or I'm assuming the planter, I think it was actually slightly cheaper, we'll say 38,000 for 11,000. So it's one of those things that, yes, eventually I want that, because it's a tool I'm gonna need, and there will be future contracts for it as well. But for surviving right now when I don't have much margin of error so far as my money, I need to know I'm gonna be able to make my money back and stuff. Okay, and we're getting through this contract. But yeah, these are going relatively well. We're still on 5 times speed, and we're only like an hour and a half into the in-game day. We have 2 contracts knocked out for about 10, 11,000 cumulatively. We got a small cultivating contract going there. I'll grab that because I believe that's relatively close. Relatively close to where we drop off our tools and all that, so I can swap tools while we're there. I actually mark that now. It's field 162. Yeah, so it's just south of where we pick up our tools. So what I could do is take this, run it back up, grab the cultivator, run down there. It's only a couple thousand, but it's a pretty small field. It's one of the smaller fields on the map. I say is it's still actually 6 acres. It's just such a big map. Still, that's more money in the bank. It'll be good when we can get our own land. This is going to take time. It might even be a thing that we do today, chat, that maybe... We'll see. Maybe midway through stream we'll put up a poll and see if we want to do, like, Farm Sim and then some SnowRunner today. Because, like, right now, between now and Roadcraft, basically where I'm at is I've got 5 days inclusive of today before Roadcraft drops. I do want to spend a couple of those days doing SnowRunner. Again, it's like kind of a primer to get myself, like, in the swing of things for jumping into Roadcraft and all that. Be able to do that direct A/B comparison, be like, hey, here's what came before, here's what we got now. Yes, I know Expedition's in the middle there. I don't really feel motivated to do Expeditions. Expedition was fine, but that's all it was. Just fine. like, I'm glad they tried it. I'm glad they did the attempt and all that, and, you know, considered some new options and all that. It just, in practice, is like, okay, there's fun, but it's a little repetitive. Doesn't really hold my interest as much. They did a lot of cool tech in it. Like, I liked the tire pressure adjusting. I thought that was fantastic. But, it was just a very different game loop, despite being the same engine, same general broad concept. And a different game loop just didn't land the same. Hey, Harry and Kravik, how's it going? Meanwhile, we're coming across this field. You are 2,195. So 2,195. 2,195. Cool. Alright, let's get this back up on my screen here and here. Okay, so we only have $22,000 more worth of contracts till we've broken even on the hoe purchase. Ah, excellent. That was a real good spend. That was a real winner right there. That goes to AA whatever. That's fine. I'll deal with that later. Okay, I normally don't do a bunch of spreadsheet stuff, but it's just curiosity with this particular challenge, being like, okay, like what tools made their keep, what tools didn't. You know, what were the tools that really made bank, which ones really didn't. Right now, the tractor obviously is positive because every contract that isn't a deadwood involves it. The cultivator is also paid for itself like 5 times over. The hoe we've got here is still well underwater. The weeder we got is, you know, didn't pan out at all, so we lost like 1,500 on it because it was cheap. It just didn't work. I did use the lawnmower, and it's barely in the positive, which arguably long-term will be good, fine, whatever you want to go with. Short-term, that means that was $18,000 that just... I could have made money doing something else and been ahead. But that is part of the experimentation. Now, I can't do that contract yet. I gotta drive up the road. Grab the cultivator. That is one thing I'm gonna want to eventually address. Eventually, we're going to want to get a semi that I can get, like, the big flatbed behind it that I can load the vehicles up. Let's see, how are you splitting the earnings between the tractor and the tool? I'm splitting it 50-50. Or basically, any tool involved in that particular contract, I'm splitting it evenly. Which is probably slightly unfair. But I kind of figure, without going through figuring out a bunch of prorating and yada yada, 50-50 is the quick and dirty way. That's, you know, if you really squint, okay-ish. I mean, I guess another thing you'd also factored in by, like, the costs. Yeah. Right, exactly. It's simple enough to get the job done. Is it probably the correct economic, like, or the correct financial calculation when the differences of cost and everything? Probably not. I'm sure someone who their main discipline is finance probably like, no, you need the cost ratio formula. Well, the cost ratio formula, you need to factor in the initial cost of the individual product as well as the lost opportunity. And I'd be like, I have no idea what any of these words you're saying are, man. I'm gonna divide by 2, thank you. That's already more math than I want to be doing. I am willing to bet there's probably 4 different formulas out there that all have their pros and cons, So as a business decision on whether to use this or that all comes into play. You'd have like here's your 3 models. This is the most pessimistic. This is the most optimistic. Here's one that's perhaps a little bit more fair. You know, and you'd choose between the models to like make that determination on which is probably your better choice and yada yada. And there's an entire science behind it with the sub-discipline of financing, of which I am not privy to any of. But that's why they would get paid to do it, and I would bankrupt the place. We can complete that contract. Okay. And maybe we'll have another better contract by the time this one's done. Yeah, so the good news is, I believe, so after this contract will be just like 1,000, 2,000 shy of having the full month's loan payment. So that kind of gives you an idea of how much work goes into just dealing with the loan. This will be our 3rd field, and it's a little shy, but in the ballpark of what one loan payment is. So that's that much money just keeping our existing debt at bay. Whereas then the work on top of that we have going forward, that actually goes towards making equipment happen to help us make better money in the future to get, you know, require less time and effort to get the same amount of money. It's just we're at that, there's kind of these tiers you run into with almost any type of discipline where you've kind of upgraded everything you can for what you're working on now. And if you want, like, the next thing, you need to have, like, a major expense. Like, for this, it's that our tractor doesn't have the horsepower to equip much better equipment. We've kind of hit the roof on, like, what I can use for a cultivator. If you want a computer equivalent, this would be the computer equivalent of you've got your computer, you put in the biggest, fattest video card in there, you maxed out the memory on your motherboard, and you're sitting there going, well, I need to upgrade my computer, and you stare at it, and you come to the realization you're in that trifecta of, well, if you want to upgrade it again, you need a new CPU, but to support that new CPU, you need a new motherboard. With a new motherboard, you're going to need different memory, and once you've got all that, you're probably going to need a bigger power supply. And so it's kind of one of those things that, like, you can't meaningfully advance yourself until you do this big, like, trifecta of things that are expensive. And we're kind of in that same boat of, I need to get the bigger tractor to then be able to do all the stuff, even though the bigger tractor in itself doesn't help that much. It'll help a little bit. There's a couple of the tools that sometimes I drag a little going uphill because I'm kind of on the edge of what this tractor can handle. So in that respects, it'll be slightly better. But yeah, it's one of those things that I just got to get that better tractor to happen. And then we start the process over of, okay, well, we've got these cultivating contracts I get all the time that are relatively good money. Okay, well, if I plunk down the, I don't know, 50,000, plunk down the 50,000 for the biggest cultivator that the new tractor can handle, I can now do these fields 2 to 3 times as fast. So I make that, like, in my work for a day, a larger ratio of the money I make for the day is money I can use on equipment versus just holding the debts at bay. So that gives me more momentum on my money to then be able to, you know, get the next thing and that whole shebang. But yeah. Because I'm pretty sure we all know what tool has the best cost to profit ratio that you own. Without even looking at the spreadsheet, it's a chainsaw. Yep. Because it costs $1,000, so it's dirt cheap. And sure, a lot of those contracts that are for only like 900 or 1,000, it's $1,000 for chainsaw. It doesn't actually use gas in the game, so it's just literally free. There's no maintenance on the game, so it's literally free. There's no upgrades for it in the game. You buy it once and it's forever. So yeah. But that's probably true, honestly, of most hand tools in real life. Most hand tools, other than like really specialized one, you probably go in there, you plunk anywhere from, you know, $10 to $100, $200 maybe on like the hand tool. Granted, a chainsaw is a power tool, but same diff. Yeah, one contract in the chainsaw, if it hasn't paid for itself, it's real dang close. Because we've had some of that, they're only like $900 or whatever. But if it hasn't paid for itself, it's real dang close. The catch is, though, the speed of which I could finish the Deadwood contracts. If they go really fast, they'd actually be probably okay. They get very repetitive and tedious, but they'd probably be okay. But sometimes you have that one tree you just can't find for a little bit. So they have a very high variability in time. And if it takes you half an hour real life to find that last stupid tree, that's just that much of your day gone. So as far as like, you know, in-game hours to money, it's probably not one of the better ratios. But when you have nothing else going on, or you can't quite fit in another contract or whatever, it's certainly an extra $1,000 or whatever. Alright. I keep checking the store, hoping for a good sale. And I know it does not update as often. And I probably just need to get myself a mod that's just like, hey, the store updated. So that I don't just pull it up every 20, 30 minutes or whatever it is. Because it doesn't just update on the 24-hour. It doesn't update on the 12-hour. Like, it does add stuff. I can't remember what the duration is. But there are mods that like will literally put like up here above where I'm at. They'll put a little label that it's like, you know, the Roto whatever is on, you know, is on the used store or whatever. That it'll like label when something updates. My problem is I'm not exactly a knowledgeable person on real life farming and all that kind of stuff. It's just not my area of expertise. So when it goes, a John Deere M280 shows up, I'm like, I have no effing idea what that is. I know what brand it is, and I know it's gonna be green, but past that, you lost me. And it'll be some like a cultivator or whatever. So giving me like the full name of the product most of the time is gonna help me. And expensive. Probably. I mean, in Farm Sim, they make it relatively fine on pricing. But that's me again not having a clue, because like the only thing that I know when it came to like a lot of the agriculture stuff is on my wife's side of the family. They have a lot of background, like no one like right now is farming, but you go back like 1-2 generations and like all of them were farmers. And there is a very big mix about different opinions of brands there. A lot of them have not great words about John Deere, just because of like the whole right to repair stuff and not being able to service their own tractors and that kind of nonsense without a big hassle, and whatnot. For those ones who don't like it, I actually don't even know what brands they're into, because it's just not a thing I'm knowledgeable on. So it's not something for me to have a meaningful discussion on. I do know the dealership over there sells a hell of a lot of New Holland. Among a bunch of brands that I haven't seen in Farm Sim that I have no idea anything about. For me, the brands I like are purely because video game reasons. And don't get me wrong, the low-end John Deere in the game is actually one of the better starting tractors. when you're first starting the game, you don't have a lot of money. Where are you? This John Deere right here, the 3650, is just a very cost-effective tractor. So you've got both front-back connection. It can add the attachment for the, what is it? Front loader. That's the word. Not a lot of horsepower, but you know, when you're in that early game where you're like, I can't afford anything. If you're playing in hard settings, if you're not playing in hard settings, where you go into horrific debt, you know, get what you can. But like, if you're trying to keep a cheap tractor, it's really not a bad starting tractor. I've honestly, and these are where the official DLC come in, I've actually been pretty impressed by these two Fendt. They look weird as heck because they're designed for hooking up the sprayer stuff and all that kind of stuff. But, you know, they give you relatively good horsepower for the price. Otherwise, I like the Volvo here because it's a relatively high horsepower for a relatively cheap price. But the big downside, and that's the one I'm using right now, but the big downside is it's got no front connection. Once we get to like the late game, you know, big tractors, all that, I found I like the Fendt the most just because go fast. And I do know go fast is not that important of a stat, but counter argument that you cannot win this argument is go fast. It's the beginning, middle, and the end of the argument. Go fast. What if go fast? And I know that doesn't help when you're using the tools and all that, but as you get along and you start getting more and more fields, it can be pretty obnoxious when you get, like, here's the budget-friendly, really high horsepower tractor that only goes 24 miles an hour, and you're like, okay, I hear you. Is this tractor objectively better at its job in the field than this Fendt? Yes, I acknowledge this. But, counter-argument, I get to go 37 miles per hour, almost twice the speed you do, between my jobs. Which again is maybe only 5-10% of the entire operation time. But, go fast. And in real life, I am not at all a speed demon. It's just some of those tractors, when they're like the 24 mile per hour ones, start to feel real pokey. But you prefer cast New Holland? Which admittedly stems from in-laws mostly using New Holland. You're quite disappointed with how little cast and New Holland equipment in Farm Sim 25 compared to the previous years, including the official modded stuff. Yeah, it always makes me wonder. I'm willing to bet, and none of this is coming from for the record, I am partnered with Giant Software and yada yada yada. My opinions are my own, blah blah blah. I have no idea one way or the other about like any of the behind the doors partnerships that, you know, to be able to put John Deere and New Holland and Fendt and every one of their actual brands out there, that they do actually have to sit there and go, okay, John Deere, we want to put your vehicle in this game, and there is some discussion there, perhaps an exchanging of money. I have no idea. Like, it could be that there's no money involved. It could be that John Deere's like, hey, we would love our product to be in your game. You know, we see this as worthy marketing. It could be that, like, you know, Farm Sim is like, no one will take our game seriously if we do not have these major brands present. Okay, we'll give you a royalty or something. I have no idea. Like, I have no idea that entire end of the business. But at a minimum, there's going to be some negotiation about, okay, well, John Deere's going to have their thing in. Well, John Deere has made a couple of pieces of equipment over history, I do hear, that they may or may not have made at least one or two products in their time. But it is one of those things that, you know, from the marketing side for John Deere, this is a good opportunity for them to promote their products. So I do imagine, however the negotiation happens, there is probably a pretty high amount of pressure for John Deere to be like, hey, this tractor here, this is our latest model, we want it in there. Or just the opposite, like, we want to control the marketing around this latest model, we don't want it in there. And I could see that's like, well, I'm going to make up a model number here. Well, the Model M version of this tractor replaces the Model L version, So we specifically don't want the Model L version present in there. We want the discussion to be about the Model M version. You get all the crap that happens in marketing. I would not want to be the person who works for Giant Software who has to deal with those negotiations, because I would likely flip a table, rip my own hair out, and scream in someone's face, being like, could you just work with us here? Could you just say, yes, you can use our vehicles? You know, here is our constraints on like how they must be presented or whatever. Because I am sure every one of those brands have their entire own, you can do this, you can't do this, we want this, we don't want that, these models are okay, don't do those models. These models can be included, but you should really put these models here. You know, artificially fudge the things in the game so far as like the prices or whatever to make this model the better choice. Whatever shenanigans happens behind the scene. And it would not be at all surprising to me one bit if you had one of the vendors, like, you know, John Deere or Fendt or New Holland or whatever, again being like, hey, we're really trying to push the M model right now, so if you could do us a solid, like, you know, cut that model's cost about 10% of what it actually is, and, you know, take the previous model and bump it up like 10% of what it actually is, to just make the M model look hands down better. Like, I'm sure a lot of that stuff probably happens there. And I am hoping that they also go, no. It's like, I'm hoping they go, look, man, we want to include your vehicle, but this is not worth it. I'm sure there's some back and forth dialogue. I wonder. It could also be those things that I expect all that headache, and that, you know, it could literally be someone at Giant Software picks up the phone and is like, yo, John McKitty D are over there. You down for letting us use your stuff? Yeah? Okay, later. I don't imagine that, because people are really paranoid about their brand. But it may not be nearly as bad as I think it's like. Fendt is a market leader here, followed by a smaller local brands like Kaas and Boots. I don't actually have a clue. I know in the US John Deere is a popular as in high purchase rate brand. And I know New Hollands do sell here because I've seen them for sale. But I have zero knowledge on, like, there could be some third brand in there that is absolutely exploding and is like really the big one there that I'm just blissfully unaware of. I have no idea. Craig's saying, speaking of John Deere, you constantly laugh when one of your local AG dealers advertise themselves as the world's largest John Deere dealer. You find it extremely hard to believe because the idea of the world's largest John Deere dealer being in a town in Australia that has a population of 10,000 rather than somewhere in the US feels unlikely. I'd be curious, because, like, when it comes to a lot of farming supply places, like if you have like your big city and then your rural areas around it, you usually don't have a lot of the agricultural stuff being sold in the city because it'd be a pain in the butt to deal with the logistics of any of that. Usually it's like one out, because I can think of where the rural supply and tractor supply places are in my area. I know like 3 of them. In all of them, there's like, here's the more developed area, and they're just outside of it. Like in that city that's technically its own thing, but is really kind of sort of part of the bigger city, but kind of out in the fringes of it. So I could see it being one of those things. And like the largest tractor supply store I know is in like the middle of freaking nowhere. And hey Alana, it's good to see you. Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Alana Rama? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Absolutely wonderful. And also I need to spin by and get a shout out for the ins after that. But another fantastic content creator on the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I am on. Been playing a bunch of games lately. Does a lot of RimWorld among other things. So always good times over there. Does like Twitch integration RimWorld as well. Definitely is not a onesie streamer. Definitely not a thing that happens over there. But yeah, so check out Alana, absolutely fantastic. playing On Life and Land. I don't know that one. That's a recent indie release, right? How was that? And I'm not trying to like pull you out of lurk, but you know, definitely check it out on Rama. We'll have to wait like a minute or so before I can do the next shout out. And then let me scroll back up in chat for a second. Yeah, define largest. We have our showcase spread across 10 acres of empty field that's empty, therefore the largest. Yeah, that's always the other one you get. Like I remember going, it was like a business owner's gun museum or whatever that I got invited to, which was weird. But, you know, went to that, and it's like, it's the most complete gun museum in the US, you know, next to the Smithsonian. But there was a lot of mileage going on that most complete quotation marks part of it. That's like, okay, yes, if we're very careful about how we define most complete, yes, you do have weapons from the most different countries, or whatever it was. I don't remember the details. Now granted, it was a cool thing, because they had like the old Russian machine guns with a big drum load on it. And so it's like cool to see like a lot of those like really obscure old school stuff. They had a lot of firearms when there's, you know, revolvers that are being dual action were first becoming a thing. So there's a lot of prototypes for a bunch of those that were not good. But it was interesting to see like the engineers trying to figure out, going, okay, well, let's try and figure out another way to make this. All right, never mind, that one didn't work. And some engineer held on to it, was just like, hey, you know what? You know, I'm proud of this thing, even if it's not good. Let's see. Town in question that this dealership is actively fights with a place in New Zealand for the title of the wool capital of the world. Interesting. I do enjoy those like town to town like fight things. I like it's not as serious in the fight in the sense like, you know, it's like not a high stakes fight, I guess is the thing, but like they're both competing to be like, no, we have the largest pumpkin in the world was grown here. No, ours is the largest pumpkin that has grown in the world. How is the debt repayment going? It's going good. We're a bit over 10% of our debt paid off, and that's with us having over probably $150,000 or so worth of equipment we've purchased since the beginning, and then, you know, another $42,000 in the bank. So we're making it happen. We're right now in kind of a rough spot in the sense that my next upgrade is a big expense. I'm kind of hitting the ceiling of what I can do with my current tractor. So if I want to go for the next thing, I got to spend some serious cash. And that's going to be a whole thing. The tractor we're looking at is about $90,000. And I'm just really hoping we can get a deal on a used piece of equipment, but that's all RNG, so the RNG will either be kind or cruel and never in between. Suddenly makes me want to check at the sales. Nothing new. We had a tractor that was just a smidge better than what we have right now. That showed up. But, you know, it doesn't make sense for me to pay that kind of money for, like, 30 extra horsepower. Versus, you know, paying 90, not counting if the 30 I'd get back for this tractor if I sell it. So I need 60 in the bank. Cool, so that's fine. Contract is done. So what do we got for new contracts? So we actually are starting to get a bunch of sowing contracts. We still have the problem of if I get a planter or whatever. Yeah, so these two are planter, those two are seeders, I believe. And they're like 38,000 for it. So I would take a hit. Eventually it would pay for itself. But in the short term, so meanwhile, if we check this real fast, this is going to be attributed to the John Deere 980. And you are 1,838. 1,838. Did I get that math right? That feels wrong. Nope, that's right. Cool. Because we are doing some math to try and get stuff sorted out. So I don't have what I need for the wood transport. I'm sure as hell not doing a stone picking. These are split between two separate pieces of equipment I need. Of which we already looked at the cedar. The cheapest one, it's 39,000. Oh, I take that back. There is one for 33,000 that I can. It's technically more horsepower than I can run, but it's close enough I'd be able to get away with it. It just run not amazing. Actually, the only one that's within my horsepower is 46,000. The point being, that's a lot of money. For the planters, it's even worse. So I think it's safe to say we're not doing that. So let's go ahead, while we let it refresh the contracts and all that, let's run this up here. And you are where? Oh, it's literally to my left. Okay. So I can run this over here real fast. And basically we're in a situation where these... Ooh, bale wrapping? For 15,000. Square bales for 15,000 bale wrapping. How much is a square baler that can wrap? And the question there, is it just wrapping the bales or baling entirely? Because if it's just wrapping the bales, I could probably get a cheap bale wrapper. And while I'm not likely to make much profit off of that one, I would then have the equipment for future bale wrapping contracts. So I guess the question is, does anyone know... Wrap some bales using a bale wrapper. So that sounds like there's already bales. I haven't done a bale wrapping contract in forever. Is it literally we're going to be grabbing bales off the ground and wrapping them? Am I correct in that assumption? Or am I going to be baling the crap on the ground and wrapping them? Because one of those I could probably make money doing. The other one I will probably not make money doing. It also makes me curious, the limitations, because we got our bale wrapper. Oh, never mind. For the square bales, I need the bigger one. And then we lose it right there. Yeah. Like, it would be nice to have that equipment. But for $34,000, it's another one of those ones, if I got 2 or 3 contracts to show up there. Fertilizing. Okay, fertilizing liquid, solid, slurry, or manure, any type, gives me 6,000. How much is the really little fertilizer? So the really, really little one, I don't think we could get away with. I think that one will be too small. The $25,000 one to do that, but that only does fertilizer. At that kind of money, I would rather save up for the sprayer. And so this sprayer would be decent, but the problem is to get like the full mileage, I'd want that kit on it, which makes it 70,000. Needless to say, I would need a good couple contracts to show up. And that's kind of where we're at the pinch right now in general. Is I have to justify the purchasing of equipment for that. And like the sewing would be there if these were all one piece of equipment, we might be able to get away with it. But unfortunately, because it is split between 2 different pieces of equipment, I don't really have the availability. Got another sewing contract. So we're losing time of the day quickly because I'm fast forwarding. Stone picking so awful. Okay, is that enough to justify me doing it? 2 things of square bales. So that would be 27,000 between those. Would that justify me buying the bale wrapper for the future? Oh, and you are sitting here. Way more horsepower than I can handle. Alright. So we get the bale wrapper. I would need to get that one. That's 34,000, basically 35,000 is what that's going to cost me. I could do a whole bunch of bales. And you are willing to pay me 27,000 so far, which means we would lose some money on it. I did not check. What is your horsepower requirement? Oh, it's powered itself. I might do this. Just to mix up the contract types, this is one that's probably going to be more of a mistake than a benefit. You can just make it a bunch of different colors, I guess. Okay. Alright, so let me go here real fast. So you are a hybrid X extractor. And you are going to cost me 35,900. Alright, let's make bad decisions. Okay, and we'll take the bigger of those contracts. And what field is that? Field 176. Alright. So we've just knocked ourselves down almost $36,000. But that gives me another contract type I can do. Added bonus with this one is later on, and this is part of the motivation of why I grabbed it. Later on, if we end up getting a field, I do already have a mower. If we also later on got ourselves a baler, I would have basically everything I need to set up silage. So while I don't do silage very often, in this particular case, it could actually be worth our time. And I honestly can't tell you the last time I've run the bale wrapper. I know I've done it before, but man, I could not tell you the last time I did the bale wrapper contract. I'm a little worried as well by the time we finish this one, I might not have enough time to finish the next one. In this in-game day, which would really hurt the amount of money we're making off of this. But, you know. These things happen. I need to put your formula down there. So are you the only weirdo who likes the smell of silage? I'm sure I've smelled silage before, but I don't distinctly know the smell of silage. Like, I know a lot of people who love the smell of cut grass. I'm pretty mixed on how I feel about it. Like, sometimes it can be like a nice smell, but other times I find it an obnoxious smell. I don't know. The idea of fermenting grass and hay does not particularly excite me, or other leafy greens. Does not excite me. Usually the smell of things fermenting is not the most appealing smell in the world. The product on the other side can potentially be pretty good smelling, but that middle stage is usually pretty fragrant. But it's also kind of like the thing that, you know, you go to the typical person and you're like, what do you think about the smell of manure? It's like, it smells terrible. But when you have that direct tie to manure and making a bunch extra money because, you know, while it's expensive, it massively increases the yield of your crops and all that. I've known a number of people who have families in, you know, agriculture who are like, you know what that is? That's the smell of money. What? Folding is not allowed while attached to this attached or joiner? What? I don't know what that even means. Was there some middle tool I needed in here? You have to detach to unfold. Oh. Oh. I misunderstood this entirely. Okay. How do I turn it on? Where's the farmer sitting in this contraption? I don't know. I ceased existing. What I'm not figuring out is how I make do. Because I've got the bale wrapper, like fold and unfold, which I've done. I can toggle the view and change the cruise control speed. And the bale is certainly not being picked up by hand and fed into that thing. Left mouse button, right mouse button. We'll find the button sooner or later. Maybe. It's not just slam into it, in case anyone's wondering. You don't have different control groups. I am at a loss. Because I figured it'd be the same activation button like you use for your other vehicles. Or like a left mouse button, right mouse button. Because I feel fairly confident the way you work this is I just, like, it hits that, it goes up the little ramp, it gets fed in, it does a little thing where it spins around and does that, and I don't know if it spits it back out or how it goes. I don't think it can go in sideways. Very much looks like it's supposed to go in long ways. I'll try pulling up to it sideways. I will say, this thing does not steer great. What's the name of the tool? It is... Gotta wait on the saving thing. Because that'd be the worst if I can't figure out how to make it go. It is... the Anderson Group Hybrid X Extractor. I'm sure there's just a button to turn the thing on or something. And that maybe the thing needs to be in position before it works. Or I just have to orient this right and drive it up. I figure it's gonna have a pretty good margin for error. It does feel like it is bottoming out everywhere I turn in the most obnoxious possible way. Random YouTube video shows a forklift loading bales into it. You need a forklift for the bales. Crap. Well, that might be a major setback for us. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright, well, we're gonna take the loss on that one. I'm just gonna sell it. So we're gonna eat a $5,000-$6,000 loss. Because I do not have the equipment to do that. Yeah, that one's not that bad. Like, it sucks, because that's one contract we just won't get the things for. As long as this one doesn't punish. Okay, cool. I was a little worried. Some of the contracts, we have something on the ground like that. Some of those contracts will ultimately be like, you didn't do the thing. You have to pay for all of material. Okay. So that means we need to go back up here. Where's field 130? And grab the hoe. Alright, well, that happens. It is always the danger when you jump into different equipment you don't use frequently. There is that minute being like, okay, how does this thing work? Yeah, so it probably loads onto the end that is higher and feeds it through. Yeah. That was the thing I was sitting there staring at. It's like, okay, so I lowered this ramp, and I see that I could feed the, you know, in theory that I could feed the bale in here, but it's like, I don't see how it comes back out without it being, like, front and out. So it's like, something feels off, but now it makes sense as to why. Alright, so meanwhile, how much did I sell that for? Finances. $30,508. Let's get that added. 30,508. And you need to include that field. Something's not right there. Why is that math not right? So lost about 5K? Yeah, we lost about 5K. 5,400 is about almost exactly the right amount. So, not the end of the world. Does kind of suck, because that's basically a contract. Like a smaller contract. But that is what it is. What I don't know is why this math is wrong. So B7 minus... Oh, there's a problem. There we go. Yeah, so exact amount is 5,392. Can we get back the 5K? I'm not gonna mess with it. Like, I could do a thing like open the XML file, give myself the money back, that kind of thing. If I also had, like, just purchased it and I knew when the autosave happened, I could, like, reload the save before I purchased it. If it was a major expense, like if I had bought a new tractor and it's gonna lose, like, 30,000 on it, you better believe I'd do that. Like, I'd absolutely do that. If, like, you know, I went to use the tractor and then, like, the connectors didn't work or something, I would absolutely go back, you know, to the autosave before I purchased it. Because, like, in real life, that's not really a thing you run into. If you're like, hey, I have this piece of equipment that I want to get this. Like, how do I do that? Okay, like, you can do all that and get that information before you do the purchase. You don't just walk in, you swipe your credit card, and now you've got, you know, this $30,000 piece of equipment. You're like, yep, bring that home. Oh, it doesn't even work? Oh, okay, that's fine. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. You can also talk to the dealer and be like, hey, like, how does this thing work? What do I need to do with it? Like, all that kind of stuff. I was looking forward to having a different contract type. Okay. Because I figured that would have been fun, to just ride around, wrap them, and all that. Yeah, so in the future, for that one, you basically park it, and then, you know, forklift it in. I'm assuming, do I have to jump in after I forklift it? Like, it just jump in to move it and all that? It feels weird. It's got to push them out the other side or something. Like when it pushes out, it has to push out enough that you can just keep loading it or something. Otherwise, that'd be truly laborious and it wouldn't be worth doing without going through, like, the other setup. Looks like you just park it and dump bale after bale. That's what I'd figure. You just chuck the bales in there and it spits it out the front when it's done wrapping it. That'd be a pretty laborious contract. Now, we wouldn't necessarily need a proper forklift. What I could probably do is, I could probably go onto this thing and get, like, a connection for the back to put, like, the spikes. Or, you know, get a different tractor, put a front loader on there, get the spikes. Like, there'd be ways to do the bale. It's just, the way that comes to mind the fastest for this one would cost about $10,000. And then for me, I'm like, well, $10,000, I'm not taking another $10,000 hit on top of this. Let's see, you think it may have been the sausage wrapper too? So you would feed into one end and it creates a long line of bales all wrapped like a single sausage? Gotcha. I need to watch. Some of these fields we are getting bogged down in. And I think that's due to the weight balance on our tractor being way too back heavy when I have this thing on there. I probably should just take the roads instead of cutting across the map. Because, like, the fields that doesn't happen, we go across quick, but every once in a while we hit a field that, whatever reason, the dirt's just different, we just sink in. Okay, what's the route there? Okay, so we get to this road in front of me, I take a left and then I take a right. But the easiest would be to have a tractor with a front loader on, which would rule this tractor out, I believe. Yes, you are correct. In the absence of the front loader, I can do the forklift back. That would be an option because then I can put the forks underneath and lift up. It'd be a little annoying to do it that way, but it would be doable. And I believe there is a bale spike thing you can get for the front and back connection on here as well. But it's not ideal. Versus that was one of the reasons why I mentioned early game. A lot of times people like to get that one smaller John Deere because as a front and back connection and front loader. And there's not too many tractors that have those options that aren't quite a bit more expensive. Yeah, that's fine. It's no biggie. It's just 5,000. We'll probably have more stuff as we go through that gets us in that kind of trouble. Because chasing these contracts, I'm taking what I can get. And some of those aren't going to work out. And there's the weeding contract I can't do because weeding and hoeing are separate things. And we did try to use a weeder, and we just didn't get credit for doing that. That could be the precision farming mod messing up. It could be I have the wrong type of weeder, because there's like a shallow weeder and a, you know, a heavier weeder and all that. And then you got the hoe as a separate thing under the weeder category. It is a category that it would be nicer if they broke it up more to make it a little bit clearer about here's when you use that, here's when you use this. Because I do personally find it is one of the categories that, while everything in it does weeding of some capacity, it's also not entirely clear which tool you need, what, and when. Man, I wonder, with the tractors, the small ones, I'm not buying any of these. So I know the John Deere here for 45, that has a front loader attachment you can add to it. I'm trying to see if there's anything else like in the $50,000 range, because I know that one doesn't let you. These ones don't let you. I wonder if there's any even like at $50,000 that'll let you do that. These ones certainly won't let you. They're for like grapes and all that. Do you let people have front loader? Yeah. So you can. There's a Feder that lets you at 60,000, but that's already jumping the price like 13,000. Hey, One Bad Badger, how's it going? But yeah, so it is one of those things with the if you're looking for a tractor that has a front loader, you basically get that John Deere, or you're jumping your price tag by like 20%. Not that that's not worth it. The horsepower difference. So Feder is 117. Actually, the John Deere might have it on that too. Alright, well, never mind. You just get the John Deere. There's a reason that John Deere is a very popular starting tractor in the game. It's one of the cheaper tractors. It does do everything in there. It's just not particularly great horsepower because it is a low-end tractor. And so, if you are trying to get something that has all the connections it does, your options are pretty limited on the small tractors. Only like 2-3 tractors. And then there's just nothing in that price range. Now, realistically, you probably, if you've got the money, you're probably getting something higher horsepower versus worrying that much about the front loader. Probably getting something like I got here, where it's the 140 horsepower or something like that, because that's just going to give you way more options for tools. Like this thing is on the fence of being able to use a lot of the seeders and planters and all that. The John Deere, I think, just falls short. That it's just way too low. Because this tractor, I think, has like 25-30 horsepower on that John Deere. Which is not a inconsiderable amount. Now, I am going to need to do here in just a minute is grab myself a drink. That shouldn't be a problem. What you can do is get to Wise Rose, turn around, I'll run, grab the drink real fast, and get that all going. Yeah, so what that does mean, as far as the pieces of equipment I have bought and used in the game so far, we're 50-50 on whether the equipment was profitable or cost me money, and like didn't pay for itself. And we're working on that. We are slowly getting this hoe to go from being in the red into being in the black, but we're not there. Alright, I'll be back in 2 seconds. You know what I want right now, chat, that I do not have? I want something like a Slim Jim. You know, accepting it's like grade C quality meat, but just something with a little bit of spice that I can chew on. I wouldn't do that on stream because, you know, you'd be sitting here just making mouth chompy noises into the mic, and no one wants to hear that. That's not true. There's someone would want to hear that. Most people wouldn't. I wouldn't want to do that. But it's definitely one of those things that, like, just walking there is like, man, I want some with a little bit of spice that I could chew on, or even like a beef jerky or something like that. You don't think that's the audience you're going for? Exactly. Generally speaking, yeah, it's exactly like it came out of nowhere too. It's just like, man, I want something just a little salty, fairly spicy, and chewy. That's what I want right now. And I can make spicy happen, and I can make salty happen, but chewy I cannot make happen. I don't have anything on standby that is properly a chewy snack. But I just suddenly was in the mood for it. And for those who don't know the ins and our fantastic content creator, been playing a lot of Oblivion lately. Does stream in German, just as a heads up. And I know I include that, but it is one of those things that I just want to say, so when people pop in, I'm like, I don't understand. Does speak English as well, but primarily streams in German, all that. But good times over there. Definitely someone to hang out with and all that. Fun times. A lot of Oblivion. Good to have you. Thank you for remembering that shout out, because I forgot. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things, like, there are lots of good snack foods out there. The problem... You don't sound German at all? I am not. We were talking about the Ints, who is a another content creator. We're doing a shout out for them. I used to be just about able to speak fluent German, but then I didn't use it for like 10, 15 years. But I'm not from Germany or anything like that. I just got friends in the family there. I've spent pretty much my whole life so far as where I've lived in the US somewhere. But yeah. I don't often get called out for an accent. The few times I've had was there was a dance I went in high school. Like, I had a friend who didn't want to go alone, so she asked me to like go with her and everything. And I had they had this whole thing where you introduced yourself to people. And I'd always said, "Hi, my name is," and then said my real name, which is not a particularly distinct name, but it's a very John Smith-esque name. It's like, such a generic name, excellent. But with just the "hi, my name is," the guy's like, "Where are you from?" It's like, here? Like, no, before that. Like, are you from like Ohio? It's like, Michigan's like, yeah. Sounds like it. And it's just kind of like the next 2 or 3 hours of my life being like, out of the 2 sentences I said to this man, what was the thing that he picked up on that he like got within a very close range of where I grew up as a child? It's not like I was there wearing a t-shirt or something. Like, I think it was a suit. So it's not like I was wearing something that was like, like had a shirt that was like the Maslin Lions or something like that. Something distinctly standing out. But there was that awkward pause. Like, what was the thing? Like, for the next couple days, and goes like, do I have an accent? But it was like, it had to be I said a word or something, and just like the particular way it was pronounced or something stuck out. But man, I could not figure it out. And hey, Sui. For those who don't know, Sui, another actually fantastic content creator on the platform, and another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, plays a whole range of games on the channel, a lot of variety stuff, lots of indie stuff, really good times over there. Has also played plenty of like Project Zomboid and RimWorld and all these kind of stuff. Decent amount of Project Zomboid lately, as well as lots of indie stuff. So definitely good times over there. If you like the RimWorld hot potato, that's originally Sui's idea. Like, obviously, the entire Halcyon Frequency team, stream team, helps make it happen, and Sui is still a very instrumental part of that whole process. But, like, literally it wouldn't exist without Sui. So, it's kind of a big deal. it's kind of a big deal. Man, it was just an interesting thing that whatever that person's thing is, that they do have a very strong ability to pick out where someone's from, that kind of thing. It was interesting. I do wish I could have asked that person later and been like, hey, you know, because like it was, you know, being shuffled through this line pretty quickly, so I couldn't like stop and ask him a bunch of questions or whatever. Part of me was like, how did you pick up on that? You know, like, was it just like the cadence I said hello or something? Like, what was the thing that, you know, outed me as from being up there? Not because I got a problem with it. It was just so suddenly on so little. It'd be like walking into a restaurant and they're like, how many do you want to see? It's like, oh, 2. I'm like, oh, where are you from? And then they landed within like a city of where you're from. And you're like, what? Did I pronounce 2 weird? Like, what? I don't know why. That made me, I was talking to someone. When I say talking, it was in text, but we'll pretend it was vocal. I was having a conversation with someone, and basically they were a smaller streamer who's still, you know, still kind of like really, they're like aiming for affiliate, and I think there's nothing wrong with that. But there was a discussion that was being had that it was a publisher was saying, hey, you know, content creators, make sure like you have your email address in your bio somewhere. That way you can reach out to you, as well as if someone emails us, we can then, you know, pull up your like Twitch page or whatever, and if we see that email there is the same email, we can use as a way to verify you are who you say you are. Because there's unfortunately a really big problem for you know, these types of things, that you will have individuals who will impersonate both companies and content creators in those types of discussions. So, you know, you'll have someone and they'll grab some like big name content creator and they'll make like a Discord account and it'll be like Markiplier, but the L is actually an uppercase I or something else. And they'll reach out and be like, hey, you know, I'd love to cover your game and all that. And it's a scam. But they're, you know, impersonating this person, and they're trying to get you to, you know, throw money at them or whatever the point of the scam is. But it's been becoming more and more of a problem, that there's more and more people impersonating that. And it's sometimes not even a scam like about money. Sometimes someone will like impersonate that and then say all sorts of like racist crap or whatever to make this other person look bad, and it's never them in the first place. And like all sorts of garbage. But you get it. It's people impersonating. But there's been a big problem with that. And so this is, you know, a publisher saying, hey, like, we like to work with content creators, like, please put your email in your about page on your stream. That way we can reach out to you directly through that to know we actually got, you know, we're talking to the right person and all that. You know, validated, have a means of getting a hold of you and everything. And there was a fairly small creator who was like, oh, no, this just sounds like a scam. Who's going to be reaching out by you by email and all that? And I'm sitting there going, how do you think they reach you? Like, they're not jumping in your Twitch DMs. I can assure you that I am not particularly good at keeping up with my Twitch DMs. Unless I know a DM is coming in, I'm usually looking at like mod view and all these kinds of things. Those DMs are not getting seen at all. Like, the number of times I have ended stream and I start working on stuff and I see like there's that the little one down there in the corner, I'm like, oh crap, someone tried to DM me during stream. And fortunately it's never been anything important. But it's just, you know, I've got Discord up, I've got, you know, I've got the stream up, I've got OBS up, I've got the YouTube stuff up, I've got chat here, I've got chat there. I've got all sorts of stuff like the activity feed and, you know, how long to the next ad thing happens, so that way I can try to make sure, like, if I'm in the middle of something big, I can stop what I'm doing for when the ad happens. I've got a bunch of heuristic stuff to watch for, like, oh, hey, my connection's getting dodgy, so if people start complaining about, like, the stream buffering and all that, yes, I can see there's a problem on my side, or it's on Twitch's side, or whatever. So I've got crap everywhere. What I don't have is I don't have like another tab that's watching Twitch's DMs. And so this person was giving all sorts of flack, being like, no, you know, you should not put your email up there. You're just going to have a bunch of awful people email you and all that. It's like, I hate to be the one to tell you, man. It's like standard practice to have your email in about sections, like on everything you're doing as a content creator. If you're on Twitter, put your email in there. If you're on Blue Sky, put your email in there. If, you know, on your Twitch page, put your email in there. But it's just kind of like walking through like the actual advice on handling those kind of communications with this person, because it was a naive thing on there. Like, I don't hold it against them. They just didn't understand. It's like, hey, you know, if you're going to ever get a sponsorship, or even, you know, someone's trying to warn you that someone's impersonating, they have to be able to reach you, and you're not going to realize they're coming to talk to you. Discord DMs you can't count on, because a lot of people, you know, require you to have a shared Discord server or be friends or whatever to direct message them, because of how many freaking bots there are out there. And so, like, emails become, like, the only reliable communication if you want to communicate discreetly, unless you already have an existing channel to talk to that person. And, like, it was just this whole big thing that it's like, yeah, you know, if you're dealing with email communications, first of all, you should have your personal email communication stuff, like your personal email address, for anything that you don't want tied to any type of business. So like the email address mom and pop use, your friends use, whatever. Like that's one you can, like, you don't need to share with a whole bunch of stuff. You only use it for stuff that's directly tied to your own crap. Do not use it professionally. Like, keep it off to itself. That way, when, you know, if there's some fallout with a business, you don't have to worry about that kind of garbage. It divides out your communication, so if something gets picked up on some list, it gets exploded in spam, you can just kind of turn that email off, or like the email off that's being blasted, or at least, you know, put it out in the corner and put every imaginable spam filter on it, whatever you got to do. And then usually after that, you'll have like your professional email address. You know, that's the one that, you know, when you're applying for a job or some type of professional communication or whatever you've got there. So that way you can keep, you know, your Dark Sephiroth XXX 69 420 boy Super Saiyan X12 email address on hotmail.com or whatever. You can keep that just among your family and friends, and they will make fun of you, as they should. It is their right. And you can keep that out of communications with a potential employer. And then you'll have like your incredible boring email address that's like Susan the biology major, or like Susan the biologist, or whatever. That it's your professional email, whatever. Like, no one's gonna make fun of you. It's like, yeah, you're a biologist, cool. Or you're just your full name at whatever. You get the idea. As a content creator, you need an extra one that, you know, you'll brand it to whatever your channel is and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, and you put it out there in your about section for the wolves. Does it get scraped by every imaginable bot thing and occasionally just blown up with all sorts of really disgusting, you know, disgusting spam mail? Yes. Yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. Will you have, like, a bunch of like scam affiliate things come in? They're like, oh hey, we want to set up an affiliate program with you, we will pay you 1 penny per $1,000 kind of thing. I'm exaggerating there, but you know, basically things that are effectively a scam to get you to market their stuff. Yep. It will absolutely get those too. It'll also occasionally you'll get the pretty upsetting emails where like someone goes on, you know, a racist tirade, or calls you all sorts of awful things, or sends nudes or whatever. I haven't had that one, thankfully. Please don't. But you know, you'll get that email and be like, oh, this is disgusting, I hate it. You'll get that. Luckily, it's been very rare for me, but it's worse for some than others, and entirely not for their fault either. But at the same time, I've also gotten plenty of times where some like random game comes out and like, hey, we like your stuff, here's a key, A lot of it's AI slop that you take one look at and go, I'm not playing your game. You don't tell them that, you just look and go, that is not a game I'm touching. But then you also get like really good opportunities through that as well. And it's just kind of one of those things that when you don't expect that person to communicate, you have to have some type of publicly exposed channel. Now that said, like for me, that's that whole Rual Storge email address I've got in my about section. Like, it does funnel into where I see it from my main account, but it's in its own separate, like, folder subsection, all that. That's technically a totally, like, sequestered, separate email thing. But yeah, you know, I have all sorts of rules on it where it's like, if they use the phrase, I think it's like, oh man, I can't remember. I have a bunch that are just designed to catch the graphic art commission bots. That when they send the email, it just immediately hucks it over to junk mail, which... One thing is I used to be able to not have to check my junk mail folder almost ever, but since becoming a content creator, there's a lot of really like valid stuff that gets chucked in there as well. But it's usually one of the things you go through and you have like one or two like genuinely reputable places that get caught there every week or so. You know, with communications, whether important or not. And then it'll be like a whole bunch of like kind of, again, like Gen AI slop games, you know, really egregious microtransaction mobile game kind of garbage that'd be like, we'd love you to play your games. Like, I bet you would. Absolutely not going to do it. And then you get a lot of clear scams and garbage. But do you have a separate email you like to use for shopping sites? The coupons that say like new product discount code, because that email gets sold instantly. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So I've not been good about it for a while. I used to do a practice that's referred to as canary email. Canary emailing is the idea that you give an independent like email address to each source. It is your canary in the coal mine. Which I hope is a reference people actually catch, because I don't know how much that's a common phrase anymore. But basically the idea is, if I make an email and let's just say it's, you know, it's Amazon at like rawstorage.com. That's not an actual thing. You know, and I only use it on Amazon and never anywhere else. So it is a email address just for Amazon. And then I see that email start getting blasted with spam, or I see it show up in other things and other data leaks or anything like that. Then whether that email was sold or part of a data compromise, like they got hacked, then I can say with a level of certainty that Amazon lost my email to someone. And you can be very confident that, you know, you can't trust them anymore. That thing pops up. And I used to do that with everything. Because it used to be the email provider I was using had this whole thing where you would pay to have the email access and all that. But you could basically spin up almost an infinite number of the first half of your email address. So you'd have like, you know, the first half at whatever your domain is, and you'd point them all to the same endpoint, so it'd all go to the same place, but they would all have their own things. Yeah, no, exactly. As Apathetic Wombat's doing, I've done that with Gmail in the past when I use Gmail as well. There are some things that will screen off the plus whatever, and there are even worse websites that'll be like, you can't use the plus character, it's not valid. But yeah, it is that exact same thing. If you're using Gmail, you can just be like, I think it was your actual first half of the email address plus whatever you want your extra bit to be at, you know, then gmail.com or whatever. I think that's the right format. Was that no, it's not alias. I forget what the phrase is for that. And then Microsoft has an equivalent where you can do aliases of your email. It's not exactly the same format, but the point being, you can use a near infinite number of emails pointing to one email address that all have a similarity to them. And it's a great way to do canary emailing. And like I said, the entire idea is like when you're like, you know, Epic Games is like, you need to sign up for an account. You're like, I don't want to sign up for an account. And then you're reluctant, like, fine, I will sign up for your frickin' thing. And then it goes, okay, so you do like the Rual Storage at epic.com or whatever. Or Rual Storage plus epic at whatever.com, that kind of thing. And then you start seeing that get blasted with stuff. You're like, yep, thank you, Epic. Thank you for selling and or leaking my email. I appreciate you. The Kravik just on that comment about emails being sold. If you do not currently use multiple factor authentication on Steam, you highly recommend you activate it immediately and change your password. Steam popped up recently with 85,000 email addresses being sold and published. No further detail on account breaches, but best to be safe. Yeah, so I've been trying to keep up on the Steam data breach, because, well, it hasn't happened super often. There's been once or twice that we've had a big data breach that on the Discord be like, hey, big data breach, like, just about, you know, everyone kind of here, like, just about, like, everyone here will probably be using it, like, change your crap, that kind of thing. And we've only had, I think, like, twice over the server's history, like I think it was Twitch had it Twitch that had a data breach? I don't remember. But there was like 2 data breaches that likely people were going to be on the Discord. It's like, yeah, you probably got included in there. So with the Steam one, the last I heard of it, Steam itself did not get compromised or sold data. From what I heard with the last version of it, is that basically what people did is they managed to snag data related to the multi-factor authentication. And that it had to do with the multi-factor authentication codes. So they have a temporary piece of the puzzle that expires shortly after. So it doesn't really give them something actionable. With that type of setup, they do not have your passwords or anything like that. By all means, changing your password isn't going to hurt anything, so if you are concerned about it, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to change your password. Use a password manager. Give yourself a good password, use a password manager. But it is one of those compromises that, very realistically from what we're seeing, it's a very interesting nothing burger on probably the impact you will be experiencing. Because it's not only Valve being like, this isn't valuable data or, like, you know, harmful data. They're also getting that from a lot of security experts in general. Which would explain partly why the price is what the price is. Because the price they were calling from earlier, because I think they were selling all that data for like $5,000 on like the dark web is where they found it. And it was one of those things that you're like, okay, if this is like literally millions of accounts, $5,000 is underselling it pretty heavily. You are not getting your money's worth. Okay, so this is getting attributed to this one. You're not getting your money worth out of that data. You are massively underselling yourself. But if it is just 2-factor codes that are expired and all that, there could still be value in figuring out how to reverse engineer the 2-factor. I think that'd be a long shot to an extreme, but you never know what people might be able to figure out. So let's see, we're looking at 2,984. No, 87. 2,987. 2,987. And then for this one, it would be 3,781. 3,781. 3,781. Because we're just keeping this little spreadsheet to get that all going. So complete those for the cache. How are we doing at in-game time? Yeah, what you read, it was 2-factor authentication. Now, it said, to be clear, I actually do think it's good to bring up attention to data breaches, because even if that data breach ended up being, like, nothing that's, like, super, super dangerous, risky, whatever you want to call the words for it, like, even if that data breach is not a big deal, oh, that's not the way I want to go. It is good to, like, kind of remind people, being like, hey, keep an eye on your security. Generally with passwords, my personal recommendation is get a good password manager, which is not hard. The vast majority of them are at least decent. You know, whether you do like LastPass, 1Password, there's dozens of them. Any reputable one's good enough. Like LastPass has had some dodgy stuff, which is why I used to use it and I don't anymore. But even with some of that dodgy stuff, if it's between not using one and using LastPass, still use LastPass. because it is unfortunately one of those things that tends to happen is when you don't use a password manager. People have a high tendency to reuse passwords or have like a structure behind their passwords or something where like say your structure is something like, you know, Marco underscore Home Depot 2025 is your password, something like that. Like, you've got that structure where someone's like, okay, well, now I know Marco underscore name of business underscore, and I may not know what the 2025 is relevant for, but I know it's a year. By compromising one of your passwords, I'm like 90% of the way there for any of your other passwords, and most likely you've used the same email address or username between those things, so I compromise one, and even though it isn't the same password, it's in a structure that's easy to predict. And, you know, yeah, it might take me a time or two to find something worthwhile to hurt you on. Like, so far as, not hurt you, but to benefit myself on. But there is a real danger there. You'll have people who do, like, the whole pattern thing where they'll go on the keyboard, they'll be like, you start here, go right, up, one, down, right. Like, you have, like, your little pattern, you go across the keyboard, and then when it's time to change your password, you move it over one. Which is a little better because it's not as obvious early on. And it is a thing worth definitely getting a password manager, because what that does keep all your passwords in one place. There is the whole eggs and all in one basket argument, but a lot of the more reputable password managers, they keep it all encrypted and all that they would have to get all of that breached. Your encryption is on those. There's usually really solid encryption. Not that it couldn't be defeated, but it would take time. So in the event of a data breach, the password manager would be like, hey, per legal requirements in dang near half the countries in the world, we are disclosing that, you know, we have been breached. Here's the scope of the breach based on our knowledge. And then you'd know it'd be like, oh, it's time for me to change my everything. Or people use really poor passwords, like, as a giant drop table is putting, like, Hunter2 with the exclamation mark, so Hunter2 bang. But still a bad password that would be very, very easily defeated. Or again, they'll repeat passwords, and all of these, yeah, password 1's the classic. Password 1 is like, IT has reset your password. But yeah. So with a password manager, what you could do is you can be like, okay, I'm on this website, generate a new password. And you hit a button, and like depending on your settings, it goes, okay, here's your like 30-character password with special symbols and numbers and letters and all that is fully like randomized and all that kind of garbage. And like it is just a random assortment of entirely everything. Are you gonna remember that password ever? No, you're not supposed to. That's why you have a password manager. But generally, there is few things that are more of a security concern than repeating passwords. Because that just means if you lose access, like if one of those get compromised, doesn't even matter which one, all of them are effectively compromised. And believe me, from failed login attempts I've seen on platforms, when you have something like Facebook has a major data breach, some like big company has that data breach with all those passwords, you can sit on any obscure website that you're overlooking and just see a plethora of failed login attempts all come as, you know, the people who got a hold of that data set all start just trying to, just shotgun all those passwords across the bow to see if they can't get any hits. Let's see, there was a site you recently saw that used the Have I Been Pwned common password list to decline new passwords? Yep. That was, I think that was a service that Have I Been Pwned was going to offer. That it was going to be, like, literally a, not plugin, that's not the right word, like a thing you could inherit from a library that it would do a check and it would cache it and all that kind of stuff. But, it would basically check for extremely common passwords and be like, you can't use that. Because when you get into using extremely common passwords, There's all sorts of different strategies to compromising passwords. There's brute force, which is just, you know, A, B, C, D, going through like every possible value. There's the ribbon table, or there's the ribbon tables password where it has like certain combinations it tries to slap in there. There's dictionary attacks. There's like a whole mess of them. And usually with stuff like dictionary attacks, they'll just include all the common passwords. Yeah, rainbow tables. That's the one, not ribbon tables, rainbow tables. Which we don't need to get into the, like, all the specifics on how all those kind of things work. But the point is, you'll make a password that you think is amazing. It's super solid. No one could possibly figure it out. Not realizing you've made the perfect password for a dictionary attack or a rainbow table. And then you're like, here's my super secret password that in theory should take millions of attempts to go. Attempt 22. Compromised. You use the password Star Wars. Instantly compromised. Or one of the things that you did, like, may the force be with you, or I want them alive, or like any other movie quote. Dictionary attack, instantly done. Several hundred guesses in. Compromised. Because you can also think about, like, you have your passwords on a website, and you're like, yeah, you go to the website, you type in, you know, bob@bob.com, password 1, no, password 2, no, password 3, no, your account's locked, you can't get back in for, please call this number. And that does happen. But what also happens is sometimes the actual database that the passwords are stored in gets compromised, and they'll have what's called, there's a bunch of different strategies, but they'll call salting the passwords. That basically you've got what's called a salt and a hash. That what ends up happening is the people who run that website, if they are competent human beings, cannot give you your password. Even if you ask for it, they're like, can't tell you, man, I don't know what your password is, nor can I find out. It has to do with, they do a whole bunch of math to encrypt your password using the salt and the hash. That realistically that person can't reverse engineer that, easily to get your plain text password back out of it. So anytime you ever go to a website and you're like, I forgot my password, and you hit that button, and it's like, here's your password. Your password is RedRider12. And you see that, you close your account on that website, because that means they are doing some egregiously bad stuff with their security. Luckily, corporate C-sweeps never reuse passwords most frequently. Oh, it's a whole thing. Like the old Amazon data breach that turned out it was using a 4-character password unsalted block cipher. So once it leaked along with the password hints, it became the world's largest crossword puzzle. Yeah. It's a whole thing. But yeah, so what ends up happening is the way your password ends up working is you put in your request, and it does what's called the salt, which is the thing that, it does its encryption algorithm. It takes that random variable that, it is the random variable set for your account, so it's the same. Think of it like a world seed in Minecraft, where if you keep opening the same world, you'd get the same thing, but your password is like the other part of that world. You do the math together, and the result is the hash. And this is an oversimplification of it. So the problem is, the math doesn't work the other way around with how all that goes. But yeah, it's a whole thing. So you've seen some reports the National Institute of Standards Technology, which the U.S. government framework standards, has started moving away from regular password changes due to user behavior, where they will often only change a single character to comply with password policies. You're interested to see whether the workplace will adopt that in practice if NISTS is going down that path. As the workplace is moving towards using NIST, underlying security. Yeah, so I've actually been involved in some of those discussions, not like the U.S. government doing it or anything like that, but I used to work with a number of different security experts. Like, I've actually worked directly with Troy Hunt before on a project. And that kind of stuff. I probably shouldn't have said that. Either way. But I've worked with security experts in the past, and we've been having those conversations that, like, the old practice of requiring someone to change their password every 1 month, 3 months, whatever. That, yes, on paper could be better, but because of human behavior and generally speaking, are almost never actually better. That you're better off just getting the person to use a really good password, and then unless you have a reason to assume that their data is compromised, don't change it. Now, it is still an argument to be had that there should be some time a period to expire a password, just by the instance of people reusing passwords and all that. That, you know, that password that they've reused gets compromised, and now that account is effectively vulnerable until such time they reset their password. But honestly, the advice we were more leaning towards is, like, basically, yeah, for the most part, don't reset people's passwords just on a clock. Don't just set it 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever. Reset your password. Because, as is being mentioned, the human behavior element of it is because passwords are hard to remember, and if you're not using a password manager, you have to remember it or write it down. The human behavior side of it is you make your passwords far simpler and easier to remember. Which, generally speaking, as a broad generalization, does mean typically they're way worse passwords. They're far easier to defeat, compromise, whatever you want to use for your phrasing. Now, the recommendation I know we were going with for a while, and I don't know if it's still moving that direction. I've been out of it for 3-ish years. The direction we were moving with it was under the advice of don't just arbitrarily require a password reset. If you've had a compromise in your company, reset them. If you have a reason to believe someone's account is compromised, reset them. But also, if there has been a major data breach that is likely to include enough of your people, or high-profile people, it might still be worth resetting them. So again, like, if you're working with a company and Facebook gets compromised and the passwords get leaked, while Facebook is nowhere near the giant it used to be, there is likely going to be an non-insignificant number of your people who work at your company who are still using Facebook, or at least have accounts on Facebook. That would be a significant enough event to be like, hey, even if we just reset their password last week, the likelihood they reused passwords here is fairly high. Reset them. And that's another one of those ones where you're like, hey, employees, use password managers. Just use password managers. That was actually one of the big things we did with a security audit's not the right word because we weren't like reviewing past action. Kind of a we were basically going through trying to come up with our new security plan at the last company I was in that was having a bunch of those conversations. And one of the big things was like, all right, as a company, we are now providing literally everyone on the staff with this, specific password manager. I'm not going to say the name because if people do figure out where I worked, I don't want it to be like a whole big thing that it helps make a compromise happen or anything like that. It's like every one of them is going to be given a license of this password manager. It will be tied to their company account, all those kind of things. And in the event that the person leaves, we'll eventually, disable that account and yada yada and all that kind of stuff. And then through that, we could actually enforce certain password policies, like your password must be up to a certain level for things on this and yada yada. And it worked out really well. There was definitely some pushback at the beginning, which is not shocking to literally anyone. Any time you force someone to learn new tech, there will be resistance. Sometimes justified, sometimes not. But in this particular case, it was like, hey, we're going to give you these password managers, we're going to do all this stuff. We will no longer be requiring you to reset your password every N amount of time and all that kind of good stuff and whatnot. And generally, once people settled in, it got way better. Because it's also one of those things for times you need to share passwords. You know, certain hardware devices that don't support multiple accounts and yada yada. You know, we could just be like, okay, this system, here is the shared thing. Like, I am now sharing this account details with this other person inside the password manager. So it wasn't like, it's not like someone going in their email, like grabbing the thing, dropping an email and shooting it off, where potentially if someone like gets their screen looked at, or if they send the email back home and they didn't send it through something that's potentially encrypted, it could get, you know, grabbed in the middle kind of things, and all those types of different vulnerabilities. So it's pretty slick stuff. I have no idea if they're still using it now, but I assume they would. And Burning Sun said the company you worked for prided itself on insecurity and such, which you knew was BS and all. But the huge deal is access to the admin account just to change the password. Unfortunately, the master account, which which controlled access, including giving access, had no password at all. Then was subsequently ignored when you reported it. Yep. Security features for thee, not for me. What else did you do for the NSA? I did not work for the NSA, or work alongside the NSA or anything like that. I have worked Department of Defense stuff before, not the actual like agency itself, but contract kind of stuff. But that was through a third party. So you're reviewing your security standards at the moment, part of an annual review. A lot of the changes at the moment are more around reducing the threat of staff being compromised by limiting what staff has access to. The idea that if a staff member doesn't need to have access to do their work, they don't get access. We've also had a huge pushback over the year. Even multiple application system owners has been forced to ensure all access uses multi-factor authentication. Yep. That is a roller coaster. I've been along that ride before. That was actually one of the big things working in dev that was kind of, I joked about it. One of the ways you can tell, like, you know, a beginning developer versus an intermediate versus like a senior. The beginning developer doesn't want access to everything because they're scared of what they'll do. Like what mistakes they could make. An intermediate dev wants access to everything so they can just get their damn job done. And then a senior developer wants access to none of the things because they know better. Okay, so let's see here. So we'll be at, sorry, I don't know how to, let's see, Tohidas? Thank you so much for popping in, good to see you. Let's see, so we got 57,000 divided by 2, that would be 2,890, let's see, 2,890, what's the last digit? Could be 10, 2,985, I think is right. Alright. Slowly but surely getting to the point where that is going to pay itself off finally. Okay, we're definitely done for the in-game day, because it's dark, can't see. It sounds like something someone working at the NSA would say. But do you put a picture of your playthrough so far and still Larson the Gaming channel? Is it going to be something like really cursed? Let's see. You're working with a company who acquired a company a few years back. We've been upscaling the security sense, still trying to get things fixed with admin password, including in software code and plain text. Oh man. But yeah, no, circling back to the comment along the lines of like getting two-factor authentication on everything, I remember, I'm glad I didn't work in the IT side, that I was a software developer at that point, so, you know, people weren't mad at me. I fully agree with like enforcing two-factor authentication on anything of any importance whatsoever, even minimal importance, and I do know there's a lot of people who really don't like it. Yes, it adds another step, yes, it's inconvenient, but I can tell you, I've personally had a good couple times in my life where, you know, such and such attempted to log in and failed two-factor authentication. Such and such attempted to log in and failed two-factor authentication. You know, we're locking your account until whatever. That basically, you know, someone had managed to, from a, you know, compromise that, you know, hadn't been known yet, attempted to gain access to my account and did have my username and password, but didn't have my two-factor. So, without that, they would have gone into the account and done whatever the heck they were going to do, which, you know, I obviously don't know what that would be, but certainly not in my best interest. But two-factor saves you, and then you immediately go and be like, all right, time to change that password. Or actually, a lot of times there'll be some account I set up forever ago and then forgot about because I just don't need it anymore, that just sat there and rotted for a long time. And then, like I said, eventually it gets compromised. I've had more than once that something has come up being like, hey, we've detected someone's trying to break into your account or whatever, or we think someone tried to break into your account. And you're like, okay, deactivate account. Get rid of it. I don't need it. Thank you for the reminder to get rid of this. But yeah, there's been that kind of thing. As well as the whole thing about, you know, being like, hey, do you really need access to this? No? Then you don't have access to it. That's one that got a lot of pushback. Because, you know, you'd rein back in the access, and there'd be those handful of things that would be like, okay, you know, this person, we assumed they didn't need access to it, but they actually did. And understandably, they'd be like, see, you shouldn't have bothered, like, you're just wasting your time, like, that kind of attitude. And it's like, look, man. When it comes to accounts, it's not if it gets compromised, it's when. That's just the reality we live in. And when you're dealing with security, there's a couple different things you have. One of those is what you can do to reduce the odds of a compromise happening in the first place. And that's all your, like, password management, that kind of crap. Then you have, okay, a compromise does happen. What can you do to reduce the severity of the compromise? So the thing got breached. How bad does it hurt? And that's usually very heavily on restricting access, not reusing passwords. So, like, again, if you don't need it, you don't get it kind of mentality. Because if you're, you know, a purchasing agent and the only thing you have access to is the purchasing server and a couple of spreadsheets, and you get compromised, yeah, that's bad. Like, that's really bad. But that's where the hemorrhaging stops. Versus, if you're a purchasing agent, and you've got access to the purchasing server, and the engineering server, and the IT server, and, you know, this other department server, because one time tangentially sort of somewhat related to your job, you had to interact once, and instead of asking for someone for a certain spreadsheet, you got access to the server to go get it yourself. You know, now when your account gets compromised, you basically just compromise the entire company's infrastructure, minus some of, you know, like, the stuff locked away and executive stuff in IT. What is the topic of the podcast today? Data security at the moment. PS Store says, it's like the library software you work in. You do not have access to any of the purchasing stuff whatsoever because it's not your job. Exactly. And usually the departments that becomes the biggest problem is the departments that do interact with lots of other departments. So stuff like IT and HR and purchasing and those kind of ones where you are effectively support for the other departments. Those are the ones that have the tendency to have access to way, way more than they probably should. Whereas, like, if you're an engineer, you're probably only dealing with the engineering department's crap. You don't care about HR server. Maybe purchasing might have an argument, or marketing you wouldn't have it. And so it's kind of one of those things that usually those ones kind of out in their specialty where they're just sitting in their own little ballpark, not that big a deal. Within their own department, they might have too much access, but at least it's not those things that it snakes out into everything. Let's see, if someone got access to your account, they could, like, catalog stuff, which is a problem. But you can't get, like, a library credit card info. Yeah, exactly. So you remember working at grocery train for about 20 years ago? Had the same username and password for the admin account at all stores. How they never got hit was pure luck. Yeah, no, I have, it wasn't like a same admin password, but, it was all of the people, like the individual staff. There was, like, no security information between, like, your stuff. You just had your ID, and you just put it in, and it's just like, cool, man. I'll just take that for what it is. And that stayed that way for a very long time, until they started to figure out that there was some people who, you know, when it was a slow sales week and we were on commission, might just pop onto someone else's ID and pretend to run a couple of returns that didn't actually happen, and then go back to their own ID, and then, you know, pretend to run a couple of sales in, you know, of reselling that exact same item that didn't actually happen. So on the ledger, between, like, the sales and all that, everything was fine. The item came back and, like, went right back out under, like, a new whatever. But they kind of tried to hide it, which, you know, obviously after a while when people were doing a data audit, they were like, okay, this isn't a normal behavior we see. What actually happened? And just found people were, like, you know, effectively stealing from other coworkers by just reassigning the commission to themselves, just coming up with a way to try and, like, hide it between a couple different transactions so it wouldn't stick out quickly. Let's see, we had this lovely incident a year or two ago which resulted in a federal investigation around espionage. Okay. There's a list of countries that you can't work from as part of our company. This includes for other companies that you contract. One of your vendor contracts contracted out of position, which then contracted out of position again to someone working on a blacklisted country. And to make things worse, the person working for the blacklisted country was also sharing their account info with an assistant. Yep, subcontracting can get really messy really fast. That's the reason why there's been a lot of companies have started including in the contract information that it's like, you may not subcontract. It's like, you individual name are being paid to deal with this. You alone and exclusively will be the one dealing with this, or your company, but no outside vendors or contractors. Or it's like, here are the names of people that are working on it. You know, to change the number of people, like, to change the people on this, you must seek approval. Because there's been a lot of stuff where you'll hire someone and then they'll subcontract the job to someone else for less. Who, you know, because it's like, you know, they're a contract to the contract, they don't give a crap. They know they're the cheap labor, they don't give a crap. They're not going to see this client again. So they just do the minimum to, you know, satisfy the contract or whatever, and even that is sometimes not necessarily true. That was there was a company I was working for, and they were trying to, like, cut their operating expenses, and so they were doing layoffs again and again. And for the most part, while I was a software developer there in that particular company, software development just was under the umbrella of IT as well. And it finally got to the point that they really couldn't lay us off because there wasn't enough of us, and they needed even more work than they could get out of us. But they were trying to shift it over to where they're going to outsource it for contracting. So there's this, like, big company that they were contracting for. When I say big, as in, like, they were going to throw 15, 20 people at the task that we had, like, 8 people for. And that was supposedly going to be cheaper and all that. And they had the foresight that they didn't just let all of us go and then just hop over overnight. They wanted this other group to learn how to do the job from us so they could get rid of us. In which I didn't even bother fighting it, because it was kind of one of those things like, you know, this isn't going to be cheaper. This is going to cost you way the hell more than we are. And that went back and forth for a long time, because they kept requesting stuff from them. It wouldn't get done. It wouldn't get in a timely manner, because they were subcontracting it out and all that. But in theory, if it would get done in a timely manner, it would still be cheaper. But because it never was, they would end up charging more and all sorts of stuff. And it never did work out to actually be cheaper. They did ultimately switch over anyways, though, because unrelated to that, a lot of people quit the department because just a whole bunch of other issues that were going on at the time. Alright, we'll let this go for just a minute longer, and then we'll start up the things for today's in-game day. Alright. Okay, so we got a handful of contracts. Before we do that, is there any sales worth mentioning today? So those are the ones all from yesterday. We do have an auger wagon. That is not going to help us do any contracts, though. That's fine. So we're still sitting at 42,000 or that, considering we lost 5,000 yesterday because of reasons. Grabbing a contract we couldn't actually do. That's fine. Yeah, that's right by the gas station. Yeah, and that's over in that area too. So I'll grab the other hoeing contract as well. Alright. So we do have the spraying contracts. If we get enough of those, that's something I might grab. Let's see, is this game from Microsoft like Flight Simulator? No. It's the company who makes this is Giants Software. Hey, Zelyard, how's it going? Alright, so let's go ahead and get these two contracts knocked out. One of them's a okay size field, and the other one's really small. This should be, yeah, there you are. So you can go ahead and get that working real quick. You said, oh, this is a farming simulator? You think you got it for free? Oh, you forgot where, though? Yeah. Forget the 5,000. Oh, like, I'm not sweating that 5,000 loss. It was just the consideration of, you know, we did take a hit yesterday. Like, we ultimately still came out ahead. Like, it made more money than I lost. But I could have had, like, an extra $5,000 or so that, from a misplay on the contracts, didn't happen. I'm going to cut across these fields. Man, they've had a decent number of ways to get farm sim. Like the base game, like past versions have certainly come up for really cheap to free before. Where it'll be like, okay, farm sim 22 for almost nothing, you know, and then it just won't include the DLC. Because they do the model of DLC where they release basically farm sim's like structure is they release the base game, and it kind of includes usually just about everything from the previous game. Sometimes it'll be like minor adjustments if there was something that, you know, they released as a DLC that was particularly not popular, or, you know, they've got a better, you know, in theory, better approach for yada yada. But generally, the latest version will include all of the major features of the previous version. Maybe not all the maps, maybe not all the other stuff there, but usually that stuff will show up later on the mod store that Giants themselves will put it on there. But, what they'll do is they'll sell the game, and then it's stuff like, I think it's like 3 years between each version, 2-3 years between each, I think it's 3 years between each version, usually. That what they'll end up doing is they'll do 3 years, that they'll have like 3 expansions, 1 per year. They'll have a bunch of packs, and the packs don't add a whole lot compared to the expansions. So the expansions will usually add a map, a whole new set of crops and all that you can do, and then like all the equipment for those crops. And then when it comes to the packs are usually just a bunch of equipment. So like to have like this pack and be like, okay, this is the grass cutters pack. And so even though grass cutting is already in the game, they'll give you like a whole bunch of different tools that kind of give you different options and models and all that to do stuff with the grass. Or they'll be like, okay, this is the forestry pack, and it comes with a whole bunch of that. Or like for this one, we had the Nexat pack, which was that giant abomination of a piece of equipment that's kind of really cool, but also really big and cumbersome and hard to use. And so they'll do that. I think it's 2 or 3 of those a year. And so you get the idea. The base game comes out, you know, you got three expansions that come out, whatever it is, like 6 or 9 packs that come out, and then the new version of the game comes out. Yeah. I mean, I would definitely say, as far as like predatoriness, The Sims is way worse. I don't personally feel that farming sim is particularly bad about that. It is a model I know there's a lot of people who don't like. They don't like the you buy the game and then you get DLC and all that. Because it is DLC that is not super cheap. Like, the packs are usually, like, what, 10, 15 bucks? And then it's, like, the actual expansions end up being 25 or 20 or something like that. Maybe 30. For, like, the ones that give you a whole bunch of stuff. But I don't know. To me, that one doesn't bother me. Like, The Sims is the one that's upsetting, because when you consider, like, if you get The Sims 4 and you want all the DLC, it's literally thousands of dollars. Like, literally thousands of dollars. And then, like, some of that you look at and you're like, oh, I'm paying, like, 25 bucks for a t-shirt. Except, you know, it's a digital t-shirt that goes on my character. Let's see, pre-COVID it was 2 years in between. Odd number of years was the PC release. Changed slightly with Farmside 2 coming out late due to COVID. And then having a longer run from Farmside 2 to Farmside 25. Which they filled with more DLC. You can see them going longer release between having more DLC and then reverting back to 2 years. Yeah, I'd imagine. Like, The Sims is, like, the most well-known offender for that type, you feel? Yes. Yeah, The Sims is notorious for just ramming tons of DLC in there. Now, that's a catch-22 with, like, The Sims kind of thing. If you look at The Sims, and if we ignore all of, like, the packs, you stick to just the base game, and I forget the terminology they use. They've got their really, really big expansions, and then the base game, and then they've got, like, their content packages, and then they've got, like, their, like, one-off items. Like, they're like, where it's, you know, you have, like, a 2, 3, 4, 5 piece of furniture or whatever. So, like, the base game, that price is fine, whatever. I actually don't have much to comment on it. That's fine. And then, like, the big expansions, most of those, I think, aren't unreasonable at times. There are some that are individually bad. Like, The Sims 4 has had a very mixed track record where they had a couple of good expansions, and then they had a bunch that really felt like they were just kind of really phoning home on it, where they're just like, yeah, yeah, sure, so, yeah, we just made it so this menu works a little differently, and, you can have yourself a pony. $40. $40. So yeah, so like the Sims 4 has some pretty egregious stuff there, but like the better ones they have come out with, or like expansions, like, you know what? It's a bit more than I would want to spend, but it's not more there than I think you could reasonably justify. Then you get all the other crap, and that's where I'm like, well, F you. Where it's like, you can get this mirror, this chair, this desk, and these side tables and bed. $30. And you're like, you know what? You can kindly go F yourself, man. That is not $30 worth. Like, no game mechanic changes. Not a one. It is just a reskin of a handful of things. I'm like, I'm sorry. $30 for a couple of extra models in my game does not $30 make. That type of nonsense really turns you off to video game designers? Yeah. People are screaming this for The Sims 5, and you don't think EA will do The Sims 5? It's more financially viable for them to just pushing out DLCs for The Sims 4 to improve the game that way. Yeah, and I wouldn't even be against the idea of, like, the forever Sims, where, like, they just keep updating and then, like, eventually they're like, okay, here's the split where this is going to have a higher hardware requirement. Like, you can opt into kind of thing. If you don't, you're stuck at this point. I don't even mind, like, the forever game approach to things. As long as, like, you know, it's not some egregious price to keep paying it or whatever. I don't even think that's a bad model to instead have, it's like, hey, instead of plunking down $50, $60 every 2-3 years for the new version, you know, you can kind of a la carte your handful of things here and there. I don't necessarily have an issue with that. Now, the prices the sim charge get pretty egregious at times, and this field sucks is what this is. Whatever's going on in this field, our tractor is real struggle bussing on it. But, I don't mind, like, I don't mind the Paradox model. It can be done well, and it can be done poorly. Like, you can have it where you're paying out the money, and you're like, I am not getting my money's worth. Like, I'm paying out $40, which is basically a new game's price, and I did not receive enough to justify that. And that is a totally valid complaint. But I don't have a problem with that, because games like Terraria and Stardew Valley and all that, where they just keep getting updated forever and ever and ever kind of thing, those are very, very, very much the exception to the rule. And Minecraft and all that, the vast majority of games, they used to come out with the release version, they would get a couple like minor updates, and that's what you got. It's over. If it's bugged after that point, that's a you problem, not a me problem. And so I remember that. And so the way it used to be to continue investing in development was we had expansion packs. So if you think of like Diablo, Diablo 2, StarCraft, all those, you would buy the game for $40 or whatever, and then a year later it would come out with its first expansion and it'd be like $35, almost not quite the price of buying a new game. And it was effectively the same as DLC, you just got a physical copy as opposed to going online and grabbing it. And honestly, in a lot of ways, the prices are the same. But there was usually some real substance to that. Now, that said, we definitely have cases where you've got games that they come out with, or like expansion, whatever they call it. You know, give it its marketing term. And you really go down there, it's like, all right, man, this one dude's got like one quest line and a handful of dialogue, and they give you one set of like fancy new guns at the end of the game, and otherwise there's nothing here. $40. You're like, hang on, wait a second, I did not get my money's worth. And that even happened back then with the expansion packs too, is you had the occasional game that came out with an expansion pack, you'd buy it, people like, it's not worth it. Like, it's just a creative thing that you can like dress up your person, but after that it has no game implications whatsoever. Horse armor, yeah. Well, horse armor was definitely, it's not the first of its kind so far as like DLC to it doesn't really functionally do much, but you know, you paid out way more than seemed reasonable. It was definitely the most famous. It's definitely the one that could be argued to have brought that mainstream, or whatever you want to call it. That says, you won't care how good your game is. You do that sort of nonsense, you don't get my... Oh yeah, no, I totally get that one. Like, for me, if a game is like a gacha game, I won't touch gacha games. Gacha games are no deal for me. Oh, right, I started halfway on that row. I actually needed to do a row on the left, too. It's fine, we'll just keep going around. Yeah, this sucks that our tractor is really getting bogged down by whatever's going on at this field. We should be getting through this field way faster than we are. I should be going about 7-8 miles an hour versus, like, struggling to stay at 5 consistently. You're still really surprised they haven't invested into a true online mode for The Sims, given it's basically a game that you simulate. So The Sims Online was a real thing. It wasn't good, but Sims Online was a real thing. They've actually come out with like online versions of The Sims for phones and a bunch of other stuff. Usually though, they end up watering it down so much to like an oversimplified thing. Wasn't there a Sims Online on Facebook? Yeah, I was gonna say, there's been a couple attempts for them to make it an online thing. But like I said, usually it ends up they water down a lot of the variability so much, because The Sims is genuinely, when you really look at it, it's a fairly complicated game in all of the different systems it does have. Like, it presents itself as kind of this cute dollhouse kind of thing. But then you realize that you've got like all your different needs going on in there and all the things that feed in and out. You got the interpersonal relationships and all their lives advancing and aging and different jobs and all that. There's genuinely a lot in there. So it is one of those things that making that multiplayer does have a lot of stuff to deal with. Let's see, horse armor. You're still amused that Bethesda released new horse armor DLC for Oblivion Remastered? I honestly feel like it was a deliberate troll because it got people talking about it. His contract sucks because of what's going on with this field. This is the kind of thing that getting that new tractor should solve, by the way. With the new tractor, we just have that much more horsepower and weight on the tractor, that we shouldn't have this weird, like, I'm juggling back and forth and not able to maintain speed. would have enough horsepower to keep it going a bit better. Because we're right on the fence of what this hoe can handle in the first place, so hills and all that make it suck. And all that kind of good stuff. So that's the reasons why the new tractor is one of the higher things. Is for the most part, that new tractor won't really directly improve the speed of things until I get other hardware. But there are those edge cases like this, where just because I'm kind of pushing the limits of the tractor, it's not behaving well. This is the worst we've had so far for that. Like this field is an outlier for being a bit of a pain. Yeah, I did try doing it the other direction as well, and it didn't seem to go faster. Like when we did the ends of the field, it didn't really seem to go faster either. Yeah, so it's still... No, actually, you're gonna make a liar out of me? No, it's... I mean... No, it's actually kind of doing it. The problem is I'm not gonna see where I did my stripes at all, unfortunately. Like, I could take the time to redo the GPS to turn the line sideways. I honestly don't want to, because it'll forget my progress, and I'm gonna have to deal with that. Well, now it's just doing fine in this one as well. Yeah, you'd have to remap until it's go the other direction. Yeah, and I definitely, like, we could definitely do that. The problem I would run into is it forgets your progress. Like, it won't remember that I've already done this section. It'll have me just go over it again. So I'm kind of just stubbornly being like, yeah, we'll just fight it. Because realistically, with the way the weeding works, I only probably have to get about 70-80% of the field done before it goes, okay, there you go. And we're already about halfway there. So, kind of go through it. I'm hoping here that we'll start going downhill a little bit, and that'll alleviate it a bit. You did not know farming was this hard? Yeah, to be clear what the problem is here and why this is struggling so badly, is if I go into the equipment I own and I go into my tractor, it's a 140 horsepower tractor. And if we go into our weeder, it's actually expecting me to have a 160 horsepower tractor. So our tractor's really not up to spec for what it's doing. But usually you can get away with that, with the exception of if you have to go uphill, it'll struggle real bad. Or in this case, we're dealing with going the wrong way across the rows of vegetables. I think honestly either way it would kind of struggle a little bit. But that's just the fact that we're putting too much hardware on a tractor not built for it. But that's because we are doing the challenge, so I don't really have the money for a better tractor. That is my next major purchase I want, though. The downside is this is costing me time. But our hope is I get a tractor to show up here. Because the tractor I would like to get right now that is on our list is under the medium tractors. Was it you? No, it's not you. Yeah, you. So this one here is a 230 horsepower tractor, so not quite double the horsepower we have now, but it is going to cost $90,000. And while I would certainly like some of these bigger, better ones, the issue just boils down to cash. You can't get a front loader thing, can you? That's fine. I'm not super worried about the front loader attachment. It's a nice thing. Like, of having the front loader would be good. It would make it so I could do, like, the bale wrapping contracts. I don't think we'd go out of our way to buy it. I think just having more raw horsepower is probably more important for our success. Let's actually do the comparison. So you can't get a front loader. You can get a front loader setup, but you're only a small upgrade in horsepower. Because, I mean, I can do this one right now. It'd give me 40 extra horsepower, which I don't think is worth it. I could get the front loader attachment, which would be good if I go do some things. I can get rid of that. I don't think we get that. Oh, I could technically bump it up to 180 for 10,000 more, but eh. These don't have front connections, so those are off the table. I do want to get double connections this one. And then everything else is considerably more pricey. Or like these ones where it's a pretty substantial drop down. I mean, that one can also get a front loader attachment, but that's another one that's only 35 horsepower higher. Yeah, I think we go for... Did you get knocked off your line? We bounced so hard, I think it took us off our row. Because I see the weeds. Are these real prices? No. So, for those who don't know, the game doesn't use like any type of real prices for like corn or anything like that. And if you ever want, if like, are you sure? If we go in here, so I have 41,393. I can go into my settings real fast, and I can demonstrate that they're definitely not going to be associated to any type of lining prices. Because I can go in here, was it general settings? And if we switch to, for example, the pound, 41,393 pounds. And I can switch it back to the dollar as well, you know, back to dollar here, so I figure out where that was. So it doesn't matter what currency you use, it treats it all as the exact same equivalent. And I can assure you the US dollar, the euro, and the pound are not a 1-to-1 ratio across all three. It's one of the reasons why it doesn't happen often, but when everyone's like, corn isn't worth that much, or corn's worth way more than that, you're like, yeah, the money numbers are not real numbers. So, yes, you are correct. That isn't the correct price for that item. But also, the economy in the game is its own thing that is not aligned with literally anything else. Well, I really hope our next field isn't a root crop. Or if it is, I hope we're like on the top of a hill and we can just go downhill and drive around and go downhill again. Yeah, we've got to get that our tractor to happen. So we're gonna keep getting our money going on. That's one thing, and just as I mentioned, hoping a sale comes up, because that's actually one of the things that could work out for us. Because like, I could potentially, some of these tractors that are like 130,000. You know, we could get away with ones that are 130,000 and get a whole bunch of grants, and that still would probably not be what I'd want over the other one. These ones we probably wouldn't be able to get, because when they go on sale, you can get them for somewhere in the area of like half off. I was trying to think. So right now, my tractor's worth about 30,000. And the one we were looking at, let's also check to see if anything's are majorly better. Yeah, no, I'm going to stick with the one that we were looking at. Yes, it'd have to be at about 60,000. But yeah, no, it's also way easier than real life farming. Considering like in this game you can get these jobs done in like 15-20 minutes. No back-breaking labor involved. You just kind of sit in the comfort of your chair in your air conditioning doing all that kind of stuff. Versus in reality when you're out doing some of these jobs, you would be at this all day, probably multiple days, working on a major project of a task. And now you'll have like stuff like mechanical issues you'll have to deal with and all the headaches around that. You'll end up with like bugs flying around and all that. And a lot of the cabins will close up to keep you protected from a lot of that. And some of them are even air conditioned and everything. Not all of them though. Depends on how fancy you get. But the seats are usually not the most comfortable in the world. And lots of work, lots of back-breaking labor. Let's say you had an out of the blue pest control offer from the local pest control service. and a big roach is found in your kitchen this morning, you're saying that's sus. And you just had the entire house sprayed like last week. I mean, I very much doubt someone planted a roach in your house. Like, I doubt that. It's just probably weird timing. Because even if they walked outside and, like, dumped a box of roaches or something, it's, not gonna draw them right in. Planting bait, I mean, but they wouldn't... Even if they planted bait outside your house, the likelihood of it bringing them in. Yeah, so it's like, the odds of that being anything related. It's just the time of year that, like, bugs are way more active around here. Okay. Alright. It's also time of year that more bugs get in your house. Because it's raining a lot. And the bugs will try and get into your house to get away from the rain. Especially the ants. The ants really like to come in your house when it's raining a lot. Let's see, the route you drive when you go visit your best mate takes you through large canola area. The fields are large enough that it would take weeks to completely harvest the crops. You drove through the area a week in between, and it looked like there was no significant progress. Yeah, let's see. The in the rainy season, they seek dry, and in your house is dry, and if you're ground level, it's worse. Yep, and in the dry season, they'll also turn around and go into your house because they want water, but in that case, they'll go for your bathrooms and kitchen, because that's where the water's at. The answer is, your home is a really nice place, and ants would really like to partake in it if you don't mind. If you do mind, they'd also like to partake in it, but, you know, at least they're pretending to care. But yeah, that's the whole thing. It is very much a thing with farming that, like, when it gets time to start working on the fields and harvesting and everything and all that, it's just lots of work. It's all hands on deck. And they work and they work and they work. It is not a job for people who don't want to work their tail off. Now granted, there is the downtime of the year where you're mostly feeding animals, and there's still lots of work to be done. But like compared to, you know, the really busy seasons, you know, harvest, depending on like different things, you know, you have to go through and you have to seed everything, go and fertilize, do all your stuff. Like once you put the plant to the ground, some plants are high maintenance, some plants are low maintenance. Like that's the reasons why when you go out to out west, like place like California, and see like all the orchards with like the, you know, pecans, acorns, walnuts, cashews, well, not cashews, those aren't over there, but like, you know, all your nut trees. It's one of the reasons why they're such a popular crop. It's mostly a lot of work to put them in the ground, and then you just kind of leave them there, mow between them occasionally, and they're just not a lot of work. And then harvest time comes, you get the big hydraulic thing, you shake the trees, you clean it up. So as far as overall effort, they're not particularly difficult plants. Versus like if you get into stuff like tomatoes and strawberries and all that, those get even rougher because a lot of those, they're like often they're hand picked. It's just more cost effective than buying ridiculous pieces of equipment that you just get a whole lot of people. Get them out in the field and get them to work. The strawberries are especially that way down here. Like all of the earlier phases of it are all handled by machine. Just have your tractor, it mashes the big ridge, you know, puts the little pokes in, puts a little plant in it, so it seeds it all there. It goes through, it wraps it with the plastic and everything. They water it all by machinery. They deal with the fertilizer all with machinery. They do all of that with machinery. But picking time, there are machines, I believe, that can pick strawberries mechanically. They're just a very difficult crop to deal with in that regard, so it's just mostly hand. That said, they also make it a big marketing thing around here that even though almost all strawberries down here are picked by hand, they will make it a big thing. It's like, picked by hand. It's like, okay. do you have another way? I've never seen strawberries not picked by hand sold here, so I would be fascinated to see how the machine works that does pick them without by hand. I can only imagine it has to be like a wire system. So like if you think of like your whisk, I can only imagine it's got to be a thing like that where it kind of whisks to like get the strawberries, you know, and like pull them off. But I would be curious how mechanically that would work, because trying to like just grab the strawberries themselves, I just couldn't. I couldn't see a way you could make a machine articulate in that way with any amount for that where it wouldn't also potentially damage the produce. I'm sure it exists. And it's probably one of these things that I'm overthinking it, like the actual machine just kind of like brushes the whole thing, and it just, because the nature of strawberries as well is they are not a plant you put in and it goes year after year after year. You plant it, you get your harvest, and then to hell with the crop. Like, you know, it's nutrients now. You know, thresh it or whatever the hell you do with it, I don't know. Like, you're not getting another go out of it. At least I don't believe so, even here. Tomatoes here, you can grow them and get multiple harvests depending on the type of tomato. I don't know if they do that commercially. I haven't a clue there, but I definitely know gardening and all that. Like, depending on the breed of tomato, some of them are one and done a year. But, you know, the same plant goes year after year. And then there's other ones that, you know, if depending on the weather of the year, you can get 2, 3, or like not one harvest. It's kind of like this ambiguous, it just keeps coming. Like cherry tomatoes and Roma tomatoes tend to be that way down here, where you can grow them and you just kind of keep getting tomatoes through the whole season until like the season starts to come to an end. Strawberries are perennial? Gotcha, I wouldn't have expected that. I never really looked into it. Yeah. Huh. That would also explain another reason why they can't just be more rash with their machinery. Because that's like the thing. You have certain crops that like you only care about this piece, the rest of it's just, you know, it's sequestered nitrogen that you want to get back in your dirt somehow. You know, I don't know what the process is where they just have machines that just churn up the soil and buries it, or, you know, that they collect the whole plant, you know, using machinery, and then they throw it in what's effectively glorified compost. You know, or animal feed. It probably depends on the plant for all that, I would imagine. Alright, we're getting there. Probably 2 more rows and then we'll get this field done, and we'll be done with this going real slow. I wonder if I could find, like... Because I know they make mechanical means of harvesting strawberry, but I've never seen one. So it does make me genuinely curious mechanically how it works. I know the machines that do tomatoes and that are fascinating. Because they just churn through the whole thing. You see like the wave of tomatoes coming over into the machine. And they've got these like little almost like fingers, or like these little metal hooks or whatever. And it's just got sensors. It'll be like, okay, all the red tomatoes are coming over. Up, see a green one, I'll poke it, and it pokes it down into a different chamber slot, whatever. But it's just the fact that you see like this endless wave of tomatoes coming over, and there's just these little fingers going, knocking down all the green tomatoes. And it's some slick tech. And I'm just like, man, I am amazed it's doing that recognition that fast, even if it's just really looking for the color that doesn't need anything more than that. Strawberry harvester. I don't want... I want a whole video. I just want a picture. I want a picture because I'm curious. Well, I can't see how it works at all. It looks like a bus. Yeah, unfortunately, like, they've got pictures here. but like all of the machines look like this, where it's just a big old box. There's some equipment on the top of it, and you can't make it all what's happening underneath. So, you know, it's just a mystery. The reality is it's a whole bunch of people just underneath it. That like the machine just crawls along and there's just like, you know, 8 dudes just underneath there going like this. Yeah, because I'm curious how like the mechanically actually works is the thing. This, in fact, if you grow them yourself, you should pluck the flowers off the first year, and don't let the plant grow strawberries. The second year, you'll get a lot more crop. The first year would get the roots well established. Yeah, there's definitely a number of plants like that where you prune them aggressively, depending on like where it's at. And is that Peglin? And check out Uzi Uzbort, another content creator on the platform, playing some Peglin recently. That's a name I haven't heard in a while. I hope you had a good time with that. But yeah, no, I was more curious mechanically how it works, because like there's some machines that the harvesters are very straightforward. Like you take one look at it and you're like, I get how that machine works. Like the again, like we have like the acorns, or not acorns, like the walnuts and the pecans of the tree, when you just have the hydraulic hand, it just grabs the tree trunk and just kind of goes thunk, and all the stuff falls down. They've got a glorified broom that moves it where it needs to go, and then they pick it up and wash it off. It's a very simple machine. It grabs the tree and it shakes it. I understand. Very clearly, I very clearly understand how that machine works. It's very straightforward. It is just a big hydraulic system that gives a tree a good shake, and it's just, it sweeps it all into a chute that puts it in the back. Fair enough. Probably just a conveyor belt and a big old bag back there, effectively. And then you got like the really, really complicated fancy machinery that is like all these rotating parts moving past each other, and you're like, okay, I see that's got a blade on it, and that's what's cutting the stalk or the stem. I get that. My brain gets that piece. I don't understand how the solid object here gets into that blade to be cut based on the 30 other things moving here. Like, I don't know what this voodoo magic is you're doing here, but by the magic properties of something or other, this gets into the part that I understand. I understand when it gets in there. That part's easy. It's a big blade. I can comprehend big blade go cut. But all this stuff going like this back and forth and up and down and then rotating, and you're like, but how? I don't get it. And I'm sure it's something like if someone like put it in like super slow motion, you'd watch like the stalk like get grabbed by it and like start to fold, be pulled into the blade, and there'd be a whole thing that once you see it mechanically work, you're like, I understand. But just watching it just like going by and just everything like collapsing into it and coming out the other side is effectively not powdered, but like broken down to its components. It's like magic. It's magic right there. That's what that is. That is magic. It's wizardry. We are going to have to burn this vehicle, for it is a witch. We have established this. We got up the scale. We put the harvester on this side, and I put a duck on this side, and they were equal. It's a witch. We're burning it. I still like that Monty Python bit. Hey, we're going downhill. We're moving at a respectable speed. And it's gone. There's a few seconds of going the correct speed. We have 1% left. Literally any second now this thing is going to finish. And then we can get the heck off this. I don't even know what the field. It's a root crop. I think it's carrots. I can't really tell. Well, that was that's a classic. I don't even remember who they attributed the quote to, that, you know, any idea or technology, you know, significantly complicated enough is indistinguishable from magic to those who are not, you know, trained in that. And the idea is like everything looks like it's magic if you don't understand what's happening. It's one of the reasons to not be particularly harsh on people when they're like, you know, they're fooled into think that something like supernatural or spiritual or whatever. I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, you look at this, and if you didn't understand what was happening here, like, it's magic. You have like trying to explain it sound like chemo? Well, I mean, chemo is poison. It just your body absorbs poison at different rates, and cancer cells like to go big suck on any nutrients you give it, so you give it bad nutrients, and it does big suck on the bad nutrients, and then those cells die. But that's also why you lose your hair, because your hair also likes to do big suck on the nutrients, which means it gets the bad nutrients. But generally speaking, most of your body actually absorbs nutrients relatively slow. But that's the reasons why they can't keep you on chemo long term, is because stuff like your stomach lining also does big suck on nutrients. So you can do that for a little while, but sustained, you know, it's not good. So it's kind of the juggle of like giving yourself just a little bit of poison and just a little bit of poison to make the things that are just gobbling down the poison with abandon, make them go bye-bye, so you can get all that. This is obviously a ridiculous oversimplification. Let's see. 4,625. 4,625. 4,625. And collect that and get the hell out of this field. Alright, so your field 68. Field 68 is relatively close. But yeah, no, it's literally the whole strategy behind chemo is basically it is something that is harmful to cells, but it's one of those things that generally speaking trace amounts doesn't do that much. So it is a point of you try to put it right where you're concerned about, so that the harmful cells, which again, they're rapidly growing, that means they need lots of nutrients, they'll grab a ton of it. So while the rest of your body is just getting trace amounts that aren't that particularly harmful to it, the bad cells are getting a ton. The problem is, you do have parts of your body that also do grab a lot of it. But, I mean, if you're doing it all managed, the issue is we don't have a better cure. Or not even a cure, we don't have a better way of fighting. Cure is overstating it. We don't have a better way of fighting that. So it's what we got. Sure, someday in 100 years we'll look back and we'll look at how he did it, and, you know, it'll be like watching Star Trek, like, how barbaric! You did what? Oh my stars! But we have to discover those technologies to do that. And certainly people in the future will say, oh my stars. They certainly won't have their own lingo that didn't come from like 20 years ago, 40 years ago. Like, man, where does oh my stars come from? That's like southern US, like Southern Belle kind of thing, right? I know that's something people used to say. I have no idea where that comes from. It's not one you hear often. Okay, so we've got that field going. You know about oh my gosh? Yeah, so before oh my gosh, there was oh my god. But then they're like, don't use his name in vain kind of thing. So like, people came up with alternatives. I just don't know where that happened. So yeah, I haven't heard oh my sunshine. I've heard oh my stars, and I've heard oh my gosh before. I have not heard oh my sunshine. Technically, God is a title, not a name. Yeah, but that's one of those ones I don't want to deal with arguing with someone over. I mean, stars are sunshine. So I was thinking stars are sun. Yeah, no, that's one of the things. You had no idea that "Oh my stars" is an actual expression? You thought movies made it up? It could be. Like, I've heard people say it, but it could be that it did originate from movies. That stuff does happen where, like, you know, there'll be a, you know, a phrase, and it'll either have, like, you know, an offensive term or like a curse word, or for other reason they want to avoid using a word. And for like the movie, they want the person to use that phrase but not have to deal with like getting the higher rating on their whatever. And so they'll come up with an alternative. Like, you can see that a lot, like Star Wars, you know, where they're like, you know, call people like a nerf herder, or that it's poodoo, or those kind of things, which are very direct, like, you know, crossovers. Like, poodoo is basically using the S word, like it's calling it crap, calling it whatever. Nerf herder is just a catch-all insult for anything you'd, you know, turn around and be like, you know, idiot, dummy, whatever. I actually really enjoy series that do that kind of thing, by the way, that they have their own in-universe insults, that like in their universe they're like super offensive kind of things to say, but also like not our own, because one, it gets around the whole thing about being like, you know what, this book's dropping a whole lot of F-bombs and I'm getting kind of over it. But also it is really fun to see what they come up with. And some of them definitely do a better job than others. Yeah, the "Oh My Sunshine" though, that's a very different thing though. Like saying like "Oh My Sunshine" like the song. Like, that's not an exclamation, but yeah. Or just stop at "Oh my," yeah, the George Takei "Oh my," yep. Rual is a nuggle blurp. I was trying to think. There was I've been listening to a decent number of lit RPG books, like in audiobook format. It's kind of one of those things when I'm trying to have something distract me enough so that I can. It's kind of paradoxical that while I'm trying to sleep, because ADHD things, if I don't have any distraction, like just literally laying there in silence kind of thing, it's not that like my brain wanders on anything like stressing me out or anything. It just kind of goes yay in every direction, and like trying to get it to stop that so I can actually get some sleep is tricky. So I've learned over the years having something like a podcast or an audiobook or something like that works really well, where it's something I pay just enough attention to that my mind can't wander a whole lot, but also not enough that it gets super distracting. Sometimes it backfires. If I get a really good book going, that can be a problem. Like some of the Bobaverse books fell into that area where, you know, you properly get into the book, and you're like, well, crap, now I'm not sleeping well because I'm super into this book. But I found a lot of like the lit RPG I do enjoy that kind of have a nice medium in there. But they do a lot of that in those books where they have like their in-universe insults and all that. And I was trying to think. There was one book in particular that had a whole lot of them, and it's just really, because I know they'll sit there, for some of them, they'll use an insult Cal because they're living inside a dungeon and it's controlled by Cal. But it doesn't really work outside of context. Versus a lot of the other ones are more like around like divination magic and all sorts of stuff, and you know, different things in their world and all that. And it kind of gets stuck. But so you have to have total silence and almost no lights. Sometimes you use a fan for white noise. You have tinnitus. Yeah, well, it could also be that maybe it's the tinnitus thing, because I do have, I've not been diagnosed, but my ears mildly ring. But it is the thing that when you have some noise, it's less noticeable / doesn't seem to affect it as bad. I'm definitely the same on the light though. Like, I do not like light in the room when I'm sleeping. Like, even the little green LED on, like, the fire alarm annoys me, that's only one light, so I can just turn the other way and ignore it. Like, I'm very sensitive to light. But these days I just wear like the whole like mask thing. It's got some Bluetooth things in it. They don't like stick in your ear, but they're just in the side, and that's how I listen to my audiobooks. And then I end up spending like the first 10 minutes before I'm trying to go to sleep figuring out where the hell I was at in my book so I can pick up where I left off. Being like, did I hear this part? Yep, I heard this part. Did I hear this part? Yep, I heard this part. Did I hear this part? No, this is a new part. Okay, picking up where we left off. Can I not get more columns? Wait. Is Google Sheet limited to like... That can't be the last column, right? I should be able to go far in AA. Why am I not just using Excel? I was gonna make the spreadsheet so that other people could get at it and everything. But I'm ending up just running into more and more things that I don't like about Google Sheets. Or I mean, I shouldn't say that... That's fine. And I can fix all this crap later. Okay, so let's go ahead and deal with that. I'm trying to adjust your width real fast, because that's format, auto fit, column width. There we go. There. It didn't do the calculation field, but I can live with that. Because what it's going to do is really fast. So that's 1,766. Because we'll go ahead and get that entered real fast. 1,766. 1,766. Get the hell out of here, Google Sheets. No one likes you. You smell funny. Alright, I can fix all the calculation stuff later. I didn't mean to reopen it. Fix all that stuff later. Okay, so we still have plenty of time for the in-game day. What else contracts do we have? I've got the bale wrapping too. We got another hoeing contract for almost no money over there. But that's the only one I have available right this month. That's kind of not great use of my time, but in the absence of other options, beggars can't be choosers. So I can grab this. You're over here. Gonna spend more time getting over there than doing it. Let's see, why is weed grown on covered farms? It's not naturally like other crops, because back in your place, it grows like bushes. Why is weed grown in covered farms? Oh, you're talking about like actual, like, you know, like marijuana kind of thing. I have no idea, man. I don't know crap about that. Probably has to do with stuff like climate and everything. Have to be mindful of like the environment around it or whatever. Keep it hot, keep it humid, whatever the plant requires. I don't know. I don't know anything about that plant. Yeah, so you have to go all the way over there and down. Those will give a minute for new contracts to show up. Probably shouldn't have accepted this, but I don't see another contract worth accepting right now. That I could do, that is. If I had more equipment, there's a lot of other options. But right on the fence of being able to upgrade our tractor. Which will be nice. Yeah, because we'll have stuff like the spraying contracts. I can't do the weeding ones. The bale wrapping ones I can't do. You bought two sleep eye masks. You've been waiting to get them for ages. Yeah, so I bought two different ones. I had one that didn't work out very well. And actually I bought the second, which is the one I'm still using, and I'm surprised it still works. The earbud thing, because the wire in it's a very rigid wire. It's in the mask, so it doesn't like actually cause me problems sleeping. But like the wire you recharge it with, that wire, like the insulation's broken in like 20 places because it's this rigid wire, which boggles my mind why you'd put a rigid wire on something like that. So it just keeps cracking the plastic everywhere. But it was cheap, so you know. Yeah, and I got it because I wanted some type of noise. Even if I was just gonna play like rain sounds or whatever, it's just anything to keep the brain distracted. Because like I said, unfortunately for me, if I have like utter silence, my brain just goes brr and starts wanting to like think about every unrelated and unimportant thing. And as much as you tell your brain, hey, could you just like shut up so I can sleep for 2 seconds? The brain's really not good about listening about those instructions, and kind of just wants to do what it wants to do, no matter how much you will it not to do it. So you just gotta learn to kind of figure out the hacks to keep it busy. Yeah, fan would probably work. Basically anything to just grab just a tiny little bit of attention. It's always that juggle about getting something that grabs enough attention to not let your brain just go wild, but also not to grab too much attention that now you're just straight up distracted. It's like the whole thing for people with ADHD that chemically caffeine works differently for us. It has a very different impact on our brain. It can actually have a calming sensation to a degree, but if you go like way overboard in the caffeine, then it becomes something that now you can't sleep because it's, you know, impacting a bunch of this other stuff going on. So it's like this weird thing of just figuring out, it's like, okay, how much is the right amount of caffeine? Like what's the right amount of stimulant to get my brain to settle down, but also not make it so I can't sleep either? And it's real easy to get that math wrong. Usually I can tell when I you know, really screwed up kind of things. Where you're sitting there, you've got like 5 sodas sitting next to you, and you're like, oh man, I had way too much soda today. Like I'm pretty wired now. Yeah, you haven't had caffeine in ages. You do love it. Makes you too jittery. Yeah, for most people with ADHD, and this is always one of those things, most people with ADHD, caffeine has a tendency to have the opposite effect, that it tends to have a calming effect. And that's the reason why when you look at most ADHD medications, they are stimulants. Counterintuitively, the thing that's supposed to make you go, for people with ADHD, actually calms us down to a limit. If you get way too much stimulant, then it starts coming back around. It's a whole big thing. But there's lots of cases like stuff like that where for most people, you know, a certain chemical compound impacts them in a certain way. But you will have individuals with various, not even like neurological stuff, but even like digestive stuff that for some people it just really, really hits them different. I think over the next 10 years we're going to find more and more stuff that, you know, the same exact thing is a completely experienced differently forever. Alright, you have a good one, Zilliard. See you in a bit. Like the whole thing where, you know, where some people will eat, it's not kale. Cilantro. Where people eat cilantro, and for some people it's got like a little bit of like a mild spice to it and all that, and for other people it tastes like just like someone just handed them a bar of soap and said, eat that, have some Dove. And it's not like a preference thing from one to the other. It's like literally the experience is different between the two people. And we've learned that is also the case with, I believe it was beets. That for some people with beets, you might want to add some tags on Twitch if we're talking about drugs. We're not talking about anything illicit or anything like that. No, we're good. Like, the only tags I can think of on Twitch is if you're talking about, like, you're a person who is, you know, potentially drinking and, you know, like smoking, stuff like that. Illicit drugs you're not supposed to be really getting into and all that in general. But yeah, no, we're nowhere near any of that. Like talking about ADHD and medication, you don't need tags for that. Because the actual tag is oh, what is it? It's like alcohol intoxication, that kind of thing. And we're definitely not in that area. Medicine is totally fine. Oh no, we're good. We're good. No. It's recreational stuff is what it's talking about, Luxray. And I honestly, I think Infinity Simplex is more on the money. It's more about, like, if I were vaping on the stream, I would potentially have that tag. If I were sitting here, you know, throwing back beers on the stream, I'd need the tag, that kind of thing. Let's see. You think this talk is okay, sometimes needed? Yeah. For the longest time you didn't know that was the thing with the cilantro, you thought they're accidentally eating and not completely cleaned dishes. Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole thing. But like we're finding more and more stuff that like literally the tastes we taste are not the same for the same thing. Like it's not even matter like this person's picky, this person's not picky. Like this person, this tastes like a delicious spice. This person, it tastes like, you know, someone grabbed a stick of Dove and shoved it in their mouth, which understandably both parties would probably be like, oh yeah, soap tastes nasty, let's not eat that. But like beets were another one in there where for some people beets taste like I can't describe it because I'm one of the people who has the thing where beets taste different to me. But beets have, I don't even remember how people describe it, but for me, the way beets taste to me, because I have whatever, I don't know, enzyme's not the right word, but whatever it is. So when I eat beets, it's like literally someone went out in the yard and grabbed like a fistful of sod and then put it on a plate and said, eat that. It's just, to call it earthy is being understating a little bit. It's like literally like I'm just eating someone's lawn. Needless to say, I don't really care for beets. But it was always one of those things that was just like, you know, I thought maybe I was just a little bit picky or whatever, and that people just had different tastes. So it's like, no, this is a thing. The way you're describing what you're tasting is not the same thing I'm experiencing. Let's see, do you bacon taste like biting into a chunk of salt? I don't know if that's a genetic thing or a preparation thing. I definitely know usually, like unless it's candied or something, most meats have a little bit of a salty taste to them. You know, again, barring it's like coated in sometimes like sauce or whatever. It's like washing detergent from what, from your experience and the reports? Yeah, that's what I've heard about the cilantro thing. I don't have the cilantro thing. I like cilantro. But yeah. But no, it's kind of a whole interesting thing with that. But I have a feeling that now people are kind of more aware of it. I'm expecting over the next 10 years that they'll just be like, oh yeah, this vegetable that like is very polarizing, you know, tastes different to different people. You know, this drink that's very polarizing, you know, it's just different to different people. So something like finding out celery, like finding out like celery is just entirely a different flavor to different people, and that, you know, then we get that understanding where it's like, oh yeah, celery tastes like that to some people, no wonder people hate it. I can get on board with disliking if that's the way it tasted to me. All right, so we've got this. So this would be $990. I do need to make the spreadsheet better. 990. 990. Cool. And I won't know when I got profit until I fix that formula. And we can complete that, get our money. And I did see we got 2 more in here. So we're gonna go field 172. I'll wait to grab the other one in case we get one that's not as microscopic. Oh, good, that one's nearby. Alright. But yeah, no, I imagine that's going to be a thing more and more. And I'd be curious if we have other stuff that comes up that, like, you know, we find some people have sounds that are entirely experienced differently. Like, maybe some of the things that people are like, oh yeah, I found this sound particularly grating, that we find better words to describe our sounds and then come to realizations that, like, literally how we hear it is not the same. Or, hey, I dislike the way that it looks, and come to realize, like, just the color, the way we receive it is entirely different or something like that. I'm expecting we're going to find more and more that stuff we kind of assume is similar for everybody, that there's going to be more variance there, which I think will be very interesting to me. But do you have a very high bitterness coffee, and you read it's possible also a difference? Besides the problem with fermented stuff to the point that the leaves you again immediately, you don't know what depends on the actual reception. So it is a thing that bitter is one of those flavors that you can desensitize yourself to. Like, it is a thing. So for people who actually like the taste of bitter, which, you know, I used to kind of go for beers that were a little bit bitter. It's not that I drank heavily, but it was, you know, I would socially drink from time to time, that kind of thing. That, because I was looking for that, like, mildly bitter taste, and you desensitize yourself to bitter, so you just get more and more and more bitter until, you know, you're drinking stuff called, like, Hop-pocalypse and all that kind of stuff. And then you come to realize, I'm like, oh yeah, what I am drinking, any person who is not desensitized to them would go, why are you eating this? Why are you drinking this? This is the worst thing I've ever put in my mouth, kind of thing. Okay, okay, the stripes are going with the rose on this one, so that's probably good. So it'll be a whole thing. You don't really like salt in or on anything? Interesting. Generally speaking, a lot of people have a predisposition for liking salt that they have to overcome, because evolutionarily there was a pressure that salt actually helps you retain water, so it helps prevent dehydration, you know, as long as it's reasonably managed. Which is why there's the belief that, generally speaking, out of flavors, that people seek out salty things, because once upon a time it was important for us. It's not as nearly as important as it used to be, because we can get salt anywhere now. I mean, frankly, half the stuff we eat is practically drowning in it. But back when it was difficult to get a hold of a lot of things, that was a different story. The best thing is awesome to hear. That's how they taste to you, and you eat everything. You just couldn't get in on beets. Yeah, that's the thing. It's sounding like the beets one isn't actually that rare. Like, it's a fairly common one. You know, it still would be uncommon for the total population, but, like, you know, that's still relatively many. And that has still been, like, an interesting thing. It, eat chicory raw for health. It took you a few years to get along with it easier. Coffee is far beyond that. Far beyond that, but still, yeah, no, it's a whole thing. And there's more flavors you can desensitize yourself to. You know why? But for you, there's if there's salt, then all you taste is salt, and it overpowers everything. I can see that though. Like, I can understand, like almost everyone's had something that was just way too salted. Like, someone inverted the shaker on it, and so you're trying to enjoy your food, and you're just like, man, I just taste salt. It's like it almost like chemically burning the tongue levels of salt going on here, which I don't know if salt actually can do that, but it's just, you know, there's just so much salt going on in here. This is the only experience I'm currently having. So it is one I can totally understand. Like, if you had, you know, your just taste buds are more sensitive to picking up salt. Like, your receptors in your tongue just pick up salt better. Oh, that also makes you think of, like, so things you learn in school that they're generalizations that you were taught, just to kind of help you understand, but aren't technically accurate. that chart of your tongue, that's like, this spot tastes bitter, this spot tastes this, that spot tastes that, the back tastes that, like that whole thing. None of that's true. You have receptors throughout your tongue that taste all the different flavors. And there's some places I believe that they can have more concentrations or others, but it's to my understanding, and I'm not a biologist, to my understanding, it's not that there's this large consistency that like a lot of people taste the same thing in the same rough spot. It's you may have different areas that have a little bit more concentration of receptors than others on different people. But I still remember that whole chart, and they're trying to break, like, that was more around teaching you that there are different flavors out there so far as like bitter, salt, sweet, and all that kind of stuff. And that, a lot of the other flavors are some combination of these things. So when you have like barbecue where it's got like this tang and this sweet, it's different receptors picking it up that, their combination make that flavor. Too much salt is lethal, so it makes sense. Let's see, the salt, the salt is probably rare in nature. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You mean very quickly lethal in far higher concentrations. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. So we lost the formula in this block, which that's fine, because this one, I can go equals that minus the sum of D2 colon okay, so I should be able to go like this now and fix my stuff. Now I can go here, format, autofit column width, autofit row height. And there we go. I'm just gonna merge those even though that's not right. Okay. And I want you to be... I'll deal with that in a minute. Alright, so I'm just dealing with, I put together a spreadsheet for all this, for tracking things, and Google Sheets is being a pain. I've used Google Sheets in the past for, like, school and all that. Mostly I preferred using, like, the old Office suite. Now, granted, I'm not particularly happy with a lot of the stuff Microsoft's been doing, shoving AI and everything. Unfortunately, then I turn around to Google, and they're shoving AI and everything, so I don't really have a place. The only reason I messed with the Google Sheet to begin with was I had the intention of sharing all the stuff. I don't think it matters that much. We'll see if people care later. Okay, what is your row height to set to? Okay. I'm just cleaning up my spreadsheet real fast. Alright. Not the best, but it's fine. Get LibreOffice? Yeah, I've used LibreOffice in the past. I haven't used it in a hot minute. Let's see, if there is one thing you could have for Farm Sim 25 and Farm Sim 22, what would it be? For you, the driver assistant? Yeah, I think that's honestly like the no-brainer. I would be surprised if you had someone give you a different answer than the GPS drive assist. Like, yes, we had mods to get it, but we're just going to pretend mods don't exist for the purpose of this discussion. Because it definitely feels like the no-brainer is the drive assist. The GPS was probably the biggest feature add to Farm Sim 25, which is funny because it's literally just a quality of life feature. Gameplay wise, you can do everything that it enabled without it. So literally functionally in the game, it doesn't change anything. It's purely quality of life. But hands down, standing ovation, like, amazing feature. Let's see, we had a criminal case a few years back where a 7 or 9-year-old girl died to table salt overdose. After being force-fed it against a lot of resistance, she was making pudding while the domestic partner of her dad was on the phone. Then realized she had used salt instead of sugar. When the domestic partner found out, she made her eat it forcefully as punishment. The girl died in like 2 hours. Yeesh. Yeesh. Yeah, no, it's surprising, and it's a common mistake that happens. Not the salt specifically, but it's a common thing that you hear happen again and again about people taking something that's seen as benign, salt, water, sugar, things like that, cinnamon, like these kind of random things, and people come up with like competitions or whatever to do stuff, or, you know, as you're saying, having a story like this, and people just like not really think of it as that big a deal, and that very genuinely the body's tolerances for a lot of these things is way lower than you'd expect. You know, there's been countless stories about competitions happening where they drink water and then people die from it. You know, the people who are doing like that whole thing where they would try and, what was it, like they would take like a teaspoon or whatever of cinnamon and try and like swallow it all at once or whatever, and they would choke really bad because it just sucks all the moisture out of everything. Yeah, hold the Wii for the Wii. Yeah, like stuff like that. You'd think it was like, oh, just not peeing for a while, not a big deal. And then it ends up being like you literally have someone die for it because it's just ends up being a thing that, you know, you can be surprised. Well, the Tide Pod thing is mostly not true. It's not that it never has happened. It's kind of like, there's a whole thing that went a while about like, oh no, put your hand sanitizer on the top shelf, you know, lock it up. The kids are getting into it and they're getting drunk off of it and these kind of things. And it was one kid one time did it, but it literally became this whole thing that went across. And the Tide Pod thing is kind of the same thing, where it's not that it never occurred, but it was made out to be like this epidemic kind of thing that like everybody's, you know, all of the kiddos were eating the Tide Pods, and by and large, it was a very, very, very small number. It reminds me of your dad made rice and used a spoon side instead of shaker side. Dumped it into salt, made the kids eat it after we laughed at him. Yeah, but it's like just one of those things that you don't underestimate. Like, for everything that the human body is really good at, it's really not the most durable thing in the world. It's got a lot of tolerances that are pretty soft. Small number, still way more than it should have been. Yeah, but at the same time, we've had people who ate like the button batteries. We've had, you know, and they die from that. We've had people eat the silica packs out of things. People died from that. You know, some of those being like kids who just don't know any better, and some because someone dares them and people just don't think things through. You just don't, like, you underestimate how dangerous some things can be. So as much as you hear like they make fun of the Tide Pod thing, it's like, yeah, but I mean, people ate and did stupid stuff throughout history. Just different stupid stuff. Yeah, no, it's totally fine in Infinity Simplex. I think it's fine that we didn't put it through Automod just because, like, then we have... That's, honestly, that's one that's pretty benign. Either way, I wouldn't have cared. Because, like, someone trying to make a stink using the word we is probably not going to be a thing I have to worry about. Which, of course, since I've said that, I will be actualizing that problem in my near future. But, you know, that's the whole thing. There's definitely way worse that there's words that, like, yeah, in the sentence is way fine, but, like, you see automod grab and you're like, alright, but a different context, this word is real bad. But we is pretty nothing. You're talking about a wee lad? I mean, that's the thing. What's also funny is apparently it's the whole sentence, hold your wee. It's not just the word we, as we've seen a whole bunch of people went through. The Tide Pod thing is new to you, though? Reads up on it. The Tide Pod thing was on a dare people eating Tide Pods, which don't do it. It can kill you. It's basically like eating soap. And the dangerous thing is, like, some Tide Pods have bleach in them. Bleach will straight up kill you. It does not take much bleach to make something very dangerous. The latest thing is the Chromebook short circuit challenge. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, I see why that picked up MOE. The last word on there actually can be used as a derogatory term. Like, obviously in the context you're using it, it's not, but that is used as a derogatory term in other cases. I'd actually argue I'd probably be more likely to see it as the derogatory term than the legitimate version. You remember the Cinema Challenge? It was not good for some people either. Yeah, because the problem is with that one is you can choke on it, and then you've got this powder going into you, and so you're choking, you can't breathe, it gets into your lungs, which makes you choke even more, and you can't breathe, and you can literally suffocate because of it. So yeah, it's like a whole thing where you see, like, the person's, you know, their eyes start watering, and they start hacking and coughing, and haha, look at, they did the thing. But it can. Was it racial? I think it was racial. Because I can't remember what it's referring to. But I do remember it was a slur. Or is a slur. It's an old slur, like an out-of-date slur kind of thing. Like, people don't really use it anymore. But it is a slur. Like, I wanna say it comes out of the, South referring to black people here in the US. Unfortunately. And if I'm wrong, we don't need to get it correct, but yeah, it's a slur. Just like what they said, charge your phone by putting it in the microwave. Yep, it melts your phone. I hadn't heard people doing that one. It wouldn't surprise me with, like, the wireless stuff when it, you know, when it came out. It wouldn't, because, like, they added wireless charging and people didn't understand how it worked. And that's more people trolling people usually. Being like, it's the exact same mentality as being like, oh, if you're having a problem with your game, have you tried hitting Alt F4? Don't do that, it closes your application. But, like, have you tried hitting Alt F4 and then, you know, closing your work? Especially back then when things didn't autosave and all that. It'd be like, ha ha ha. And, you know, with that, you might lose your homework or something like that. But, you know, with something like the microwave one, that's far less innocent, because one, it can be ridiculously dangerous, because it won't just blow, like, won't just melt your phone. You can legitimately, like, cause a fire, blow up your microwave kind of thing. You know, the classic putting metal in your microwave. I don't have much sympathy for that. Like, I genuinely feel like when people give those kind of, like, really, really bad, deliberately malicious, destructive kind of suggestions, I do personally feel like the individual could be held liable. Like, I feel like you should be able to be held liable for that kind of thing. In just the whole thing. Being like, okay, you made this person blow up their microwave. You can be like, oh, well, they should have known better. I'm like, I honestly don't have much sympathy. It's like, people understanding the intricacies of, I'm still not pronouncing it right, intricacies of a microwave shouldn't be assumed as common knowledge. A lot of people grow up in homes where they have gas stoves and they just don't use a microwave. Knowing that your phone will make it go boom, may be common knowledge for a lot of cultures, but also there's plenty of reasons why a person just wouldn't know that. And let's be honest, no one's reading the instruction manual. So that is one of the things, someone deliberately and maliciously telling someone to do something that could hurt themselves. Like, nah, you should be liable. I think that's fair. You'd have to go through, like, the whole court thing and demonstrate that the person knowingly gave that bad advice, knowing what the outcome would be, and all that kind of stuff and all that. Let's see. I can tell you that they will be held responsible. Your brother is a cop, but he's been arresting people for that. Yeah, I was, like, that's all the things I was trying to think about. So, I know regardless you would be able to sue them for damages, because damages don't require a crime. Literally you just have to be like, hey, this person caused me this amount of damages, and I can go through that. Then you go into the court and demonstrate it and all that. The judge would be like, yes, we think there's a case, okay, yada. Like, there's a whole procedure. But, like, you can have where both people are completely doing things by the book, legally and all that, but you screwed up, you knocked a tree over on the other person's property. It was a genuine accident, not intended, no crime was committed. But you still did significant property damage, and understandably the victim of that damage is like, hey, you need to pay me back for that. And then ideally you settle that outside of court where you're like, hey, you dropped a tree on my car, I need you to pay for the repair. And if you go, sure, everything's fine. But if you're like, can't do that, then it's like, well, that's not acceptable. My car isn't in working shape. And I'm giving it a kind of extreme example or whatever. But, like, that's the whole thing. And that's between, like, civil and criminal and all that. I imagine telling, like, if it was, like, something genuinely dangerous, like the microwave thing, I imagine that could cross into criminal. I don't know what the charge would be, but you are creating a dangerous situation for someone. Okay, so this would be, let's see. 3,759. 3759. 3759. Cool. Okay, do we have a better contract, please? Because I would like to do something other than hoeing. Looks like this is just what our day is. That's fine. So field 105. Is that the field right next to where we pick up our tools? I believe that is. Yeah, that's the thing. It would definitely be in the area of like an endangerment kind of thing. I could absolutely like, to me, like I don't know what the charge would be, but because it wouldn't be like public endangerment or like that's the thing. I don't know what the charge would be, like what you'd actually get on your record. But I could certainly see that being like, hey, you're, basically you're causing someone that kind of harm. I could see it. I have no idea what the charge would be, the punishment, or anything like that. But yeah. Let's see. Oh, you totally could. You suppose it'd be dangerous battery, dangerous bodily harm in Germany? Since with chemical substance? Yeah, it'd probably be something in that area. Like, we have different words for it. Also depends on what happens. If it causes a fire and someone dies, it could be some type of homicide. Yeah, probably probably like an involuntary manslaughter. Well, I mean, I'm not even sure it'd be like involuntary because you did deliberately get someone to do something that you knew was potentially very dangerous and was going to create a very dangerous situation. But yeah, either way. But yeah, no, absolutely the outcome would matter. Like, if the person put it in and it went spark, spark, and they went, oh no, and they stopped it and there's no harm, you could sit there and get into like some kind of endangerment charge type thing. Or like there wasn't, like, you didn't have the negative outcome happen, but you create a situation that could have been dangerous, and that could still get you in lots of trouble, even if the result isn't that bad. And then, you know, obviously, if the result is bad and someone dies and property damage and yada yada, then it's far worse. But, like, I wouldn't know the nuances around any of that. You mostly like to be manslaughter. If someone dies because you didn't mean for them, well, that's the thing. There's, like, involuntary manslaughter and manslaughter. But that's what it's like, oh, it'd be involuntary. I'm like, no, it'd probably cross into just straight-up manslaughter. Like, you may not have intended for it to happen, but you created a situation where that was a you know, reasonable outcome of that behavior. Like, it wouldn't shock and surprise anyone if you did something that created a major fire, and you're like, I expect them to die. It's like, well, yeah, but you created an incredibly dangerous situation. I don't have much respect for those kind of pranks. That's all the things I'm like, yep. Throw the book at him. Get this thing to stop. Stop making this an acceptable thing. Feel the exact same way when people threaten people. It's like, no, you shouldn't need to be able to go through and like, all right, but was it a credible threat? I'm like, nah, was it a threat? Forget the credible part. Was it a threat? Did you say you're gonna kill that person and it wasn't in a video game? Credible threat. Get it out of here. It's just banter, man. It's like, nah, man. I don't think that's reasonable or acceptable banter. Get better material. Oh, that is a real small field. Okay. You know what? I feel pretty okay about getting $1,000 for this. So this is a 2-passer, maybe a half-pass. Oh, I'm on the wrong field. Well, that's a lot less exciting. I was about to be like almost $2,000 for that. Thanks, man. It's gonna take me longer to unfold my roller and everything and get over there. Unfortunately, this field's a little bit bigger. Still a small field. Like, if we go buying fields in this map soon, the trees in this area here get removed, and I'm putting these two fields together. That tiny field would be honestly just obnoxious to deal with, because getting your vehicles to turn around without catching a tree would be more frustrating than anything about it. Yeah, it's just a prank, bro. Oh man, like outside of satire, just a prank, bro, is usually straight up, like, genuinely that's immediately gonna put you on my negative list. Again, outside of a satirical use. Like, where someone does something, like, really goofy to make fun of the, you know, the silly prank people where there's not actually a problem. And they're like, just a prank, bro. So, you know, like, people doing silly stuff in, you know, video game, like, Minecraft thing, and then kind of impersonating the kind of people who just do just a prank, bro. That's fine. Yeah, the vast majority of the time you hear just a prank, bro, it's like, but it really isn't. Let's see, the non-successful attempt of a dangerous haunt is generally not a crime, since it's not a crime criminal offense incurring at least 1 year prison. It's made to catch dangerous actions that resulted in damage in the end. Causes bad damage, severe bodily harm. If someone dies... Gotcha. Yeah, no, I don't know the specifics on, Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, like, that's all the areas in, like, criminality stuff I don't know. Like, some charges that it's like, I know what that charge is, and other one's like, man, I don't know what the right charge is. It's like, I can say with confidence it's illegal. What the specific label and what the punishment is, I don't know. It's not a thing I plan to find out either. Go and do your best to go by Wheaton's Law. Don't be a dick. Life's pretty easy when you take that route. Regardless, small field. So, I mean, on the pro and con today, the pro and con for this in-game day we've got, I've been stuck doing these hoeing contracts, but if we're really being honest about it, we've been making relatively good money. When I started the in-game day, by my little spreadsheet over here on how much money we had made from the purchase of the hoe versus how much I had earned using it, we were underwater like $27,000. When we finish this task, I believe we will have broken even, which means we've made a hell of a lot of money doing this, like all things considered. So that one's going to be 814. 814. 814. Okay, so complete that task. Do I have another contract we can reasonably do? The dead one would mean we can always... Oh, there we go. That one's actually worth a little bit. Versus those little $1,000 ones. Alright, I thought you were over here, but I'm wrong. Where are you on my map? What field was that again? It is field 194. No new sales there. 194 is right there. Okay, and we're probably getting to the last couple of these we can knock out in this in-game day. And what'll end up happening from there is we'll get to the next day. It'll have its own different contracts. That's kind of one thing that does help a little bit. I am also realizing we are officially in the area of I would be able to buy the tractor right now. The only reason I'm not doing it right this second is what I'm thinking we do is we advance to the next month first. And there's two reasons for that. One is so I don't accidentally spend too much money, realize I didn't leave myself enough money to make the loan payment, because we have the ridiculous enhanced loans thing going on. I have to pay $19,000 a month to keep that under control. And then two, there is the very teeniest, tiniest, ittiest, bittiest chance we might get lucky, and by the time we get to tomorrow, a tractor that's equal to or better will come up on sale, so I can either save a bunch of money on the tractor or get an even better tractor for the same price. We'll see. I wouldn't count on that, but we should be relatively good. Because I believe I can knock out, if we get the options of the track, you know, the contracts, I believe we can probably knock out 2 more contracts in this in-game day before we get into that tenuous spot where it's going to get dark before we get very far. Then we can potentially get our tractor upgrade, which would be great, because this thing, the hoe we have on here technically is 20 horsepower more is expected to run it than I actually have. So it's been getting pokey on those root crop fields. The bigger tractor, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. Plus, on the bigger tractor, I'll be able to put a weight on the front, and with the weight on the front, I will be able to deal with that. If we get one of the cultivators or one of the other tools that I can fold up, or like the lawnmower that I can fold up, we can use that as a counterweight. And the reason why that might make sense is then I can drive around the map with like the lawnmower and the roller or the hoe. And then if I have a hoe contract, I just drop that down. If a lawnmower, I swap their positions and I drop it down. So instead of driving around, have to go all the way back to swap out equipment, I can bring 2 things with me. I do imagine later on with this map, once we get our own fields going, I'm going to get fields real close to where you buy equipment. Because this map is huge. We do not want to be crossing the entire map every time I need to service my vehicles or get gas or any of the many other things you do a lot. Having to cross the map to sell stuff, not a big deal. Because you only do that, you know, you only do that every so often, versus, in theory, what you'll end up doing is as you get more and more processes going on, Like, I'll use my harvester, time to go service it. You know, use the tractor to, like, cultivate an entire field and do stuff, time to go service it. Like, you'll get into that situation where you're spending as much time driving back and forth. This is also a map I don't often get it, but I could totally see getting the big trailer that you pull behind the semi that you can toss a tractor or harvester or whatever on. This feels like the kind of map I would absolutely want to do that. Because that way you can cross the map going like 50-something miles an hour as opposed to 20. I also definitely want to just get ourselves some better, like, this is a map I would definitely go after, like, the Fender, the big tractor that can go 37 miles per hour, whereas, like, the next fastest is, like, 34. This is the kind of map I'm like, no, give me the fastest tractor possible. He's like, yes, is it the highest horsepower? No. Does it have the best turn radius? No. Does it have the best connections? No. Is it, like, the best width to length or anything like that? No. Is it the best weight? No. Is it the best gas mileage? Absolutely not. Does it go the fastest? Yes. Can it have a front loader connection? No. Alright, I'm gonna make a bad choice, and on the next turn I'm gonna try and we'll pause it. Yeah, I'll just pause it right now. I need to use the restroom real fast. We're on an ad break, so I'm gonna quickly pause real fast. So let me do that. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again so much for tuning in. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream a lot. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
It's like, I have to look at you, so it's nice that you're handsome.
Love. Like, I'm someone who'd actually talk through all that kind of stuff. Because I was gonna put up a review that said, well, great. The bot's busted. Arrived. Welcome, Cookie.
Hello, Cynthia and Cookie. Ooh.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard Tomb, like, say ooh I can think of. It's probably happened before, but like that, I mean.
I don't just want to.
Yeah, she doesn't just walk around and go, I like it, ew, ew.
Oh no, ew.
She's like, ew, get it away. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I feel dirty. Stop it. What? Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. This is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. Alright, and I am back. Okay, just really need to use the restroom. Ad happened, so it's a good time. Oh man, forgot to grab a drink. I still got some left. What I'll probably do is, you know what, I'll be bad. I'm gonna turn this tractor here. And I'm gonna grab my drink. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so hopefully we get this money sorted out so we can get ourselves a bigger tractor, get this thing progressing. The things we got planned for the agenda What I think we'll probably do, is I'll probably put up for a vote. It'll just be like a 2-option vote kind of thing.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for subscribing for 41 months. Morning, how goes the farm?
Hey, Randall Thor, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 41 months you've been subbed to the channel. Means a heck of a lot. Not only that you'd support the channel this long, but also like at such a high tier. So it does mean a whole lot. The farming's going good. We're in that zone where I can sell my current tractor to get the bigger tractor. The only reason we haven't is I do want to make sure I make the loan payment this coming day, but once we get that knocked out, then we'll be good to go. But what I was saying is that I am debating putting up a poll, and it'll be just like it'll be just 2 options.
Thank you, Burn and Sun 1 for subscribing for 40 months. Hype train.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
And thank you, Burning Sun 1 for the 40 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Also, you know, supporting the channel, all that stuff, doing that for a long time, so thank you so much. It's been fun seeing, like, you know, there's some names that have been around here for what feels like forever. And it's also kind of like a rough thing as a content creator that sometimes, you know, like, names that have been here forever that disappear and whatnot. But it's always one of those things that kind of just... Inspiring's not the word I'm looking for. It's just like the thought that this person finds your channel and that, like, literally years later, they're still coming back more and more and more. And then on top of that, you know, with, again, subbing and all that, that someone's like, hey, not only am I watching your channel, but, like, I like what you're doing enough that I'm going to throw money at it. And I understand not everyone can. This isn't being like, how dare you not throw money at it or whatever. But it's more like the person says, like, I recognize a value here, and I'm going to throw some cash at it every single month for all of this time. And, like, that is a thing that means a lot. Not only because it pays the bills, or certainly that side of it, but, like, you know, that someone's like, hey, there is enough value here that I think it's worth spending money on. So again, you know, thank you so much for that support, you know, both of you. And, you know, for everyone else who subs, I know there's a lot of you who don't like announce the stream streaks and all that, which it's really funny. If you haven't noticed, you'll see.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting 5 subscriptions to the channel.
And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. That's heckin' generous of you. Means a heck of a lot.
Thank you, Sealy322 for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Sealy, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get 1 of those a month and use it here, and it means a heck of a lot. So thank you so much for all of that. That's very generous of all of you. Knocking out the sub goal for the stream and all that, which is exactly where I was right about to say, is one thing I have observed is, so when you have, like, you've resubbed for, you know, 6 months in advance, so you're like, boom, here, sub me for the next 6 months. I have noticed if you don't announce it, it does have a certain, like, time that it refreshes, and I don't get an alert being like, hey, this person re-upped their thing on this day. Thank you, Such a Cookie, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. I think the command is train. We'll play the sound. I probably should give it an alias hype. That's not actually a bad idea. I'll probably do that, like, literally right now. And I'm suddenly worried that the sound file got broken because of audio devices switching. So when we switch the row, I'll give hype, or train an alias of hype. But yeah, with all that kind of stuff. But, so, like, it won't see who's, like, sub-renewed or whatever. But at the time it renews during stream, I have seen it actually go and do the thing. You might post some emotes. Oh, you know what? That's not a bad thing. I won't work on that right this second. That's actually probably not a bad one. Oh, I put you up there. Yeah, it's not a bad thing for that command to do. Let me note that down. Yeah, because I've seen that done a lot. It's a good one. Let's see, slash, or like, exclamation mark, hype. Command. Alright. But yeah. But it does, like, I do see the number increment on it. But it does count towards the stream streaks, or not stream streak, the daily sub goal kind of thing. So we'll have a time where it's, you know, it's being a quiet moment on the stream or whatever. And just on the top, it'll be like, you're halfway there to your sub goal for the day. And you're kind of like, I don't see an activity alert. I don't see, nothing appears to happen. Where did that come from? And it's just, you know, someone had gotten, like, during my stream, a month prior, had gotten, like, the 6-month thing or the 3-month thing, and it had just renewed because that time passed. So even though they didn't announce it, they might not even be here for all I know in the moment. And again, it doesn't show me the name or, like, that had happened. It's just, you see that it incremented by 1 in the middle of the stream for no discernible reason. And it's like, okay, cool, man. But yeah, so we're already at a level 4 hype train at 26%. So again, thank you so much for everyone throwing in on that. Makes you hate it. I need to get that cleaned up. Oh, you put sunglasses. Like, man, that's even harder to read for some reason. I understand now. I understand. I was like, wow, why does that emote look even worse than it already did? And it already looked bad enough. I need to get that sorted out. I mean, that's very genuinely, if I decided not to bonus stream today and tomorrow, that's one of the things I probably would have been working on, is trying to get that emote to be legible in its smallest size. If I was in the mood to do, like, Timberborn after stream and just let it run, that's the kind of thing I would do. Is just, you know, get Timberborn stable, just let it run, and while they're working on some, like, incredibly grand, way too big for any reasonable thing project, just work on that. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like, I very much appreciate it. I've been experimenting with, like, this, I keep saying stream streak, that's not what it is. The sub goal thing. Because I know at one point I tried to set the sub goal to be like, hey, if we get this many subs a month, I'll do something. But, like, the moment I changed, because I used to have down in the corner over there, I used to have that where, like, you know, X number of subs out of X number of subs. And the moment I did that where it reset every month, like, the sub count dived. It was a weird phenomena. And thank you for that hype train. I really do appreciate it. Level 4 hype train, 26% with 8 gifted subs and 100 biddies. And one of those subs is a tier 3 on top of that. So thank you again so much for that. That's an incredible amount of support. It means a lot. How kind of emote is that? Well, it's a red card. That way you can start red carding people when they misbehave. Or do you mean the other one? Ugh mood. Okay. That's... The Ugh mood is certainly an interesting one. That's got the same problem my thanks I hate it though does, is you can't make out at all what's there. Probably an excellent Gigantify emote though. The red card I think works fine as the smaller one. I'm not sure how much you'd get use out of it. Yeah, I definitely know with the hype train emotes, sometimes they're really good and sometimes they're really not. It really is a crapshoot. Still, it's a fun thing. Like, I still really like the, I still like this one. What is it? Pog. I still like that one a lot. That's got to be one of my favorite, like, just universal emotes on the platform. Like, there's a dime a dozen Pog emotes, but that I still very much like the Pride Pog. You missed? That's a pretty good one. It's a little hard to make out what's happening on it a bit, but yeah, no, that's a good one. The dance one, yeah, they've had a good bunch of like jamming, dancing, those kind of things. Those are always the emotes that it like doesn't matter if you've got yourself like a clean dancing emote, it's gold. Yeah, the Pride Bees are all great. The Pog one certainly is particularly nice. Yeah. I do miss there's a couple creators who have had some pretty fun emotes that they're not really streaming anymore, so I can't show them because I used to be subbed to them, but now they're just like not around anymore. It's a real hard thing to justify. I only got so much money I could throw around. And so when channel kind of goes dark, just can't keep doing it. Okay, so you would be 4,754. 1,754. And with this, it is official. After all this time, only now completing that contract, the hoe has paid for itself. That was not one of my better investments. That is a weird shaped field. But we're officially profitable on everything but the weeder that we got, and it didn't work with the contract, so I got rid of it because it's like $6,500 bucks. I just got my money back. And the bale wrapper that we didn't have what we needed to make it work. Let's see, you remember the period of time where Twitch replaced the Pog champ with the new creator's Pog face each month, and how much trouble that caused? Yeah, because I don't remember the details. I remember there was something about the creator of Pog champ that there was some issue there or whatever. So they wanted to find a different one to like move away from it. I think that was I might have the details wrong in that one. So there was a desire to be like, hey, this emote we want to not use, but we want to keep what this emote means. And so it's like, okay, well we'll spread the love to a bunch of different creators. And yeah, it was something they didn't stick to very long. That you're about to pull when you got distracted? Right. So what I was considering for the pull is to do a poll just between two items about whether we keep playing this or we switch over to SnowRunner, because I do know I want to do SnowRunner Saturday, Sunday, Monday, with the intent for Tuesday we're going to be switching to Roadcraft when it releases. So basically get some SnowRunner going to get people kind of excited for it. But I do know in the farm, in Farm Sim, we were kind of getting into what might be a little repetitive for some people. I'm having fun, for the record. And I'm excited that we're going to get our new tractor and all that. But at the same time, it's just trying to be like, you know what? Let's just get a pulse in the moment kind of thing. Yeah, he had some really not great tweets issues, then replaced it with others, and trolls ruined it. Then Twitch replaced it. Yeah. Right, so Twitch was doing a thing where they were trying, I think they were doing a thing where they programmatically, like, detect people's stuff, and it would, like, randomly choose some. And then, oh no, I think I remember what you did, right, so it'd have, like, you'd have whoever's PogChamp, and then that person could replace their emote. Yep. Oh yeah, Planet Crafter update on May 19th. Why? I want the Planet Crafter update, but why May 19th? I need you to get them on the phone, and I need you to tell them no sooner than the 30th. I need you to tell them to delay the update to the 30th. My schedule will not accommodate it, and I want to play it, but I'm gonna need them to change their schedule. It just doesn't work for me. I have like 10 games that I would probably be interested in checking out on the channel, except almost all of them are like the 22nd to the 26th. In that little window right there that they're releasing. And unfortunately, a lot of them are the kind of game that are going to be, you know, the kind of things that get sought out on Twitch for all of about 30 seconds. And very genuinely, I'm going to probably be going really hard on Roadcraft, which means there's going to be some games I'm not going to cover because I won't have the time. And some of them, part of it is like, they're just kind of really out there on the edge of what I think people might be interested in checking out on the channel. They're like kind of in that little gray area where I like don't think that would be necessarily a big thing that'd be into or not. And so it is kind of one of those things that's like, okay. You know, if we're sitting here in the game that's like a no-brainer, I want to play it, people want to see it, it's going to be hype, like all that stuff, versus a game that like I don't even know if for sure my audience wants to see it. Like it doesn't see, like it's kind of a risky one in the first place where I might play it, it might land totally flat, and then we go, okay, well we learned our lesson, don't do that again. Do you think people applied to Twitch to have their Pog emote, and Twitch would choose one of them for the month to be PogChamp? People tweeted, "Hey Twitch, I hereby hand in my emote for PogChamp or such," with their emote linked. Oh yeah, no, and 2024 was also big because I don't think we broke the 17,000 games on Steam alone last year, but we were right there to the point that if you say 17,000, you're close enough to accurate. Like, it's in that realm of, if you said 17,000, no one's gonna be like, you're lying! Because it was like 16,800 or something like that. That, you know, any type of rounding you'd gotten to 17. I'm gonna start this. This is a weird field. You start at the end, that way the rows make sense. But yeah, no, and 2025 has been pretty big for releases. I think with GTA getting knocked back to 2026 as well, I do think it is going to have the thing that some games that were probably aiming for 2026 that haven't announced might try and rush themselves out the door to get ahead of GTA. I think there's going to be a lot of games that had planned on delaying to 2026 to avoid GTA are now going to be dropping. So I have a feeling this year's going to be actually a bit busier than one would expect it to be. See, 17,000 new games, or games in particular sale, is for Steam, it was 17,000 new games released last year on Steam exclusively. Like, that's not considering anything that got released on Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo. Not counting Epic exclusives, just on Steam store alone, 17,000. And to be fair, a lot of them are like AI slop kind of stuff. You know, low effort games trying to make themselves look like other games and yada yada. Those all get included in that number. This is a really weird field. Well, that's interesting. So it did recognize that with this elbow, there's no reason. Sorry, yeah, when I say exclusively, I'm referring to that number is only counting, not that the game was a Steam exclusive. I shouldn't have used that word. This is a weird field. It is neat that it does recognize that other row will line up, and so it doesn't need to make me have, like, overlapping boundaries or anything like that. But once I get to the straightaway here, where we can have the well, not straightaway, but where we can get the GPS to do a pretty long row, I will get a poll going. And that would be continuing our existing save, the hard save in SnowRunner, or basically continuing this. Would be the options. And this isn't like me coding being like, oh, I don't want to play this thing. It's nothing like that. Just trying to get a feel. Because I'm fine either way. So I'm just going to use this poll since it's just 2 options. Poll. What are we doing for the rest? It's not going to let me flip that. What are we doing now? And we can go farming, farm sim, and SnowRunner. And we'll just start that poll for 5 minutes. And if you do not see the poll, refresh your browser. That's how that works. I can't do anything on my end to help you. You either can see it or you can't, and I can't do anything about that. But basically, with the poll options, it's to basically, pretty much keep doing exactly what we're doing right now. Continuing to build up at Farm Sim, all that kind of stuff. Or do you want me to switch over to SnowRunner? Keeping in mind that we will definitely be doing SnowRunner for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, barring some real out there surprise. That's actually the only reason I hadn't started that earlier, is I was a little concerned people would start burning out in SnowRunner if I went really hard for like 5 days. Okay, well, so far it's going entirely universally to Farm Sim. Okay. Just wanted to get a feel from the audience kind of thing. Because I can in my head be like, okay, here's the vibe I'm feeling, here's where I think people are at. But it's good to ask. Because yeah, my plan is starting Saturday. We do a couple days of SnowRunner. That'll be on our hard save and all that. You're not shocked? I'm not shocked either. It was just one of those things like, I was curious. But yeah, because we'll have a couple days of SnowRunner. Which we'll just pick up on that hard save we were doing on the Michigan map. And after a couple of days of that, then Roadcraft comes out. And then we go hard in Roadcraft. Pity vote? Hey man, everyone needs a pity vote. But yeah, I do know short to midterm, we're going to be pretty heavy on the simulation content, which I am a-okay with. That the colony builder, settlement builder, that like tycoon side of things are going to be a little dry. That's fine. Variety. Ebbs and flows. Everyone knows we're done with all this. We're going to play nothing but Factorio going forward. Which Burning sounds like... It's my time! It's here! And also Burning sounds like, don't tease me like this. This isn't fair. Don't hold this in front of me and take it back. We'll probably do some more Factorio at some point. I don't know when. To be entirely honest, there's been a couple of times I've debated breaking out some Factorio, some more of it. So that is one that is probably coming up. If I were to try to guess when that's happening, so that I'm not just teasing you. If I were to get out my incredibly rusty, I've knocked a little dust, a little. I'm not really honestly sure what that one stain is, but we're getting it off our crystal ball. Shaking it, sparking a little, so we're not too confident in it. But if I were to get out the crystal ball and try and figure it out, I would guess that after we get through like the whole summer things go nuts with all the releases kind of thing, unless there's a game that like completely dominates the schedule that like very clearly like like if we pulled up Roadcraft and like everybody is like more Roadcraft, but barring that kind of situation, I would guess in that little mini lull we get between like the summer sales come to an end and we're not quite into that fall release cycle, it's like we're in that area, I definitely could see that being a time to break out like a revisit on Factorio or Satisfactory, because I have had a little bit of the factory itch recently, and while there's been lots of cool automation indie games that have come out, they've all been early access, And if I'm going to go put 100 hours, 200 hours into a playthrough of a game that is going to have some automation to it, I want to at least be able to roll credits on the other side of it. So there's a real good possibility I could see doing it in that time frame. So like the August-ish area time frame. Because it's been a good bit since we did a factory automation. Which it's funny because I used to really not do many of them. Like I kept trying to do them on the channel and they kept not going well. And then Satisfactory went 1.0 and that went extremely well. And then Factorio released its DLC and that went extremely well. And then when I kind of dabbled into factory automation after that, they've done relatively well. So it does seem like people got a taste for it now. We've managed to get the hunger into the community, which is good, because it means I get to play more varieties. Bring said, to be frank, there are very few that are well made. I do not disagree with that statement. And I will not say names because there'll be someone here who's like, how dare you insult my game? There are a handful of games that I know in the automation, like factory automation genre, that there are people who like, that I cannot stand those games. I've definitely had a number of factory automation games that a lot of people hype that I go to play and it's like I'm just not enjoying this. But Factorio and Satisfactory I really like. And there's been a bunch of other random ones I've liked. Dyson Sphere is one I want to like, I just don't. Like it felt like a lot of the combat aspect of it kind of took away from it, and that they put a lot more into that consideration. And I can't remember if you can turn it off or tone it down, but like its removal kind of really takes away from the game. But I also don't really enjoy its combat. Yeah, I have Captain of Industry installed right now. I have been watching that one. That was one of the factory automation games I booted up that I enjoyed that really kind of fell flat in the channel. Like there was a handful of people I know who were like really into the factory automation stuff were excited, but it would fall into the example of ones that kind of fell flat. I want to do it again on the channel. I probably am going to. I think I'm waiting till they're at least in that, okay, it's not released, but we're like in that this is probably like release candidate kind of territory. When we get there, I do think I'm going to break it out again. That's kind of where I'm at. Unless it's like one of those games that's going to be a forever update, which I kind of wish they'd actually ditch the early access tag when they do that. Like when, I almost feel like when you have like the main part of your game done, you should drop the early access. And this isn't in marketing reasons, but for me shaking my stick at the clouds reasons. But once you get to that point where like you have your cohesive game, it's there. You're gonna keep adding to it forever, but like it's got the start and ending kind of in there, that it shouldn't be early access anymore. Like I would argue that generally speaking, I think Project Zomboid should not be early access anymore. And I know with Build 42 wildly changing everything, that's a very strong argument against what I just said. But all things considered, with Build 41, to me that was a completely functional, and like, if someone's like never getting updated again, I'd be like, fair. I got my money's worth. I think it is a complete and released game. But Build 42 is definitely taken the game, tossed a bunch in there, shook it up in a paint mixer and said, there it goes. I would say Build 42 is certainly not release ready. But that's why it's the unstable branch and not the main branch. But I would argue that. I do know whatever happened to it, there's this whole big push that Steam was doing that basically there's been a problem with way too much early access stuff kind of getting abused and all that kind of good stuff. And that they were genuinely pushing for games to need to be able to say, like, okay, if you want to release an early access, we're going to have way stricter rules around it. You're going to need to provide us with a basic roadmap and a timeline. It's not that you couldn't move any of it, but pretty much they're like, if you cannot provide us this, you cannot be early access. Not for back-going games, but for future ones. And there was talks that they were going to put that in place at some point. And I never heard about it again, so I don't know what happened with it. But the entire premise was that, okay, you go into early access, you're not staying there forever. Like, we're tired of this loophole abuse thing with the price changing and all, like, not being able to price change or whatever. What we want you to do is you have your early access game, and you'd be like, hey, let's see, do they have a warning now with early access hasn't been updated in 30 days? I don't think it was 30 days, I believe it was 1 year. But yeah, they do have a label that shows up if you haven't updated an early access game in, I believe it's 1 year. Since your last update, it gets a big flag on it saying, hey, this hasn't been updated. I think. I could be wrong in that timeline. Now, with that said, there's like a way you can circumvent that. That you could just like literally put out, it's like, we support in our language, or like, okay, we've changed the character model. Like, you know, some nothing burger of an update, and you just have to make it like on a schedule. You do it on every 11th month or whatever. It's still better than nothing. Like, it's still an improvement, even though it's very workaroundable. But yeah, before they even announced that, this is going back 8-10 months, somewhere in that ballpark. That they had this, like, it wasn't like an announcement like having all the strict criteria. It was basically, there was a question at some interview, and that Valve came out that they were like, yeah, we're really looking at changing the rules around early access because, you know, we're seeing these games that they come out in early access, they never get finished, and it's most of them. We see a whole lot of games that go into early access, and they stay into early access for literally ever. Like, you have this game, it's released, it's being sold, and it's still early access literally years and years later. And it's like, we are planning on doing something about it. And that the discussion they had was that basically you would provide them a very rough timeline, saying, I expect to be in early access for 5 years. Here are the main features I'm planning on including. Cool. Ooh. We're gonna dig deep. We're gonna dig deep on that one. That is gonna take us into nighttime, but that's $14,000. And that does mean... Where is that field? Was it 14? No, it's 5. That does mean... Before we get all the way... One second. Before we get all the way over there, what crop type do you have there? Light green? Canola, I believe? It's canola or spinach. Either way, it should be fine. I was making sure it wasn't carrots. Because if it was carrots, where we would like get bogged down and go real slow, I was gonna go get the... I was gonna go do something else. But it looks like it'll be perfectly fine. Alright, so this does mean 100% we are getting the tractor. You know, like at the end of the in-game day, we're getting the tractor because I will literally have the full volume without even selling this tractor. Which does bring up a consideration to potentially put on the table. So I can sell this tractor, get $30,000 back. And potentially with that, that could be used to buy better equipment, which is certainly worth arguing. On the other hand, if I do not sell the tractor, that means I got 2 tractors I can run around with. So I can take the jobs, like some of these jobs with the hoe here, and I can put the AI and say, you go drive in that field and go make me money. While I take the new tractor and do jobs that, you know, are not as time efficient or whatever. You get the idea there. And there's a certain argument to be made for that. I would keep the second tractor? Yeah, that's where I'm kind of leaning. If it was like a lot of money, that's a different story. But we're probably dropping down to, I'm gonna guess 29,000 we're probably down to? 28,000. Well, 29, it's like 28.9. So, it would be the equivalent of being able to, like, mostly buy a baler. I do feel like that'd be a good one. We can toss them out there. Hey, Allison. Can I get a shout out for Allison Adventures, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Plays a whole lot of Project Zomboid. Among other things, definitely good times over there. We're gonna drive in this view since I can see. Yeah, playing some Project Zomboid. Been doing some of the rat race. Yeah, I'm leaning towards the 2 tractors, which I hadn't considered until, like, you know, I was looking up at the bank and being like, okay, we can make that happen. So that should be pretty good. If we're real lucky, we'll just get on sale and make my life even easier, but the statistical odds of that are pretty bad. Let's see, Emma and you are in the final... Oh, actually, I put that down. Are in the final act of V Rising as well offline. Nice. That is a game I have debated going back to. V Rising is a game, I enjoy it. I haven't been able to get myself to really commit to doing a lot of it. Like, I've gotten to the mid-game a bunch of times, like 2-3 times that I've streamed it. I think for me to get into it properly, I'd have to play with a bunch of friends. Because, like, me just playing randomly online with others, that's not gonna fly. But if I got, like, a handful of friends, like family friends or whatever, or, like, other content creators who, you know, are in my circles or whatever, who want to all play as a group, I could see getting into that. The downside with the content creator friends thing is managing to keep people in that category long enough for us to get through it's pretty unlikely. But we'll figure it out. Yeah, so check it out, some adventures. But circling back to the Steam thing, so they basically talked about, like I said, you know, having a loose roadmap. And to give you an idea, they even were like, you would be able to go and be like, hey, we told you 5 years, it's going to be 5.5. And like, that would be totally fine and negotiable. Or, hey, you know, we had in the roadmap, you know, features X, Y, Z, Q, R. This feature we're dropping, but we're adding those two. That would be fine. But the big idea behind it was you couldn't just perpetually be early access for all eternity. That you would have some kind of, like, this is the plan, this is the goal, this is the expectation, and it can adjust and all that, like, you know, as things happen. But that they would kind of have a limit on what you could do. So for example, a game that would not succeed under that, it would be forced to not be early access anymore, is if what's the kickstarted, big kickstarted game, Space, Star Citizen. Like, Star Citizen, you know, if it had popped in there, it would have dropped its roadmap because that man knows nothing but feature creep. That is his personal identity. Like, ultimately, he would have been, like, Star Citizen would have been forced out of early access under those terms. I have no idea what Star Citizen even considers itself these days. More than likely, a game like Project Zomboid would also be forced out of early access as well. Let's see, they have enough money to find someone to write up a fake roadmap to keep Steam at bay. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Burning Sun, is they were like, this is not a thing you can keep going for all eternity. Like, you could have a couple revisions to your roadmap, but it's not like every year you could just update your roadmap to drag it out forever. It's kind of like, you have to be reasonable kind of things. But that's where I'm assuming the hang-up is, that why I haven't heard more about it, is like, okay, but how do we add enough flexibility so that you can adjust and pivot? Because that's a necessity for early access, because you'll have all these features planned, and then you realize feature number 3, you did some playtesting, and it sucks. So you need to kill that feature. But then, during the playtesting, you found this other feature, and it's way better. So now that needs to go on the roadmap in its place. That kind of thing. Like, that happens, and that's good practice. But there is the concept of feature creep, which is where you just go, okay, I have this game, I'm making tic-tac-toe. It's just tic-tac-toe. That's all it is. And you go, well, what if it was tic-tac-toe, but 4x4? Oh, okay, well now it's tic-tac-toe by 4x4. Okay, but hear me out. What if you could put the X here, and if I put an X on the other side, it nullified the circle? Okay, yeah, we can add that. all right, well, hear me out. What if we had a counter to the nullification that we did this over here? Or if you clapped twice and said, I believe in fairies, a fairy would appear on your screen. Or like, you know, you get the idea. They just, you know, it kind of snowballs until you're like, well, I started here. And that's what I would, like, that's what I promised, is I promised tic-tac-toe. And now I've got a fairy-based GTA in space. And I don't know how I got here. And that's feature creep. And usually, the more feature creep you have, the worse it gets. You can have feature creep that's good, that does add meaningful and important benefits. But generally, when you use the term feature creep, it is that it has snowballed out of control. And, like, you're blowing all your deadlines, you're not delivering on expectations, it just keeps getting dragged out more and more and more, and all that kind of stuff. Extreme tic-tac-toe Joe, my life. Yeah. Yep. Tic-tac-toe with AI and blockchain and microtransactions. Yep. Generative AI, so you can generate truly unique X's and O's with every turn. So you can go ahead and play tic-tac-toe using the handwriting style of Mr. T. Now with relationship mechanics. You know, like, relationship mechanics? What? Physics enabled tic-tac-toe. With ragdoll effects. You played four-dimensional Minesweeper for a while? You're sure there should be a way to make it work for tic-tac-toe. Oh yeah, no, there's been like real wild things. Like, what is the one that was, it wasn't the four-dimensional Minesweeper, that sounds cool. There was an MMO Minesweeper that I kept getting emails be like, you need to check this out, here's your CD key. And they must have sent me 20 different CD keys for it. Don't get too excited, I think they're all like demo keys or something. But they kept being like, you should check it out, you should check it out, you should check it out. I'm like, look at this game, it's like, it's a neat gimmick, but no, like, this actually doesn't interest me. He has a massively multiplayer Minesweeper, if I remember correctly. With the massively multiplayer Minesweeper, if I'm recalling correctly, it was kind of like where you play Tetris against someone else, where you're effectively playing on your own, but occasionally when you do something, it hurts the other person. It's kind of like for a hot minute they had, what was it, like Tetris 100 or Tetris 99 or whatever they called it, where there's like 100 people you're playing Tetris with. That was like Tetris Battle Royale. So you'd do something and kick something over to another player, but like there was some targeting, some randomness, and it was to try to be the last Tetris player surviving. They were going for that, but Minesweeper. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? The big reason why it doesn't work with Minesweeper mostly is there's not a timing component to it. You have to like literally put a timer on there that says you have like 10 seconds to make a move or whatever it is, and it just isn't what Minesweeper is. But yeah, how's it been going? How's your farms have been going? Can I get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? And as a reminder that like the inspiration for this challenge did come from Azrael, who's another content creator, been playing a lot of Farming Simulator 25. Does play a bunch of simulation, playing some Domino Dreams recently. I don't know that one. How is that? What is that? I'm assuming it's dominoes. Is it not too bad? Bugs have been making the challenge run more challenging. Yeah, so far, the only bugs I've run into is that... Oh, Domino Dreams is a sponsor game. Let's see. There's a game called Bomb, where it's Minesweeper with a bunch of alternate rules. And you set up the rules to solve the map as you go. Oh, I do really enjoy some of those meta games, where it's like, the game is a simple game on its surface, like tic-tac-toe, solitaire, whatever. And you have that base game, but like there's the whole meta side of it where it's like, okay, you've gone, a couple of turns. All right, well, now I've changed the rule of how I play this turn. Like, like the turns now work like this. And so it's the same base game, but you kind of modified a core rule of the game. And that, you know, over time the game just kind of changes shape. But yeah, so far for bugs, I've only had a couple of bugs on the whole thing. I did have, when I was using a weeder, it did not count, which was weird. I don't know if I was using the wrong weeder and it wasn't progressing things, but it was not counting correctly, so that contract is uncompletable. I ran into that. That is the only type of contract I've had bug on this map. I did have on Riverbend, I did have the cultivator not count. And like, my assumption is it's the track lines, but I've noticed on this map, very few of the fields, even with precision farming, have track lines, and I've had basically no problems with those. Let's see, so the seeder you bought should have the best value seeder in the game. Unfortunately, you can't use it for contracts because it won't recognize it. That concerns me greatly. Well, I'm glad I didn't try and go for that, I'm glad I didn't go for that seeder. I have a question that you may or may not know the answer for, and it is totally fine if you don't have the answer for, because I've been trying to figure it out. I'm trying to work on a Twist of the Survivor Man challenge, where I start with a bunch of crappy vintage equipment, as opposed to the chopping down a bajillion trees. So basically, instead of the truck, chainsaw, and like tent you sleep in, you know, the standard kind of stuff people do for that, I've done that plenty of times. I'm trying to keep something kind of down in that price range of the truck cost, so that, you know, I'm not giving myself too much advantage, just not cutting down trees 1,000 times, because I've done that exact challenge a bunch of times. And I was able to find, like, a plow, there's the little crappy tractor, yeah, so a planter, a plow, a cultivator, a weeder, and all that for, like, the little 25, 30 horsepower tractor. I cannot find any way to harvest, though, because there is a mod that adds a scythe that you can cut down harvestable goods, but it just makes straw. And then you have to use this crappy shovel that, for whatever reason, you have to click on it, like you pick up an object, and then spin it using your middle mouse wheel. You can't just like click and click or whatever. But I'm trying really hard to set it up where I can do the entire process for a field at like the microscopic level, using really crappy vintage stuff from, you know, 170 years ago, not 100, like 70 years ago or whatever, to give myself like a start where all the equipment is under 40,000 or whatever, just to have like a Survivor Man, but like you got grandpa's old crap as your starting point. And I just can't get the harvesting step with any crop. Yeah, the cheapest. Well, that's the whole thing. Is I was trying to find a mod that, even if it was like a glorified shovel that I could go to a spot and do a field and be like, okay, it's carrots, and you fork it out of the ground kind of thing, like it's a hand tool, that would have been fine. Cannot find anything. The scythe was super janky, but I would have tolerated if I could actually like go to a field of oat and get oat out of it, even if I have to, you know, scoop it up afterwards with a shovel. And I got a, you know, a shovel and a wheelbarrow, I could do that, but the scythe just makes straw. And that, like, I mean, I could do that, but I don't know, it's weird. Yeah, okay, I figured I'd ask, because I've been looking to try and make that happen. I've debated, there's a person who's been making all these, like, antique mods for Farm Sim 25, and they're like, hey, man, like, you know you gotta go real far back. Like, can you get me any kind of, like, there's gotta be a real crap, like, you know, you've got a steam engine kind of harvester that's just a glorified scythe on a motor or something like that. There's gotta be something that goes that far back that's just, it's a step over sitting there and like ripping it out of the ground by hand. So to go around tramlines, if you use Better Contracts mod, you can adjust the amount. Ah, I see. So you're using that to wink wink nudge nudge getting around it, which I think is totally fair. Gotcha, because I've been trying to figure out something to do like, because that I think would be a fun way for me to do like an off-stream recorded video edited for YouTube Survivor Man, because I've done the Survivor Man challenge I think 4 or 5 times now, and I've all like 3 out of the 4 times I did the thing where you give yourself like a pickup truck, a chainsaw, and you hack down like 30 trees to get your first either like greenhouse or whatever, you know, and then you bootstrap yourself up from it. And skipping to the bootstrapped step, where you give yourself like any ability to use tractors for stuff, it's just you go from just the chains on the truck, which is usually ballparkish 30,000 by the time you do the truck, to, you know, the minimum a tractor can do. You're already creeping up on like 70,000, which feels like a lot. Like, it feels like a whole lot there. And so I'm trying to find something in between, because the one I did where I didn't cut down the trees, I gave myself like the smallest mower header and a foraging wagon and the lowest horsepower tractor who could run it. But it was another one of those things that you're like already in at $70,000-$80,000, so it feels a little cheesy. And the alternative, like, okay, well, what if I just gave myself the greenhouse and like the 20 horsepower tractor and the water thing? That's ballparkish the same price as like the truck and everything, you know, for a tiny greenhouse and all that. And I was like, yeah, but the play style of that is put the water in and fast forward, which is really unsatisfying to watch. Watching someone be like, I've set this up where it makes money. Okay, I have fast forwarded 2 years. All right, let's buy our tractor. At that point, you just give yourself the tractor. No one wants to see that. Let's see, the cedar to avoid is the horse Versa, because it's dual piece equipment, harrower and cedar. It tells you that you don't have access to the field contract. Super annoying because you can have a weeder on the back as well. Yeah, so I think that one's bugged even outside of contracts. I tried to use that one like on a field I owned, and I couldn't get it to seed and harrow at the same time, even though they were both turned on. Whereas if I got the one that's like the all-in-one that's not separate components, it worked fine. So I do think outside of precision farming and everything, I do think that cedar harrower is broken. Like, I don't know if it happened with 1.8 or with precision or whatever, but even outside of contracts, that particular piece of equipment I think is just not working right now. And it may not have ever worked. I had a bunch of people like, oh yeah, that was totally bugged in Farm Sim 22 for the longest time. And I was like, okay. Because I had been suggested to get it, and I'm like, oh no, that makes sense. And granted, when I got the one that was all in one and not separate pieces, it was fantastic. Like, being able to do one pass, even if it's only 6 meters wide, and just do all of those things, it works great. Yeah, it's not a bug. All seeders that are set up won't allow you to direct drill. At this point, it's just a feature. Yeah, well, that's that was the thing. When I got the one that was like the all-in-one kind of thing, that worked fine for me when it was one piece all-in-one. So to clarify what I mean here is when I got, where are you at? Where's my cedars? I think I went right past, yeah. When I got, ooh, which one was it? Was it you? Yeah, I believe when I got this one, everything worked fine. Like the one I had just shown there, I literally was like, go seed the field, and it was like, and like literally I had, I can't remember what crop. Oh, it had like the oil radish. And I was able to just drive over the oil radish with it and have it seed, I don't remember, was it oats? And I like literally has one big process. It has on the back, but it even has the weeder on that one. It doesn't mention it, but it does. So like literally I could just drive over my oil radish still on the field and everything, like not, you don't harvest it or whatever. Just like literally just drive over it with that thing and it would seed the oat. And then like after I harvested the oat, I could go right back to oil radishing it. No extra steps, didn't have to like cultivate or anything beforehand. So the all-in-one there is working where like it harrows and then it seeds and everything. But when I got it as separate pieces, it did not work. Cause yeah, like this thing here worked for me. The whole process, because like I said, it's got that's the weeder on the back, and it did the whole thing. I didn't have to weeder anything. It worked great, and I have it on there saved. Is either that or is this one? It's one of the two of them. I think it was the first one. But when I went up here to the cultivator, was it you? No, it was the power harrower. When I went up to this one and I got the combination where I got it plus that thing plus the weeder, it didn't even seed. It wouldn't work, and that wasn't in contract. Like even on a field I owned, it just wouldn't anything. I had to like leave the seeder back so I could cultivate, and then after I cultivated, I was then able to go back around and start seeding. So I'm not sure if it's just a bug with that particular unit or if it's a bug with any of the ones that are the separate parts. But when it was all as the one machine, it worked fine. I believe I missed some areas over here is I think what happened. Because yeah, we ran into that with precision farming enabled. That was when I was doing the other map with precision farming before you had mentioned this thing, the whole debt thing. That's literally the machine I was using. And like I said, it worked flawlessly. It was just the individual components did not. Yeah, all things considered, with a field like this taking me just a little bit over an hour-ish, like hour and a half in-game so far as like in-game time, not real-life time, this is not shabby. This is decent money. So I can selectively direct drill without doing the art feature. It has at the same time. Yeah, so the issue is you've got two different ways you can set it up. So one is I can buy the individual components that you put together to do the harrowing, the seeding, then the weeding. Or I can buy it as like one full thing, but it's the same machine. The one full thing works. The individual components connected to each other, which in theory should make the one full thing, does not. And I'm assuming there's just some bug with the fact that you have like, because you have like the two machines working on the one side. I'm assuming something's bugged with it, or the individual device is bugged or something like that. No idea about counting or not counting towards the contract, but like literally even on my own field it didn't work. So I'm real glad I didn't buy that on this challenge run. Like the thing we were doing the other day, like that wasn't that big a deal, being set back a little bit of money, not a huge ordeal. If we had done that in this run, that would have been, that's when I probably would have, you know, either reverted the save if enough time hadn't passed or something like that. Oh yeah, no, it's clearly a bug. No, zero question about whether or not it's a bug. Okay, so that's 14,000, so that's 7,021 we'll attribute. 7,021. 7,021. Alright. So I can go here and collect you. Now, as much as we have like another one, we're not doing it, but where were you at the beginning of the day? Seriously, man. Hey Ben, here's a hint, man. If you want me to hoe 69, we're gonna keep it. If you want me to hoe 69 acres of field for you, you gotta call it in before the very end of the day, telling me you need it done by the end of the day. I'm not trying to tell you how to operate your business, but when you're asking someone to do a task, and you give them less time than the task takes before the day is over, you're gonna need to adjust your expectations a bit. Because honestly, 46,000 for one contract, even if it's a contract that would have taken me a hot minute to get through, sure as heck not gonna complain about that. See, on a contract, you would have thought the game would check the at the time if Bill's a contract. But Free Machine says, nope, doesn't do it. Oh yeah, no, you can accept contracts that are literally impossible unless you slow down the game to like half speed. Like you can get a contract, it's like, okay, do this, 60-acre contract, picking up stones, so it's not like you can get a bigger, faster machine. So picking up stones, you've only got 3 in-game hours to do it. So you can do it, but you gotta take that contract and you have to, you gotta cut your time down to half time, so it's a 48-hour day. Because it's just a slow contract. Like, honestly, if we did slow down time, I mean, honestly, I might even be able to get that contract done. But we would be, like, super late at night dark. Because this is the field we're looking at doing right here, this field 13. No, is that the field? It might not be the field. I might be lying to you. Which one is the field? Was it field? No, it is field 13. Yeah, so it honestly would be that one. It's like 70 acres and all that. Also the ability to unload the stones when the machine is full. So we actually figured out you can actually empty the stone thing into the trailer. It does work. It's just really poorly communicated. Yeah, no, we were, just to clarify, Azrael, we were talking about the fact that the separate individual machines, not counting contracts, like on your own field, that I couldn't harrow, seed, and weed on the same pass. Like, it wouldn't seed kind of thing. That part is definitely a bug. Yes, you usually do get the trailer with the stone picker when the field's over a certain size. Oop, nope, that's not the right way. We won't stop for gas. So it did give you everything, it's just the game did not communicate well. Because it's like figuring out how you put the stone into the trailer, because like, your stone picker's like squatting down here in this big freaking trailer right next to you that's like 6 feet high versus your like 2 foot high stone picker. And you just like back up to it and be like, alright, just dump it on the ground, and it just magics into the trailer. It's like, okay. Oh, it doesn't tell you? Yeah. Well, it's not a bug. Well, I'm referring to the machine is supposed to do 3 processes. And again, not even getting into contracts. We're talking just like your own field. And you'll try to use the individual one. So again, the thing I'm talking about, because we're talking 2 different issues here. The thing I'm talking about is with the power harrowers. If I get this one, and then I get that, and I get... This is not the right one, is it? That's a Credo 3. Oh, right, combinations. If I get that, plus this, plus the weeder, it doesn't work. Like, it doesn't do what it purports on the label to do. It just physically does not work. It will not seed unless you go ahead and you plow first. It's just not functional. But if I go down here to this one that direct drills as one thing. So effectively, it's the same animal, but all in one. This does work. So it does the whole thing where it harrows, then it goes and seeds, and it even has the weeder on the back. So the 2 machines do the same thing, but this one functions, the all-in-one, that it's not separate components, where the separate component one is non-functional. Like, and that's not even what the field considers it or anything. Like, that could be part of it, certainly, for the contract side. But even if you own the field, it just... I have to cultivate it first, and then if I use the same machine passing over it a second time, then it will seed it and weed it. And it's like, this is incredibly dumb. But even though it logically should... Oh yeah, no, I agree. It should work. Like, and it's... On the tin, it says it, like... We can say, is not a bug. Like, we could argue whether or not it is or is not a bug. But the machine physically doesn't do its function. But I'm assuming a big part of why the contract it's mislabeled on is because it doesn't function right. Because it should be effectively attributed as two separate machines. Now, granted, I could see the argument that when you're doing a contract, that, you know, you can't use machine 1 because it's not the right step in machine 2. But then it should be like, okay, well, machine 1 should still run, just not do anything. He's going to discard hardware, then combination. Instead of going to Sears, looking at the personal description. Oh yeah, no, I like, basically where we're sitting here is whether it's like a bug or, you know, just like a weird decision. I mean, it's like, okay, if it's a weird decision, if it's that confusing, I would still call it a bug. In you know, generally when you're dealing with software dev and you put down like, what is the reason why we're labeling this a bug, most systems will be like, it's a bug because confusing. Or I guess it'd be more of a change request or whatever. And that's considered just as valid as it didn't do the thing correctly. I didn't stop for gas like I said I was going to. That's fine. It's fine. It just defies logic. Yeah, no, we're both agreeing that's like, hey, this is wrong. Like, why it's wrong, like, so far as, like, bug, whatever, doesn't matter. It's wrong. It shouldn't be this way. Please change now, thanks. Because I would, like, if I was doing, like, a Survivor, man, and I bought that thing and it just physically didn't go, it would be one of those things that's like, okay, we're mulliganing. How much did I lose because I bought this thing that doesn't work? Like, you know, that kind of thing. I'd be like, okay, so I lost, you know, 5,000 buying this, it didn't work, and then selling it. Okay, I'm just crediting myself the 5,000 to get through it. All right. Not communicating to the user what it actually does, except your user is familiar with the field of software dev. Yep. Yep. All right. So we're fast forwarding to get this all going. I might have to do 1 or 2 more contracts in this, and then we're going to buy the other tractor, because that's what we kind of decides that we're going to keep this tractor and the other tractor, because then I can take the assignments that go nice and easy and low effort, chuck those at the AI while I work on other things, to give me a second line of money. We are playing in hard economy, so I need to make sure there's stuff that the AI can do efficiently. If we start grabbing a bunch of contracts like plows and all that, where the AI will be absolutely terrible at it, we're gonna have a bad time. Yeah, so sale for this morning is that thing. Oh no, more than likely the AI is going to use the small tractor. That's probably true as it is. I just need them to do stuff. There we go. Alright, so the important thing, though, is I need to make sure we end today with our 19,000. So I can make our loan payment. Because this is the kind of decisions we can make where I could very easily lose track of how much money we've got, and then suddenly find ourselves not having enough money to do our loan payment and getting slapped really hard. Because that's the reason why we didn't pay for it yesterday, is because we would have been short today. But that'll be 9,000, and that might be enough. Yeah, either way, Giants needs to fix it. Like, regardless of what anyone wants to call it, it's not right. Everything outside of that is arguing terminology and all that. It ain't right. Boy, 7 in the morning and already that boy ain't right. See, finally yesterday you bought your PS5 Digital Edition Slim and you're impressed with the graphics, amazed, no stuttering, lags, like nothing, crisp, clear, controls, a little hard to get used to after 2 hours. Let's see, is normal so easy? Let's see, no more sadness and craving, let's go. Practice today probably will end faster because you already closed the project, so yeah. Early home, be playing and enjoying the game. It's a little bit more expensive than it was pre-sale. You do not mind the 35 euro. Have a great stream. No problem. I'm glad you're having a good time with it, Harvester. No, because it's theater, so 100% it should work on contracts. Yeah, as real, like we're all agreeing. We're basically being like, it's broken. It needs to be fixed. Like, regardless of why it's broken is honestly not super relevant. It's broken, need fix. Please fix. Please make do as description describe. Don't care technical reason why the label on the tin is not right. Label on tin is not right. We need to go to the manufacturer in the game and complain to them and threaten them with false advertising. So amusingly enough, because we're still doing this challenge, I have not harvested anything yet. Oh wait, no, actually, while I haven't done on stream, I have harvested something off stream, so I have seen that the textures are correct now. Yes. On stream, we haven't had that moment yet. We're right about to get our bigger tractor here. Probably, it might be one more contract after this field, because we're gonna get a 9,000 something for that, which would put us at 87,000, and I believe the tractor I want is 89,000. But honestly, the longest part of this contract is going to be getting to that field. And then once we get the other tractor, then I can put the hoe on the other tractor and getting that going. Yeah, it was on another save, Infinity. If I have a save I stream, I almost never ever play it offline. The only exception I've had with Farm Sim was when we were doing the Nexat DLC for Dare Drops. It was gonna take way longer than I wanted to really put more into that run up on stream. So I did get everything lined up where I had enough stuff lined up where I could just, we booted up the next stream. It's like, boom, there's the cows. Boom, there's... Oh, we already had the pigs. It's like, boom, there's the cows. Boom, there's the horses. You know, I've got all my machines sorted out, so literally all I need to do is go take said machine and run it. Did the same with Satisfactory. I actually did that for 2 Satisfactory runs. Both those runs, we got down to that point where we're in the weird spot where it's making literally everything we needed to finish the game. and you hit this weird equilibrium spot where it's like, okay, it's gonna take me. Oh yeah, no, you're good. You're good, Infinity Simplex. Is this kind of like explaining just generally the times I have done that broadly? Because like Satisfactory, we got to the point where I can't remember what the last thing is, but I think we were waiting on antimatter or something like that. And it was one of those things, it's going to take somewhere in the ballpark of like 3 hours to make enough of the material to finish the game. And I could make it faster, but to do so, I'd have to like build out a whole extra section of like nuclear power to then make it so I can make more particle accelerators. And that whole build out was going to take me more than 3 hours to build to be able to speed up my production. And so it's kind of one of those things that you're like, what are we doing to continue this? We're waiting for 3 hours. What else can I do? Nothing. We're waiting for 3 hours. It's already got slugs in it and everything. Can't make it faster. We're waiting for 3 hours. So it was one of those things that like, I just waited that time off stream kind of thing. I was like, okay, what did you miss? Nothing. I let it run. And now we just, you know, and both times I got back, I was like, okay, I need just like another 10, 20 minutes or whatever for it to finish. But like, I like basically I'd play it like the 2 hours, get it mostly done, and then we'd pop on the next stream and like wrap it up. Oh yes, like the TV cooking shows. I'll put this in the oven before it comes out like this. Yeah, it was exactly one of those things. Like, this takes 2 hours to cook. Well, the program's only 30 minutes, so here it is already cooked. It was very much one of those. When that happened, though, like, I let people know I was going to do it. But I ran into that both times we did full-on runs of Satisfactory. Is we got to that last phase, and it's like, I can just run around and kill wildlife for a while. What can I do to speed up my progress? Nothing. Like, literally, there's no more actions as a player I could do to make this go faster. That's, when you get into speedrunning games like Factorio, that's kind of the way it goes. I don't know about nowadays with the DLC, but like vanilla Factorio, it was definitely one of those ones where you went hard the entire beginning until it was like right around the time your oil production picked up. And then, like, you still were going fast. Like, don't get me wrong, you're going fast as precision. But, like, you had this hard bottleneck of the, I believe it was the oil for, I think, making plastic. I can't remember. But it was, like, the hard bottleneck on the oil where you'd get things set up, and it was just the speed that the oil happened. And it's like, you hit a point, there's no point in scaling it more. You've got what you've got built to produce the oil. If you take the time to build more, you've got to expend the resources you're waiting on, so it doesn't actually measurably make it faster. And it's you never get to the point of just like literally sitting there and twiddling your thumbs that I recall. But it was one of those things that you ran into where you get that all up, and once you've got it up where there's not a reason for you to scale it higher, you can almost take a leisurely pace for a speed run. On a lot of the stuff. There was a couple things you still have to rush later on. But it was definitely one of those speed runs where you go super hard at the beginning. You've got kind of like things relax a little bit, and then you got like a little sprint at the end. See, that actually changed when people took optional text to unlock circuit networks. That made the circuits so later productions were timed to be more perfectly. Gotcha, that's cool. Yeah, and I hadn't followed at that point, but I definitely remembered there was like this whole weird pacing where it was sweaty, sweaty, sweaty maximum speed, and then it would slow down a bit, and there's a little bump towards the end, like to cross the finish line, once you got like the last of the stuff from the oil and all that. Let all your system cost frequency and internal timekeeping run faster by 300%. Also, let your brain reactions run 300%. With some drugs or something. Speedrunners do that now? Yeah, because I could actually see a lot of stuff, because you can definitely get the timing. I could see you get like the timing calculated down so everything ran so you didn't have any of your inserters like hanging and all that, which I don't even want to think about the calculations on that. And then plus being like, okay, this thing, you're programmed to make exactly 200 red circuits, or whatever the number is. And then it shuts it all down. So you get your 200 red circuits and it just offlines it. I could definitely see room for that. That is a level of speedrunning I have no interest in. The only speedrunning I've done is I did the speedrun achievements for Factorio, which were just, you know how to go fast. And that was purely how long it took you in-game. So, like, so far as, like, the game running time, so if you pause the game, you could plan everything out and then execute kind of thing. But say, without the circuits, the first assemblers would start crafting while later ones needed to wait for the belt to catch up. With circuits, everything is timed out to run simultaneously. Yeah. But, so with that speedrunning, though, like, the achievement, though, it was those things that it actually wasn't that sweaty if you abused pausing. Because, like, you could sit there and do, you know, you could pause, plunk down your blueprint, you know, get everything there, and then you just had to, like, place it all in place. Like, you had to unpause to place it, but you could, like, move in position, pause, get everything figured out, do all your inventory sorting while the game was... you couldn't inventory. You could plan your actions out while it was paused, get that whole thing set up. And so it's more just having a strategy going, okay, where can I not waste time? Because a lot of what makes Factorio runs go long isn't even that. It's, one, producing a lot of stuff you just don't need. Just producing, you know, an excessive number of blue circuit boards, those kind of things, and you're just wasting a lot of things. Yeah, no, you're talking the actual speedruns, Burning Sun. I'm talking about the speedrun achievement, the, there is no spoon. Like, with there is no spoon, you're just like, pause, stamp blueprint, then you unpause and start putting it all down, pause, plan your next spot, unpause. And, like, if you do it that way, that speedrun achievement is not too bad. Like, you had to go a bit fast, but it was honestly mostly the beginning of just figuring out, like, okay, how many of these, like, you know, how many of the burner can insert, or burner furnaces and all that do you set up to find, like, that right balance. Yeah, I didn't use a guide. I, like, actually kind of figured out where the choke points were for me. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Which is the whole reason why I keep bringing up the oil. That was the one I kept coming back to. It's like, this oil is, like, you know, the oil needs to be up as fast as I possibly can. Like, once I get to the mid-game point, this oil is literally the bottleneck to absolutely everything. Because of, like, plastic and sulfur and everything else. Like, the oil has to, I think actually, was sulfur the one? It doesn't matter. But, like, it's like, I need to get this online as fast as I can. Once I get the oil up, like, you know, I have roughly this time I expect to get done with the entire rest of it. Yeah, exactly, as Burning Sun's saying. You'd plop down the blueprint, and you'd have to still, like, put the things in place. But there'd be, like, you could kind of plan it out to be perfect and everything. Have, like, your 8, 9, 10 blueprints, and you just stamp it, and then you just put the things in place, and when you unlock the next thing, you'd run over and put those in place. Which is logically what you're doing behind the scenes, not... Sulfur would be batteries? Yeah, sulfur, yes. Right, because you need to make the sulfuric acid. But yeah, no, I definitely remember, like, oil was, like, the huge bottleneck early on. They still either memorize or look up blueprints on another screen anyway, but still, yeah. It's one of those things that, like, banning them for the speedruns, like, doesn't... Like, I do feel it's a thing that you could ask someone who could just click real fast kind of thing, and they just know this is more important than that kind of thing. So it wouldn't take quite as much game knowledge. But, yeah. I think that's fine. I have no interest in doing that. I have the interest in going for the achievement. That is, I would like to get the Factorio speedrun achievement. I don't see how I do that while being a content creator, though. Like, if our channel was very, very heavily like Factorio or automation games, I could see doing attempts on the stream kind of thing. But especially with that, if I'm not just going to go look up someone... Oh yeah, well, I mean, there's multiplayer kind of stuff. I'm talking about not cheesing it. Where you send people to different planets and all that. And, you know, basically you get your ship, you get one group, you dump They have speed runs for 100% achievements too. Yep. That's for speedrunning. Factorio is a very, very mature speedrun community to it. Like that's a game where, you know, people are min-maxing a lot of stuff. Now granted with the DLC they're still figuring stuff out, I'm sure. But you know, people all have their niches and all that. You know, Minecraft to be up there as well. Let's see, the There Is No Spoon is apparently done in multiplayer by like 95% of people. You haven't done it though? Yeah, no, I did mine without multiplayer, because I sat down, and the way I figured it, I talked about the entire methodology I approached when I was figuring out speedrunning stuff like that. That usually the way I approach is, what is my final thing? Like, what is the cost of the very last step? Okay, what is the cost of the thing that I need to do to the cost of, you know, like, what is the cost to make those things happen? What is the cost to make those things happen? Like, back your way out and go, okay, this is the minimum cost to literally everything here. Period. If I had one furnace, one this, one that. Obviously that wouldn't work for the speed run because one furnace would be nowhere near adequate. And you go, okay. So, trying to figure out how many furnaces would I need to get to this spot. Like, where's the break point that now the cost of the furnaces starts adding more onto the clock than it's taking off. And it kind of went with that. And that, honestly, in the actual speed run kind of thing, the way I approached it was just kind of like, okay, you know, like it was getting those initial furnaces up, knowing how many of those, like how I could drop them really fast, get them all going. Like that was kind of the first important thing, because knowing how many I needed to be able to produce the stuff fast, to, like keep everything moving smoothly. And then honestly realizing there was no reason to upgrade a lot of things. There is a lot of stuff, and this is going, again, pre-DLC, there was a lot of stuff you're just trying to do the there is no spoon kind of thing. Yeah, basically, I looked, it's like, what absolutely must happen? Okay, how can I, like, where's the places that this costs me time? Like, okay, I build more of this, it takes me N amount of time to make this, and then it saves me Y amount of time. Okay, where's the point where N and Y switch values? And this is a very crude way of speedrunning, by the way, because it doesn't take into account for a lot of different asynchronous tasks and all that you can do, and what tasks I cannot do because this other is a prereq, but I can potentially do at the same time. Like, there's lots of stuff that doesn't account for, but for There Is No Spoon, none of that's necessary to get into. That's where you get into the wild stuff, like when you're doing bosses in Dark Souls, where you're like, well, if I glitch this thing here, I can go over there, I can completely skip over to this other boss that I'm actually supposed to do in this sequence. We're gonna add, like, you get all of that kind of stuff. Because back in the day, you could log into a finished multiplayer map and immediately get the achievement. Now you need to spend, you think, 30% uptime of the server logged in. Yeah. But yeah, like I said, the speed run, I just kind of went through and just anywhere I saw I could cost savings. And like I said, it really came down to I kept getting to where oil went online. That, like, there wasn't much time to save after the oil, like, as far as complexity, but I was getting to oil as fast as possible. Everything else snowballed after that if you let it go too slow. I don't remember any of the ratios or any of that, because I did that, like, pretty early on once Factorio released. Was it when it released? Ooh. I gotta remember what Factorio's release situation. I want to say it early access, if I remember correctly. Early access for a while on Steam, and then it released. I did it? Am I misremembering that? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But yeah. I'm pretty sure it early access. Am I going crazy? End of 2023 was 1.0? Oh, then I would have done it way before that. Yeah, no, that's right. I did it because I remember I did it before they had changed something that nerfed the speedrun times for a little while. And I had done it before that nerf had happened. Yeah, because I remember that there was a big stink for a while because they had some update that I can't remember what they changed, but like it really slowed down the times on a lot of things for a lot of people. Something like they changed the oil processing. I can't remember. There was something like my brain wants to say it had to do something with like the recipe for some of the oil stuff got changed, and when that happened, like it really changed a lot of stuff. I don't remember exactly what it was. There was some overhaul that they changed a bunch of recipes, and I want to say it was the oil stuff that was the stuff. Like I think maybe they changed away like the advanced oil or something. I can't remember. But I do remember that. I did it before that, so I did it when it was easier. Like, that wasn't a plan or anything. I did it when it was the last achievement left for me to get. Or I was... No, I may have gotten another achievement before, like, after that. Either way, I did it when it was, like, the last of the achievements available for me when I first started going for it. And then, like, that overhaul happened that made it harder. And I recall it wasn't way harder. I just don't remember the details on it. I feel like it had to do with oil. I don't remember, though. Okay, so we got that one done. So that's another one being assigned to here. So this is going to be 4,632. 4,632? That is not the right number. 4,632. Cool. Alright, I'm willing to bet you could find a mod just. Okay, so I need one more contract to be able to afford it. That one will technically be enough. It's not a great contract, but it is over in that area, which is good. And we'll see what we end up doing after that. Okay, so it's 174. Yeah, I remember a whole bunch of people had blueprints for their malls and all that, and like the oil setups and all that. And whatever it was the change was, I remember you could still use the malls. There was only like one or two things that were just wrong that had to be fixed. But like all the ratios were wrong for people who tried to optimize their malls. They had to kind of rework them. See, they made one oil recipe produce methane gas and nothing else. Before that, before that they had introduced advanced oil processing, but that was easy to get produced with a lot of output, something like that. I mean, I don't remember. Very genuinely, like, it doesn't sound like what I'm thinking, but at the same time, like, obviously I don't remember any of the details, so you might be, like, right on the money. Right, petroleum, that's the thing, like, in my head, I'm like, methane? It's like, when did methane gas come to be a thing in the game? Alright, yeah, we'll go south. That we can get the road so I don't get caught up in this field here more than I need to. Because this way it shouldn't bite me as much. Yeah, no, it was something they reworked. I feel like it was around petroleum. I think... Yeah, I think they changed the reactions with petroleum or whatever. Because I remember they did a massive overhaul, and then it was also a thing that they changed the way a lot of the fluids were calculated. Because I vaguely remember, didn't it used to be kind of like in Satisfactory, where like it used to calculate the fluids regularly throughout the pipes and all that? And then they just made it kind of uniform where you just put in fluids like that whole pipe is just this pressure. Because remember that was the thing. That was a separate update, I think. They recently made the tier 2 ammo much cheaper, which broke speedrunner setup. Yeah, I had read there was a couple patch notes I had saw on Factorio because I still haven't installed. Yeah, fluids used to flow. Right, I want to say it was around the same time, but separate updates that. I want to say the petroleum... There was something different. I don't know if it was the ratio or the formula or whatever. Like, so far as, like, what came out and what went in. I feel like that changed at some stage. And around the same time, they changed the fluid dynamics. And a whole bunch of stuff. And there was, an update that had a handful of stuff like that. And I do remember, at first, it really brought down the time or sorry, it made the times worse for the speedrunners for a while. Until new strategies came in and they found better ways to do things. But like, it changed a lot of the math that they were using, and I had to kind of go back and be like, okay, well this actually makes this thing harder, well this makes this thing easier, that kind of thing. But I remember I did the no spoon achievement before those changes. And generally it was accepted as easier before that. Let's see, the fluid systems were changed multiple times. They never could get it right. That's the reasons they just made it static. I also think it's good that they just made it static, because that's very computationally heavy, calculating all over the place that the moment you start trying to get to optimizing the CPU usage, there's just enough buffoonery you do that, it's inaccurate enough. Which still takes more memory and processing power than the old system. The dev hasn't gone around to finishing the system yet. Oh, fun. It's also funny that when you look at Satisfactory, that they did a lot of buffoonery with the math around the fluids there as well, which is why you get some like weird edge cases where it doesn't work right. That like you have to like disconnect a pipe and reconnect the same pipe in the exact same spot, and it just magically corrects itself. It's because a lot of the optimization buffoonery they have to do to make it work. And it was kind of like the exact same thing Factorio went through. That just and then Satisfactory has vertical lift to consider as well. But it was just one of those things that fluid dynamics are a real pain in the butt. Yeah, Factorio had that problem. The order of pipe placement used to matter. Yeah, and I didn't have to worry about that much. I do remember running into all sorts of headaches where you could get like weird effects happening with your pipes when you had very complicated systems. Because I remember that was the whole thing. You had to be careful like how much stuff you gridded on the same fluid network, because you'd have all sorts of weird edge cases you could get into as it got like really, really snarly and nasty. Especially if you had stuff plug into itself kind of thing. The calculations get funky. Like, I remember it became a thing that I would try to keep my fluid pipes as small as I possibly could and leverage trains as much as I could, just to get around a lot of it. So like as fast as I get fluids onto a train, I would transport stuff across the map by train. It's always build pipes in the direction they're supposed to. Yeah, that was the other one, is you used pumps as a logic gate, or a gate, so like sorry, not a gate, a flow control. So the fluid could only go one way through the pump. I remember that being a thing. So you'd have all your stuff, splitting everything out. You'd have your pump, and then you'd have like all your storage containers, and then you'd have a pump so that wouldn't backfill and all that. I remember those. I forgot about that until that's a core memory unlocked. I remember hours of frustration fighting with that and just being like, F it, let's just put pumps everywhere. Check valves. That's what they would be. Check valves. Yeah, it had blueprints that put in place a pump every 3 map chunks. Yep. It was the equivalent of struts in Kerbal Space Program. Whatever you got going on, more of them is the right answer. No death by wobble. We'll just add more struts. At some point, it'll be a rigid object that you no longer have to worry about any physics coming to get you. Because you just have so many struts, everything is attached to everything. And then you always and inevitably accidentally connect things between stages, and physics ensues. I think my favorite failure when you're doing Kerbal Space Program is you'd get your giant like 5-stage like Apollo style, like Saturn style rocket, where, you know, like you have the first stage and it barely lifts the whole thing off the pad, you know, maybe 100 feet. And then, you know, you blast that stage, and then, you know, it, like, rockets away real quick. But you have it where just one thing, one tiny little thing, is just barely off balance. Just a hair. And so you see the rocket starts going up, and it slowly begins to spin. And you already know where the whole thing is going to go. That this is a doomed rocket, and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you're holding the other direction as hard as you can, and it's just slowly spinning just a little bit more, and a little bit more, and very gradually picking up speed. And you're like, well, I can't let off the thrust. If I do, we fall. If I keep thrusting, this rocket's going to just rip itself apart. And you just kind of keep hoping that it'll just hold up long enough that you can get enough stages out of the way that there's not that much mass, and whatever is off balance hopefully gets launched off the side of the rocket when you're popping off your extra tanks and everything. And it just keeps spinning, and those struts finally give out, and it just throws itself in every direction. Rip Kerbal. Yeah, the good news is a bunch of the original, you know, team, I believe you got two different independent things going on. You've got one, which is a bunch of the people, I believe Kerbal as a brand kind of got handed back off to a third party kind of thing. I don't remember the details in that one. So that hopefully Kerbal will be under better stewardship. That doesn't help with Kerbal 1 or 2. Those, you know, Kerbal 2's dead game. Like, genuinely dead game, not gonna get updated, never got finished. Doomed. Kerbal Space Program 1 is what it is. Like, it's a fantastic game and all that. Is it janky? Oh yeah. But it's still wonderful. And then independent of that, I believe a bunch of people involved in Kerbal Space Program 1 were making a spiritual successor that's effectively the same game. It's just instead of Kerbals, they have like a different, like, cat-like race or whatever. So it's like, it's basically like having Jeb but with cat ears. So it does look like we're getting a spiritual successor that Kerbal deserves over what 2 is. Now that said, it's still early stages, so we're probably not going to see it for 2-3 years in even a prototype version. But we'll see. Because, yeah, what happened with Kerbal Space Program 2 is not okay. And I remember a lot of people coming to its defense being like, yeah, but you remember, Kerbal was this rough when it came out. I'm like, you're not wrong. I remember early Kerbal, and early Kerbal Space Program was a real rough ride. But, counter-argument, Kerbal Space Program 2 exists in a universe that Kerbal Space Program 1 does. And while it's had a major rewrite and all that, with all that, I would expect it to release in at least a moderately better state than the original did, especially considering the price point. Which, to me, that was honestly the Achilles heel of the whole thing, was that price point. Because they sold that as a fully released game price point, if I remember correctly. Wasn't it like 45, 50 bucks? US? I could be entirely off base. But I remember it was up there, and you're like, yeah, but the original Kerbal, when it sold, like, its early access version, I think it was like 15, 20 bucks. Like, and I think I grabbed it on sale like a little while after the fact. I'm willing to look past a lot of headaches for $15, $20. I am not really willing to look past very much at like $50, $60, $70. My expectations are in two entirely different leagues between those price points. I don't care if you're indie, AAA, AA, you've got 100 staff members, you got 2 staff members. What you do behind the scenes to get your product to the shelf, that's your call. What you charge me and it comes out of my bank account, that's going to set a lot of expectations. Achilles helium. I can go with that. I can work with it. Usually with space you're dealing with hydrogen. But it is Kerbal Space Program. And they did some weird stuff in that game. I can see someone trying to come up with a rocket that you could lift with giant helium balloons to get it to, like, near the stratosphere or something, and then launch the rocket from that point. I don't think it'd work, but I could see someone theorizing that and making it work. Was that the name of the DLC? Was there a name of DLC? Oh, DLC. I am missing where the DLC came in. One of the major mods had helium blimps? Yeah. That sounds great, because, like, in theory that would work. In practicality, it'd be terrible. Like, helium is a limited resource on our planet. It's very hard to get more helium. So taking a whole bunch of helium, and then I can only imagine the helium balloons would not be the biggest fan of having a rocket blast away. Now, granted, there'd probably be a way to save the helium balloons. You didn't know there was a Kerbal Space Program deal? I thought you said there was, of that name. I don't think there was a DLC for Kerbal Space Program. I'm trying to remember if, like, with one of their NASA collabs, if there was something like that. Like the one where they had you could land on a meteor or whatever. Breaking Ground it was called? Gotcha. That's what I was trying... Yeah. Because I want to say they had, like, a collab with NASA, which they had a bunch of those. I think it was around... Oh, the contract's already done? That's very generous of you. That I want to say it had to do with, like, landing on a, sorry, not a meteor, an asteroid. Oh, right, that was a cheap contract, that's right. So you are, let's see, 1,966. I'm probably gonna give up the spreadsheet because I don't want to do more math. All right, was that enough? That is enough. Check to make sure we don't have a sale. Medium tractors. Where are you at? And Argo Star 831. I won't be getting any of the extra stuff. I would like to have no plates, thank you. Wait, I can change the main color? Okay, that's fine. And that is going to be our new tractor. Okay, and meanwhile we can check contracts, because now I still need to make the 19,000 for the day. That is not super helpful. We've got a really big mowing contract. Okay. So, you probably misheard everything? That's fine. So what we're probably going to do is I'll probably set this tractor up to do the mowing, because the mowing doesn't require nearly as much horsepower. Versus we've already mentioned a couple of times that this tractor down here is kind of on the edge of its capabilities with this hoe. So we're going to swap the hoe over to our new tractor. And I'm going to get... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to probably get... So, okay. I understand I most likely should go in here and handle the mowing, because most likely that's going to be the big thing there. But I do want to drive my new tractor. Now, a big thing that's going to happen, though, is once I start using this worker, they are going to cut into the money pretty hard. But what it could even be, though, is that we take the, we just take over the job off of the mowing as able. Because I also don't know how well they're going to do with the mowing. We'll figure it out. But yeah, by the end of the day, I need to have 19,000 in the bank. The good news is we're still right at the beginning of the day. We have not... We're barely like a little over an hour... Well, actually, because we started probably earlier, like we're probably like 2 in-game hours or so from the start of the day, and we already managed to scoop up some pretty good money. So I'm pretty excited for this. The blue tractor should, or green tractor should be able to do the hoeing way faster. And then we also have the availability of getting more stuff going on. So we will keep around this tractor for doing just odd jobs here and there. Probably assigning them to smaller fields and all that, but we'll worry about that when we get there. Now the question is, do I grab the person and tell them to drive over there as well? Because I gotta be careful on how much we depend on workers. They do cost quite a bit. Okay, so you drop this. That I will regret. But I can worry about regretting that in a minute. You grab the mower. It's gonna be real hard to tip that up so I can get attached again. Alright, so let's grab the big mowing contract here. We will accept that. And then I'm going to go to the map. What field was that? You are field 176. Not you. Create job. Go to. Oh, can I? I did not do that right. Okay, let's try that again. Create job, field work, go field 176, do that. Start job. Get out of here. So we'll see how well they do there. It is our brand new tractor. So usually the way I've fixed this when I tip these over is honestly a lot of times I drive over the top of them. And when I drive over the top of them, it will cause it to roll. It's looking like the way this one's braced though, I'm probably not gonna be able to drive over the top of it. The other way it fixes it, just grab a forklift and do that. Oh, wait, come on. I don't know how we deal with that. Come on, just let me hook up anyways. Yeah. Perfect. Working as intended. Okay, I don't have any more tools to use as a counterbalance. That's fine. Let's go here. Hoeing, we've got ourselves a contract over there on field 37 next to the gas station. Let's see. Tag that place. And we'll want to check in on our worker probably around the time we get over here. One, making sure they actually get to that field. And then two, that they actually start mowing. But the hope here is we'll have that worker running around doing work for us and being able to get that. Flawless. Yeah, that's not how I planned on doing it, but it works. Because a lot of times if you just get your connection point near enough to where it connects, it doesn't matter if the orientation is right. It'll just figure itself out. You can do some pretty cursed physics stuff with that. Alright. So we are driving a little faster than we were in the last tractor. Not a whole lot, but when we actually work on the field, because I won't have to struggle with it going uphill or having any type of terrain whatsoever. As now, instead of being about 20 horsepower under what the tool is recommending for me to use it, I'm about 100 horsepower over what it recommends, which is perfect. Being over doesn't really hurt you in anything other than gas mileage usually. What is going to happen though real fast, it's going to take 2 seconds because I have got to pee. So I'm going to go do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and then I'm going to give a shout out to Treacle. Oh wow, it's already that time? Okay, I didn't realize it's getting that late. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Thank you again for tuning in. In the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, oh no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. Okay, and let's get back after the train wrecked our face in that clip. Alright. But, and we get a shout out for Treacle, by the way. Absolutely fantastic content creator. I recommend also checking out. Plays RimWorld among other games, and definitely good times over there. So, definitely someone to add into the people you check out as your schedule. Because, I mean, it's RimWorld. It's good times. What else would you expect? Okay, so right about to hit this field. It is nice now that I can cut across these fields and I don't get bogged down by just driving into a plowed field. Because that kind of sucked. Okay, before we get properly into this one though, let's take a peek at our other tractor. It's still on its way. How close are we? Good times in RimWorld? Hey, Randy is having a great time when you play RimWorld. So is Cassie. You might not be having a good time, but they're having the time of their lives. I like to think that they're all just like sitting there in almost like, you know, in a cyber cafe kind of thing. Just be like, hey, look what I can go do this guy. It's gonna be great. And Cass gonna be like, Randy, that isn't how you play it. Alright, but dropping that meteor on that duck, that's pretty good. It's pretty good actually. You're being a troll, Randy. This is the reason why people make such fun. I just want to see the worker start on this. Once a worker starts on this and doesn't utterly and immediately fail, that's fine. Because I'm a little worried he's going to drive into the middle of the field and then be like, job's done. Because it's not often I tell them to do jobs entirely remotely. It's a bold place to start, friend. You get that a lot when people see like, oh, is it that time, right? Stu definitely time checks when she sees you pop up. Oh, we almost everyone has that. What Trico's talking about here, almost all of us when we do content creation, we almost all have that like one person that when we see them show up in chat, it's like, oh, I have stayed up too late. How much are you gonna be on until? Well, the plan is normally I will wrap up in about 2 hours. Is my normal end time. We'll see. Sometimes I go long. It's pretty rare I go short unless I've got like a big thing going on. But usually that's not that big a problem. Would you look at how much faster we're going? This is the way this is supposed to be working the whole time. If FG shows up, you know you're up way too late. So FG is normally not counting like weird time zones, or not time zone, daylight saving time stuff. FG usually is like my, oh, it's wrap up time. Not like I've stayed up too late, but like FG starts normally right around when I'm supposed to stop. When like the schedule, like again, daylight savings and all that, normally it's about an hour off when Drongo starts. I think he's been starting way earlier now. But before that, when I saw Drongo pop on, that was usually one of my indicators going, oh, I stayed up too late. Because it's normally the comment to be like, oh man, I don't get to raid Drongo very often because Drongo usually start a full hour after me. But I believe Drongo's been moving his schedule a little bit forward to, you know, better align with US time zones and all that. But it was one of those things that like, you know, the daylight savings switched, so, because it used to be, it was like 2, 3, 4 weeks out of the year that I would end right when Drongo started because one of us would get daylight savings and the other one hadn't gotten it yet. So it was just enough that we have like that spot in the year where our schedules would line up like that. But yeah, that used to be one of my big ones when I saw Drongo pop on, is like, oh, I'm over an hour past my time. Even that wasn't too bad. If I see Curly get on. Or 2D Kiri. If I see either of them get on, and it's not some special event going on, I know I have hosed my sleeping schedule. Because that is a number of hours after I normally wrap. People mentioned I look like Shroud. I have not heard Shroud before. I've heard a number of them. Generally speaking, most people aren't super excited about being told they look like someone else. I mean, obviously it can be a flattering thing, like when it's, like, you know, people are like, oh, you look like Ryan Gosling or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I don't really agree, but okay. Like, it, you know, they mean as a compliment kind of thing. It's still weird to me. Like, having it's like, you look like this person. I'm like, I'm just not a person who thinks on the celebrity side of things, so my brain doesn't work that way. I don't go, you look like famous person, because usually famous person doesn't cross my mind. You look like a frog? Well, that's just rude. But yeah, like there's definitely been times, like the one I haven't gotten in a while. I think I actually have it on my auto mod to just throw it in the garbage when people message it. It hasn't happened in a long time. There was oh man, I'm blanking on it. Snowden. I would just like every once, like we're talking like once in 6 or 8 months, I'd be like, you look just like Snowden. It's like, you mean I'm a white guy with a goatee and glasses? Because, like, we did pull that up, like, once on stream. Like, man, everything about, like, the facial structure, the head shape, and everything is entirely wrong. Like, the only thing is brown hair, facial hair, and glasses. That's about where you lose it. Versus, I've had others that people have described, like, okay, I see what you're seeing. You know, they're not saying we all look the same, but I feel like they're saying we all look the same. I'm not actually taking that seriously. Do not take that seriously. I understand where that reference is from, but it's definitely one of those people who, not people, I shouldn't say it like that. It's definitely one of those things that, like, you know, I can imagine there's people who are like, oh, it is woman with long brown hair. You must look like insert name of random person who looks nothing. Do you see Shroud? I am aware of who Shroud is. I've never watched Shroud really, just not in the categories I particularly have any interest in. Like I have like seen the occasional clip of Shroud like forever ago. But yeah, no, it's not neither here nor there. Like nothing for nor against Shroud. You're not being a real thing. You think you might think you look like him? I mean, like, do you think you look... I've never sat down and done the comparison. Like I said, this is the first time someone said I look like Shroud. You're gonna have a Google Shroud so you can have an opinion. Shroud only in the vaguest sense familiar? Yeah. Shroud looks like you. Yeah, no, it's, like, don't get me wrong, there's similarities in facial structure with certain people. Like I said, I have no idea. I've never sat down. Because, again, I don't compare myself to people in that manner very often. I don't go, ah, I look like this person, or I look like that person. It's just not something I typically think about. Bite it back? That'd be a logistical nightmare. Fact. Also, extra pain in the neck. Yeah, like... I haven't had like a really awful comparisons that people have given that are like, okay, come on, man. Not like awful as in like not lying, but like someone trying to do like something really edgy or whatever and don't, because then I gotta put on my mod hat and then people get banned and then it's a whole thing and I just don't want to do it. Not saying that someone is going to do that. Okay, so let's go here. So that's going to be 2,500 and... Ooh, wait, actually, this needs to be attributed to something else. So 2,503. So we assigned that there. We got our new tractor, which is... the... Argo Star. 8.31. Argo Star 8.31, which we bought for a total of... Where are you at? 89,500. And I did not make the column that tells me how much money I made wide enough. Alright, so now we go all the way over there. And 2,503. Cool. Alright, yeah, that's right. Cool. So that way we properly attribute stuff and all that. Alright, so the next contract. So you're mowing that lawn. I'm gonna let you just keep doing what you're doing because we can keep working on these. Somewhat ironically getting the, actually, we'll go ahead and grab both of them. Somewhat ironically grabbing the really cheap ones here. Okay, so you're up here. Alright, so 25 is directly above you. Let's check. So you're just cruising away. Good job, man. I'm proud of you. Yeah, why do that when you can just make it hurt more? You want it to hurt less? Oh, right. You look like a lot like this random stream you start. Yep. Well, thank you for the compliment. And I missed that there's a weighing in. Once I'm not in the trees, I'll check that weighing in real fast. If it's happened. Like, no rush, like, no obligation. Okay. That's it. I've known a lot of people are fans of Shroud. Like, I've got a real life friend who's a big fan of Shroud and DAT mods. But I have watched DAT mods before. Not in a while though. Not any specific reason. Just schedule stuff. Have different people I'm immediately into. Not enough time, not enough hours. Can't watch them all. I definitely multi-tab when I watch Twitch, but even then, like once you start creeping up to 3 or 4 tabs, that's kind of the limit my brain can handle before it starts to get to me. What map am I on? I am on a modded map, and the name of that map is, I don't know how you pronounce it. Fresh Stocks. How do you pronounce that? That's the name of the map. It is a huge map, like ridiculously large map. It's not super hilly. It's a relatively flat map. But that said, it's not like some of the flat maps are like proper flat. Let's see, someone once told you a spitting image of their brother's girlfriend and then showed you a pic. You really look nothing alike. And you think some people notice one feature or mouse or something and they just go with it? Yeah, and that's the whole thing. And the downside is that feature, it can be glasses. It can be something like glasses or like whatever. Especially if you wear glasses that are very distinct. So like if you wear like the really thick rim glasses, I can see people be like, hey, you look like the actor who plays Harry Potter. It's like, you mean the fact that they're wearing glasses in a movie that were thick rimmed. There's more than one pair of thick rimmed glasses in the world. You can't multi-tab Twitch. You want to support everyone, but it's just too much. Yeah, like I said, it's around 3 tabs that I can handle before it's like there's too much. And even then, I will do the thing. I'll be watching one tab, and I usually keep all that stuff like 30-50% with my audio setup. But I'll have those ones up. If I'm just kind of lurking someone's channel, like I'm not really talking to anyone or everything, just kind of keeping the background, I'll drop them to like 5%. You know, enough that I can kind of hear what they're saying. So if something comes up that interests me, I can pop over to their tab or whatever. But I'll usually only have like one at volume, because if I have it louder than that, my brain is like, too much input. Please, no. And even then, if I'm like tired, I will usually cut back down to one tab. I just can't. Let's see, a streamer you followed for the longest time used to wear aviator sunglasses all the time when streaming. In your opinion, the glasses on, he looked like Bradley Cooper, the actor. Without the glasses, he looked nothing like him at all, not even close. Yeah, well, that's the thing. There's like certain things are like iconic with people. You know, sometimes it won't even be like anything with their physical appearance. It'll be like, oh, they wear this style shirt. And so you see like, you know, this style shirt with a pop collar, and you're like, ah, it's that guy. Where do you find that map? On game browser online. So inside the game, there is the content store or whatever, or content mod hub, whatever they call it. Yeah, it's under European maps. Yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to mods for Farm Sim, just about anything you find in the mod hub, it may not be like, you know, super awesome mod, but usually can have a certain amount of reliability with it. Like, I'm always saying that because there's some mods, like there's the shovel you grab by hand, you're like, this is kind of a crap mod. It is what it is. But, they work, generally speaking. Like, it's very rare you have something on Mod Hub that is really in bad shape. Be very careful. There are lots of third-party mod websites, and some of them do have excellent mods on them. but those get to be a lot more Wild West. And we have had a couple of times over the years that people have had malicious mods. Not very much in Farm Sim. We did have that in Project Zomboid. We've had a couple of times that people have put out malicious mods where they would brick your save and that kind of stuff, like deliberately brick your save. We have had mods that, you know, people made a mod available, got a chip on their shoulder that the community owed them more, and then made the mod no longer function, and if you had it loaded, brick your save. Like, there's been problems there. So it is one of those things to be a little bit careful about how heavy you go with mods, especially if you get down into the weeds. Just because we're seeing more and more issues these days of people doing shady stuff with mods. But yeah, as Kravik is saying, when it comes to the mod hub, Giants do verification on those. It doesn't 100% mean nothing can go wrong, but it does mean like there's at least been a peek at it versus just kind of letting it loose, and what happens happens. Because we are seeing more and more stuff like in games, people put in like crypto miners, you know, sneaking those into a mod. Like they'll have a mod, it'll be fine for a while, and then like on a later version they'll just creep in a crypto miner or malicious code or whatever nefarious thing. But again, that's not so much a Farm Sim comment, that's a broader mod. I haven't heard of that happening in Farm Sim. Nothing, I've not heard of any issues with Mod Hub on a major issue. Like, there's been mods that have, like, a bug in them, and that... Cool. It's a day that ends in Y. Alright, so this one will be 2,015 bucks. It'll be 2,015 bucks. Alright. Collect that. The next contract is Tile 54. Do we have another good contract sitting here that I can grab on the way? Nope. That was 54. Okay. So somewhat ironically, I'm up here hitting all these like tiny contracts with my brand new expensive, well, I mean, relatively expensive, my brand new big tractor, and we're doing all these like little micro jobs while I've got the tractor down there just driving away on that lawnmower. But the good news, I'm pretty sure we're going to make decent money on the lawnmower one, because while we're on the hard economy setting, it's not taking that much money that fast. Like, I'm only seeing the dollars tick down a buck or two every so often. We'll get into position here just to make sure that lawnmower isn't stuck, because I haven't seen it go up 1% in a minute, nor have I seen my money go down, just making me a little worried. Nope, there it goes. Huh. I haven't noticed the money going down. We're on hard economy settings. Something broken? I'm pretty sure I saw it go down earlier. Not by a lot, but like a buck or two. Because you've heard issues with Farm Sim mods from third-party locations, but it is rare. Most people are aware, and they use their official locations, supported by Giants, with maybe getting some direct, well-known, long mod authors. Yeah. Is there some like broken economy setting? No, they're all their workers have their money cost turned on. It's right there. Economy set to hard. There, it dropped a buck. Maybe they rebalanced it or something? Because we're on hard economy. That only took $1 right there in that whole time. Like, don't get me wrong, it's still going to cost us probably $1,000 by the time that field's done. But who cares? If I make, you know, $16,000, it only costs me $1,000 in wages. That's winning hands and foot. The advantage of farm sim is having a bit of a niche community. Word gets out fast if there's an untrustworthy sources. Yeah, it's kind of fascinating to me that in some ways farm sim is a huge game, in some ways it's a very niche game. So like it weirdly lives in this camp of both worlds. That it is niche, like I agree. But at the same time, like you look on Twitch a lot of times and it is not a little game on the platform. Like, don't get me wrong, it goes in its ebbs and flows where it has that. But, like, if we compare, like, the RimWorld category and the Farm Sim category, I would find that more often than not, Farm Sim has the higher viewership of the two categories, which just blows people's mind. Now, granted, I would say RimWorld spikes much higher, but you get the whole idea. That, like, day-to-day, generally speaking, on the average, Farm Sim has a higher viewership and all that. But yeah, that's the thing. So I like exactly as Craig's saying. It's a very popular, well-supported niche game, but still a niche game. I agree. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, it's very, very much. It's niche, and when we're talking niche in there, it's a very specific, narrow audience game. It just happens to have a pretty decent-sized audience. But I'd say that's true of a lot of different games. Like, I would call a game like Elite Dangerous a niche game. It has a very specific style audience and everything, and it has also at different points been a very big game. Would we consider... Here's a thought, chat. Would you consider Factorio a niche game? I feel like I would lean towards yes. That it has a very specific slice of an audience that it caters to. Not that it's bad or anything. Like, again, niche means like it's a very specialized individual game that has a very strong thing. It's like PLC Simulator? Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, in my mind, I would consider Factorio a niche game as well. Like, it's not going to have that really broad appeal. Like, if you sat down and just literally anyone and said, hey, play this game, probably odds are more likely than not you're going to find someone who's not going to enjoy it. Not with anything wrong with it. But in front of the right audience, that is a game you can lose days of your life to very easily. I see, maybe it used to be, but automation engineering style games have become quite decent slice of the gaming community liking them. But you have friends that generally play RPGs, wouldn't touch Factorio, just like it wouldn't touch most RPGs. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Factorio, the ones I mentioned, I definitely feel like on the niche, not niche. It's like, okay, I would still say it is a niche game in the who it caters to. I would definitely not say it is a unknown game. I would definitely not say it is a... Like, it is a very known game and all that. I would say that, but I do feel like that. But it's the same thing. I would call Project Zomboid a niche game as well. I would absolutely call Project Zomboid a niche game. It is a very well-known and, like, broadly played or whatever. Probably. But it is a game that kind of lives in its own little slice of genre and all that doesn't really have something else like it. And that generally for Project Zomboid, you're either really into it or you're not. Like there's not much in the way of people kind of into it. It either has that appeal and you get in there and you spend more hours than you care to admit in it, or you bounce off pretty quick. And I feel like that's true of Farm Sim and Factorio as well. That Factorio is definitely one of those games that if you don't get super into it at the point of like oil, that is the place that they lose you. Like you can kind of, whether you're into it or not, kind of go back and forth, but around the time you get to the point of refining oil, if you're not hooked, you're gonna bounce. Like that to me is like you got like a couple little hurdles earlier on, and then they got that one big hurdle that is the oil. And that's not to say it's complicated, it's just there's places in games where they kind of step up the difficulty, and I do feel like Factorio, that is, to me, the big make or break for a lot of people. And this is going pre-DLC. I have no idea where everything lines up with DLC. Because it used to be you'd play and you'd do a couple of buildings and be like, eh, which that's fair. Like, every game's going to have that kind of bounce off. But, like, if you're like, no, I'm going to give it a try, that's usually the oil where if you gave it a try and you like it, you keep going. If you gave it a try and it hasn't really bitten, that's where your patience runs out. Let's say in the case of Factorio, it does become a little bit of a tougher one, because there's a lot of stuff similar to the genre has come out successful since, but you still feel the genre as a whole is a niche. Yeah. Yeah, it's still kind of true. The devs know it. Getting the fluid mechanics is a bit of a wall. Right. And I do, like, and to be clear, like, generally speaking, when you're dealing with any software, not just games, if you do have a consistent place where people bounce, and it's not even actually limited to software, like, it's also true, like, videos and everything, but if you have a regular spot that people tend to bounce, it is worth considering going, okay, do we change it? But sometimes it's the nature of what you're offering. That's kind of the point that for people that offering just doesn't align with something that they're going to want or enjoy, there's a certain point where it's like, yeah, you bounce because this is where people bounce, you know, in this thing. Like, this is the point where you properly have gotten to see the product for what it is, and you make that determination of, I would like to continue putting my time into it, or no, I'm just not the right person for that. Okay, so we got another one of these contracts that we got knocked out. So you're going to give me, so it'll be 1,600 and 1,673. Cool. And turn you in. We got another contract showing up. So good news is, about as fast as I'm knocking these out, we're getting replacements, which is perfect. So I'm just running around doing these contracts. They're not paying nearly as much as that one I've got going on down there, but that's fine because I'm able to get through these much faster. I'm actually willing to bet when it's all said and done, all these random one-off hoeing contracts I'm doing will pay out more than the one big one, just because I'm getting through them faster. But they should be similar payouts. But the good news is, by the time that lawn mowing contract is done, and that pays me out, that'll be our interest, or sorry, our loan payment for the month, and we'll have a bunch on top of that, which is solid. But yeah, that's like, you look at a game like Factorio, like, if I were to guess what, you know, what you'd consider the major milestones, not counting people who boot up the game and go, nah, like, right, like literally don't do anything, go, nah. I would say the moment you get to the point of trying to get your first power online would probably be your first bounce point, would be my guess. Because I feel like most people, if they get past like that very initial, am I going to bounce literally the moment I boot up the game kind of thing, and get past there, they're going to at least put the thing into the furnace and have that go fine. But getting that first power online, I could see that being a bounce point. The next bounce point, I'd imagine, after that would be getting like inserters, inserters, belts, and the what is it? The assemblers, like that getting that any of that basic automation online. That'd be my guess, my second bounce point, I would imagine. And then the third bounce point would be oil. And then after oil, I feel like you're far enough into the weeds, you're probably not going to have a consistent bounce point after that. Like, maybe trains, maybe that would have some hemorrhaging of people. But I feel like at that point, instead of being like the distinct, you hit that hurdle and a bunch of people dropped, it'd be a far more blurred, ambiguous, like, getting into trains, some loss, getting more involved in trains, maybe, you know, getting the rocketry started, maybe, getting, you know, the first time you have to kind of go back and clean something up and reset it, like, you know, where you've gotten better conveyors, like that. I feel like be a lot more of a blur in that point versus those first, like, 2-3 distinct things. And literally every game in existence, you have a bounce point that's like the first 30 minutes of the game. Like, doesn't matter. First 30 minutes of the game is a pretty standard bounce point, just because they boot it up and they're like, oh, that's not what I wanted, and just bail. But the decision to change things to chase those that bounce can be a tough one too. Maybe not the best example, but World of Warcraft is an example, in your opinion, where they introduced changes over the years to chase more and more casual players, which resulted in losing a vast majority of the original customer base. Because chasing those new players, they watered down what gave their satisfaction to the OGs. Right, and there's also time that's not necessarily the wrong decision either. Like you're saying, it's a very difficult one to go. Because it is a truth in any product, service, or whatever, that some number of your existing customer base is going to go away. They're going to lose interest, they're going to die, they're going to travel, they're going to like have, you know, whatever it is. Some number of them, they just logged in or used your service for the very last time. And it can be a whole mess of reasons that don't even necessarily even have to do anything with your product. So in that regard, you do have to try and draw in new audience. And it is a reality that what people desire, even within the same genre of games, does change over time. And some people argue for better or worse, whatever, and that's all preference. And so it's kind of one of those things with a game like World of Warcraft. I feel like they really captured kind of that hardcore MMO, that kind of group of people early on. And so people are going to jump onto World of Warcraft with that mentality, mostly did. And then you would get a couple trickling in here and there after that. But you'd also have a lot of people, you know, like friends of friends hopping in, who just, that's not what they're looking for, and then bounce. And so, because of the sheer market share they had gotten, they ran into the situation that there wasn't really a place for them to grow, and, you know, people would get bored and leave. Even if they had enjoyed the last 10, I mean, not 10, there's not a many. You know, like the last 2-3 expansions, there's a certain point where it's like, this is still the same game, and they would leave. So you run the issue of, you very genuinely do need to be capturing a new market. You know, people are kind of playing you out, and there'll be the diehards who keep coming back again and again, but that's probably a minority, like a very small subset of your player base. A lot of them, you know, it's one expansion that doesn't really resonate with them, and that's that. They're out. You know, they'll move on, they'll find their next thing, and there's a very good chance they're not coming back. So you kind of had to move that way to keep bringing in new audience. But again, you're not wrong that it does come at the cost of your existing audience and figuring out where that line in the sand of, okay, how much do you try and pursue the other audience without alienating your existing one? And there's no clear answer because you don't know what's going to impact your audience until you pull the trigger on it and be like, all right, it's out. Let's see how it goes. But the fact story is a strange one. You genuinely enjoy the game, but you also struggle to progress beyond green science, which of course is really early game. Yeah, like I said, I feel like the green science, that's around the point where you're first starting to set up your automation, so you're not just backpack crafting. And I do feel like that's the point where the complexity starts to first scale up. But the casual Factorio enjoying. The first time you bounced at the game, you had to do some serious remodeling your factory because you didn't factor in the future stuff. Hindsight in this game is huge. Ultimately, you came back and later as you understand the core part of the game. Yeah, I feel like that's a very common, not only Factorio, but almost every factory automation game that doesn't like force you to put stuff in certain areas. Almost always, you just don't give yourself enough space. And so inevitably, when it's time to grow your factory gets in the way of your factory. And it is just like, and I think that's a normal bounce point as well, that I didn't think about. That you've got your oh no, did I mention that? That factory point where you've got your existing factory, it works, but now you got all this new tech or you got another thing you got to do or whatever, and you can't really just kind of bolt it on your existing factory. It's not really. And so you're on that thing of going, do I tear down my factory and rebuild it? Do I try to like systematically take chunks out of my factory and relocate it and expand it? Like, what do I do? And there's not many games outside of factory automation that is a normal procedure of the game, to tear apart what you've done to then, you know, massively overhaul it. Because even if we think like survival crafters, yeah, you might take your forge and you might take down your tier 1 forge and plunk up your tier 2 forge, but usually you're basically slotting it in there. And it's not really an overhaul. Versus like, okay, but genuinely to rebuild my base, I have to go in and be like, okay, this whole section of my base, I need to tear it down and rebuild it. It'd be like a tycoon game being like, here, I've got my giant theme park, but I'm gonna go and tear down this roller coaster in the entire area over here because I need to put this new restaurant in here and it needs to be near this and this and this and this, and I have to rearrange all of it. It's, you know, that'd be a pretty unsatisfying way of playing a tycoon game. Let's see, you went, when you went back to Factorio with the DLC, your friend gave me the advice of, if you think your bus is big enough, it is not. Yeah, no, generally the advice I usually gave people was like, however big you think this needs to be, triple it and then double that. You still probably didn't make it big enough, but you're close. Urbastoy says, you're a big WoW gamer. You played close to 11 years. Today your MMO is ESO. You still like WoW, and did for the old and new players, but to you, MMOs, not a bit too much. Yeah, like, I used to go hard on MMOs. Like, I put in a lot of time in WoW. I couldn't tell you the years. But I put a lot of time in WoW. Like, I dropped the last... Like, I didn't get the Panda expansion. I played, I think it was Wrath of the Lich King is kind of where I dropped off going hard at it. And I'm talking, like, you know, doing all the raids, doing them on their, like, ridiculous crap, trying to, like, max out the gear, like, really, really going hard at it. And then around the time that, like, it kind of dropped off in Wrath of the Lich King, they didn't quite see it through to that level. And then when Panda came out, I know a bunch of my buddies got back in, and I was like, you know what? Nah, I'm good. And I literally just skipped that entire expansion. I came back briefly for Legion, did a little bit of raiding, like, and it went well, but it was also one of those things like, man, I just don't got the time. At the same time, I went real hard on EVE Online, like, real hard on EVE Online, from, like, beta on. Before all that, I did Ultima Online. That one I couldn't go as hard as I did on WoW and then later, because when Ultima Online was big for me and everything, I was still on dial-up. That just kind of dates when that was relevant. I was still on dial-up and really enjoyed that game, and it was kind of around the time that broadband started to becoming more widely available, and I was still on dial-up that I bounced off that. And that was just because they didn't control for connection speeds in any ways, so I would be literally running on a horse, like full gallop running on a horse, and someone would walk past me because they were on cable and I was on dial-up. It is interesting to go back to it and just remember that when you were playing Ultima Online, normally, and you were on a horse just in general until, like, really good broadband came out and everything, it was literally your character go... That your character would take 2-3 steps, pause, 2-3 steps, pause, 2-3 steps, pause, because it was loading stuff. And I don't know, like, it just shows you how different the expectations were in games these days. That didn't even really bother me that much that it worked like that. That was just Ultima Online. That's just the way MMOs were, because that was, you know, one of the first MMOs, and that was just normal. That was just the way they behaved. And it was kind of one of those things that, let's see, so you so wanted to get far into Ultima Online, but you tried, you got tired of being nuked by someone off screen the moment you stepped out of town. Oh man, yeah, that was back in early day Ultima Online when there weren't two worlds, because later on it became Feluca and Trammel. And yeah, like if you were near one of the high pop towns, you had to get away from the high pop towns as fast as you could. There was just gankers a lot of places. So let's see here. So we've got 3,459. Is it 459? Cool. Turn in that contract. We got a new one already? Yo, and it's a good one. Well, it's a big one. I shouldn't say necessarily a good one. All right, field 157. So finally I got a field that's large enough that we can actually kind of get a feel for how good this is going to be. 157. Man, I do not know. All right, so it's not actually you. It's down there. Is that right? Yeah, because you're over there. Let's see. Your brother was big into Star Wars Galaxy. EverQuest was big with two. Yeah, I missed on EverQuest because I feel like back in the day of EverQuest and Ultima Online, you were in one or the other. Like, it's not that you didn't try either one. That you did. But you really didn't have time to do both. So you went big in one or the other. But it would be interesting to dive back into the Pandaria Classic, which drops in a few months. But that would mean putting in the time now to level through Vanilla, Outlands, Wrath, Kata. Outlands is one always a struggle to level through. Yeah, I didn't mind a lot of that ones. Man, I can't tell you how many characters I leveled in World of Warcraft. I played basically every class to endgame. I think I didn't do Paladin. I think that was one of the only ones I didn't actually see. No, did I get one? I know I got them all to 60 or whatever. I just don't think I did any endgame content because I just wasn't enjoying it as much. And I know Hunter was one I didn't really enjoy that much. Like, I got to endgame and it just wasn't my playstyle. Like, nothing wrong with it. I did definitely roll need on all weapons. I'm joking, I did not do that. But, like, I started with, Warrior was the first class I messed with, and right around the time I got to endgame, everyone I had joined, like, I joined a server that my friends are on, and everyone had decided it was time to re-roll that, you know, they were itching for a fresh start. So I got basically to 60, right in time to have to start a new character. Then I went Warlock, and I did Warlock for a long time. I really enjoyed Warlock. Druid's another one I didn't really do much endgame. I got to endgame and then kind of bounced. Which is just another one that I wasn't super into. Nothing wrong with them, by the way, just, you know, playstyle just didn't mesh with me. Like, Druid is a good class, like, to be clear, Druid is excellent. The classes I ended up gravitating towards, I did Warrior a good couple of times. I did Rogue. I didn't actually, like, I got Rogue and I did a bunch of endgame in it, but I didn't end up enjoying Rogue. Like, just stealthing around and ganking people or doing, like, the forever chain stun kind of gameplay. Like, it's fun if you just want to pick your fights and win your fights, but it just wasn't for me. Because I did do a lot of PvP. I really enjoyed doing Shaman. I did lots of Resto Shaman for raiding and all that. And then for arenas and all that, I would go Resto Shaman. And, you know, Shaman's hell to pin down. So, you know, I could manage the fights really well. A good Resto Shaman, or honestly any Shaman, a good Shaman in your group, and it can be very frustrating to fight against a Shaman. I did a lot of Warlock. That was probably one of the classes I replayed the most. I did Priest a lot towards the end, because it kind of my first proper healer was the Shaman. I don't even remember what I went in with the intention on playing on Shaman, but I ended up going Resto, because, like, I didn't really enjoy... Oh man, what was the melee version of Shaman? I didn't really enjoy the melee version of Shaman. I think I went in with the intention of being the caster Shaman. Enhanced. Yeah, I really didn't enjoy Enhanced Shaman. Gave that a try, just wasn't for me. It felt like whack-a-mole. But I gave caster Shaman a chance, and I enjoyed that. But it was kind of one of those things that just really wound up enjoying, like, you know, the guild needed me to heal sometimes, and I was fine with it. I ended up finding I really enjoyed healing. So I ended up doing Resto Shaman for a good while. And if I remember correctly, that was a weird one, because normally I was always playing with my friends. My, like a lot of people I had known in real life for a while, and then, you know, we made friends, you know, playing World of Warcraft that I'd never met before in person, but, you know, they genuinely became friends over the time, that kind of thing. And I remember it became a whole thing that a bunch of my friends all bounced to another server And it was one of the only times I didn't follow them. I was like, you know what? I just got this character's level. I'm not re-leveling because people just want to be indecisive. And so I ended up playing that Resto Shaman for a while. And they all came back to the server I was on, which worked really well for me. But I found I really enjoyed that. So I was basically raiding with a lot of people that, you know, I ended up getting to know as like a completely independent group from my friends just because of it. But after that, the next time we went and re-rolled, I rolled Priest because I really enjoyed healing. And I specifically went into it because I wanted to do a Discipline Priest. Because I really liked, with Resto Shaman, I could kind of twist some of the offensive spells in with my healing spells. And it was mostly a PvP thing. But being able to like interrupt casts and all that kind of stuff, there was like lots of stuff that if you had really good attention on what was going on in the fights, you could really screw people over by just knowing what you're doing with the juggling of those capabilities. Which I credit Warlock for making me learn that, because up till that point, that was my main class I played the most. And Warlock was always one of those things that you had a thing in your toolkit for literally any situation you could run into. Any other class, you could beat them if you knew how to use your toolkit. I think it was like Beastmaster Hunters were the only thing that were a real big pain in the butt for me on the Warlock. Especially right after they added Bestial Wrath to the game. But I could, you know, with enough effort, I could usually make that a reasonable fight. But, you know, you had everything in your toolkit. You had like 50 bajillion buttons on your screen because, oh, I ran into a paladin. Here's this entire set of abilities I'm going to use to deal with the paladin. Oh, I'm dealing with the rogue. I need this other set of abilities for dealing with the rogue. Oh, here's a warrior. Look, I don't even have to try. It's a warrior. I'm just going to walk around and make him follow me, and he's going to slowly melt. It's going to be great. It's super easy. Here's a priest. That was another one. It's like, oh, it's a priest. Okay, thanks for the free win. Oh, that's cute. You're trying. I'm just going to put a bunch of stuff to, like, leech you and not really put any effort into this. I'll Shadow Ward. Or not Shadow Ward. What the hell was it? It doesn't matter. It's been too long. But yeah. You started tanking end of vanilla where people would tell tank equals warrior. And then you'd finish the dungeon and they'd still be looking for a tank. Oh, yeah. Well, that was, now I remember in vanilla, like, don't get me wrong, warrior tanks were definitely outperforming the others. But paladin tank and druid tank could work. Druid tanks were a little rough to handle. And, I mean, to be fair, so were paladin tanks. They basically had their strengths and weaknesses. For, like, AoEing tank, paladin tank just went plop, and all the stuff was on them, and you didn't have to put any effort after that. You had it established. It was ready. But there was a spikiness with the damage taken, which I think was the big thing that Warriors has. They had a I effed up my threat, let me fix this real fast button. And then they just were able to mitigate damage more. Versus, if I recall, with the druids in vanilla, they had a much higher life pool, but less of a mitigation, if I'm remembering correctly. So if your healers were struggling on mana, druid tanks made that harder. But if your healers were doing fine, if your healers were doing fine, like a druid tank was a lot better about a lot of things. Druids had tons of tools, people just didn't know how to use them. Oh yeah, that was very universal. That was like the thing. I had so many people be like, oh, Warlock is such a terrible class, it's barely usable. Like, what are you talking about? If anything, I need a nerf. I was like, the number of, like, situations, like, for PvP side, as a Warlock, it was kind of like, I can't remember, there's what, 9 classes? Or whatever it was? It was like, there's only one class that was like, no, genuinely, this class sucks for me to fight. Now, again, was like Hunter after Bestial Wrath came out. That was the only class that when I got into a fight, that it was, like, genuinely a very hard-fought victory. Like, Paladins were aggravating. Especially Holy Paladins. You could fight them for what felt like a month. You'd eventually win the fight if you knew what you're doing. but pinning them down and actually getting to it usually resulted in you needing to drain their mana to just stop them from healing themselves. So it's just like the slow attrition of, you know, tearing down their mana, draining life and all that off them, keeping dots so they couldn't just keep throwing damage at you, and just slowly wearing them down. For stuff like mages, you just put Curse of Tongues on them and just giggled at them. They'd hit you with a couple hard instant casts, but the moment they went to use anything at a cast time, you could just, you know, drain them, deal with them, fear them, whatever you had to stop them. What else was there? Warriors, like I said, you just had to know how to deal with their intercept charges. Like where they charge, you know, break away just a couple steps, they'd intercept, get them off you. Berserker Rage is pretty rough. If you had a very competent warrior and they timed that stuff right, that could get pretty rough. Especially if they had a Mortal Strike build. Because they would jump on you, get the hamstring and the Mortal Strike in there. And it was just a lot of damage all on there. And because they're Berserker Raged, you couldn't fear them. So you kind of just had to tank it with your face for a couple seconds, try and like walk through them to make them miss a couple swings or whatever. And then once Berserker Rage got off you, you were still alive, you could get them off you and usually open up some space. Like, I feel like a lot of Warlocks at the time, their big thing is they just spam Fear again and again. And that just got the person far enough away, because Warriors is about keeping that, like, middle ground where they couldn't just intercept onto you, but also, you know, they couldn't intercept you, but they couldn't, like, get hits, and there's like a really big situation awareness of what the warrior was doing more than anything paying attention to yourself. As a tree healing is where you had the most fun in Burning Crusade. A Life Bloom was such a good spell until they nerfed it in Wrath. Throw out heaps of heal over time. As he loved when a rogue jumped your druid, wait for the stun to wear off, go bear, dance, and the rogue just leaves. Yeah, that was, for rogues, that was always the big thing, is could the rogue throw enough damage in their opener with, like, their stun lock or whatever to finish me before I could do anything? Because then it was a matter of what pet I had out. And I was a fairly atypical Warlock player in that most of the time I had my Fell Hunter out. And you could time your abilities with your Fell Hunter to just F with anyone, between the silence and a whole bunch of stuff. And usually I could catch a rogue before they got the jump on me with the Fell Hunter because of the increased perception. And, you know, at that point you just hit them with any spell. It doesn't matter what the damage is. Any spell, pulls them out of stealth, breaks their entire their entire stun sequence. And the vast majority of players didn't know how to deal with that, so they'd, you know, immediately pop, re-stealthing, the dot would take them right back out, and it's just, you could almost see them like cannot compute. The way I gank literally everybody did not work. Sprint, try and run away. But yeah, no, I used to keep the Fell Hunter all out because like so few Warlocks did that. I feel like that was a big thing that helped me a lot in PvP. Is you'd have someone show up, like again the Paladin, and they've got this Fell Hunter just canceling their spell and silencing them, and eating their buff, and canceling their spell and silencing them, and eating their buff. And they just didn't know what to do about it. They keep trying, either one, they'd leave their buffs off, and they wouldn't be doing well because of all their buffs missing, or two, they just kind of keep spamming to try and put it on every time without thinking about it and burn half their mana and time doing that. And like the number of people you silenced them, and again, their brain would tick off, and you just see them kind of stand around like, well, do something, man. You're silenced. Get behind something to break line of sight. Either run in and start hitting me with a stick to at least slow down my cast. Do like literally anything. The only wrong answer is like to stand there and like jump in spot while I just cast on you. And that happened all the time. Especially against mages. Mages and boomkin. I used to do that all the time. You just silence them and just watch, like, you could almost see like the brain shut off being like, I don't know what to do. I had my damage rotation and it's not working. How do I play class? But yeah, Rogue is entirely on the opener. They either got you on that opener before you really got a chance to react, because they'd get that first stun off and then just go through the rotation, that kind of thing. And then when they added resilience and everything, that the chain stun was dead. You used to do 2v2 arenas with a rogue. You had a rogue and kitty pairing. Rogue would stun lock, and you'd load up the bleeds, and then we'd ignore that person and turn on the other. Yep, because that person had to focus entirely on keeping themselves alive, or the other person was a healer trying to keep them alive. And either way, maybe the rogue carried you a lot in 2v2s. Not great PvP. I got, when I was on Alliance, around the time Arathi Basin came out, it wasn't the highest rank. I always forget the rank names, but it was like Field Marshal or whatever was the highest. And it was whatever was like 1 or 2 spots below that is where I got, you know, in there. And then I realized it was going to take me a month to grind out the last of it. I was like, F this, I'm out. I am so tired of Arathi Basin and all these things. But I used to do tons of PvP. And, you know, like, arenas I did on and off. Not enough to get super high ranked. But, like, we won most of the arenas I went into. That would have been a lot more on my shaman and then later my priest, though. I did summon the warlock. Warlock was always a pretty strong class because, like I said, you could throw a bunch of spells into a bunch of different things. And even if, like, with, like, affliction and all that, it wasn't a lot of damage. It was a way to, like, make it so you had to pay attention to a lot of what's going on. The only one annoying there was paladins, who would just cleanse the crap out of everything, which is fine. That's what they're supposed to do. And then shamans could also be a little bit of a pain in that one. But as far as stuff like jumping on me and killing me that much, that wasn't usually an issue. Warlock could be a deceptively tanky class. Usually with that one, it was if you had a very organized team and they all jumped immediately on the healer. Like, there were ways it got hard for me to help the healer. Like, I could fear someone off, but if they had their badge on and all that, there's only so much CC I could do. You hated DPS mage? Yeah, that was the thing. Like, a DPS heavy group was pretty hard for us, because if they had their stuff for breaking fears, and at that time as Alliance, so you also had undead and everything that could cancel a fear. It got pretty hard to keep people off the healer. And while I had decent damage, if you're talking like a high DPS mage or rogue or feral druid or hunter, you know, in a DPS race to see if I could kill them before they could kill my healer, a lot of time they could win that fight. Hey Penny, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Penny Meowie, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Was it nice when communities were smaller and you could learn the names of the players? Oh yeah, no, I do remember when it's like you were on your server, so you would remember, it's like, oh, be careful about that guy. That guy is a real strong fighter in PvP. You want to be real careful when you get into a fight with them. And that was always kind of a cool thing. You started being super... I missed the comment. But yeah, so check out Penny Meowie. I've been playing some Enshrouded. Absolutely fantastic content creator. Really someone to check out. Really good times over there. Starting to get really hyped for Roadcraft. Can't wait for it. Oh, I know. We did a poll earlier if we should switch over to SnowRunner, which granted, people were like, let's wait on that for right now. But again, follow Penny Meowie. Fantastic. Also streams, it's not immediately after me, but not far. Like usually about an hour after me start stream. So definitely good times over there. Well, give or take depending on time zones. The point is, streams after me, so if I shut down my stream and you're like, man, I'm not ready for bed yet, or to go to work, or whatever it is you do. Penny Meow is someone who comes after me that you can tune into and find their content. But yeah, no, it's definitely a good thing. We've been talking about World of Warcraft stuff, which is funny because I haven't played that in forever. Like, WoW Classic came out. I think it gave a brief touch of WoW Classic. I'm like, no, I've done this before. And as much as I do remember loving this game, I also 100% know every last bit of this is nothing but my nostalgia. Like, this game is not carrying me on its own merit right now. It is my memories of this game that is carrying me in this game right now. That very, very genuinely This is nostalgia that's keeping me here. I remember how long it takes to level up and everything. You never played World of Warcraft, but you have friends disappearing for months whenever there's a new update. Yeah, it's just the classic MMO thing. It's not a bad game or anything like that. But it is definitely one of those games that you get addicted to and draws you in every update. I haven't played in a very long time. But yeah. That said, I very nearly went back when, I mean it still is, when World of Warcraft hardcore mode, like when that became an official thing, I very, very heavily nearly got back in there. It was definitely a thing I asked my community a good 3 or 4 times, be like, hey, do you want to see some World of Warcraft hardcore? And they're like, no. No, we do not. We do not want to see that. And I'm like, okay, message received. It didn't get pretty, people did not seem pretty excited about that. Maybe if I had tried it, you know, people would have warmed up to it. But there was definitely a very strong, you know what? That's not really why we come here. It's like, you know what? That's fair. I knew it was well outside my normal games. But I think all the times I brought it up, I think the highest it got voted was like 4 votes. Out of like 20, 30, 40 people voting, I think it got like 4. So I'm like, all right, I got it. Message received. This is, my existing audience has said, nah, man, it's not what I'm looking for. Fair enough. Different audiences for different things. Like every community has a thing. Let's see. A lot of people don't want to watch it because it'll make them relapse. Yeah. Hardcore is fun. You have so many ghosts of characters between 10 and 20 on whatever server it's on. Let's see. There was only Fang Streamer Guild that had its moments, but yeah, you don't think it's your audience. Oh no, 100% it was well as things like, here's my audience, here's World of Warcraft. There's technically an overlap in there somewhere, but like, you gotta take the magnifying glass, like really get in there to find it. And it's not that we didn't have more people who had played World of Warcraft and loved the game in their history or anything like that. We definitely had a lot of people, as we're having conversations right now. Oh, is the other contract that just finished. Okay, we'll deal with that in a minute. But like, it was just kind of one of those things that, sure, there is that overlapping audience and whatnot. But the hardcore is a separate animal, because like people in today's World of Warcraft, I feel like there's a lot of people who got all excited for WoW Classic and going back to what WoW used to be, the WoW of yesteryear. And I do feel like a lot of people jumped in, got around level 30, you know, 30, 40 in that time frame where, you know, the leveling starts to begin to slow down, and then bounced. And so while they have that whole history there, a lot of people like the WoW Classic and how slow it goes, and then the hardcore, like that just wasn't really what they wanted. And to be fair, that is a game like I could see playing that again. Now I did enjoy watching Sim play it, hardcore, because just Sim's entertaining. And it was more about the conversation and hanging out than anything World of Warcraft for me. But it was one of those things that like if any like just any other random person was playing WoW hardcore, I'd be like, I don't go out of my way to watch World of Warcraft at all. I have fond memories, but they're probably just going to stay back there. But so you have a group with 3 monks and 1 paladin, and you as a druid, those 3 monks are OP. Yeah, okay. Monk is a class I never really played much. Death Knight is a class I never really played much. I started them with the intent of playing them, and it just never happened. Like, I just never. I keep forgetting those, because those were introduced later. You think you prefer playing WoW to watching WoW? You just can't watch it for long without zoning out. It's weird, you went watching a lot of games, but not WoW. Oh yeah, no, it's absolutely. There is no shortage of games that, there are games I very much enjoy playing. 4X strategy games. Every single 4X strategy game. I enjoy playing a lot of 4X. I just don't enjoy watching them. I just do not enjoy watching them at all. So you won't name names because you don't want to be rude, but a streamer that you have involved in various games over the years, he was really excited for hardcore, but when he played it, he spent like the first 2 or 3 hours of the game begging his community to get him better gear. Saying live, you're kind of completely defeated the point of hardcore. Yeah, no, I've seen that. That's actually kind of funny because like, I'm on the opposite end, and the few times I've played multiplayer games on the stream, it's like, don't give me things. Like Path of Exile, that's when it comes up with that. And that's because very genuinely, when I first got introduced to Path of Exile, the very first time I tried it, which was right at the beginning, and I was like, wow, this game is really rough indie, it's barely playable. Never mind. Because I had a buddy who started to be into it and just is like, this is really not in good shape, and I bounced. And I came back quite a while later, and I started to get into it. I had been, I don't even remember what came up, but basically I ended up playing the meta build of the league, or whatever. And I got to basically where maps would be, and I was bored. Because it was like, I push the button, the loot falls on the ground, and then I spend the entire time trying to figure out what the heck I actually should pick up. Because it was, I can't remember, it was like Arc Trap or something like that. It was one of those ones like right when it was like maximum overpowered and all that. And it wasn't deliberately like chosen that, I just happened to get it. So I bounced off that pretty early, like right around the point of maps and all that, because it was like, okay, like this isn't very fun. And it wasn't very long after that that I gave it another go, because I had a buddy who was like, no, you need to play it again. And that time I chose a very off-meta build, and I had a really good time for a good chunk of it. And then I had a buddy who was one of the friends I was playing with, and I didn't realize, but he was RMTing. For those who don't know what that is, that's real money transaction. Basically, he was popping out his credit card and buying stuff in the game. Through third parties, which is against TOS and yada yada. Was blissfully unaware. He was like, hey man, I got these really good drops. Here, let me give you these good drops. They should be perfect for you. I was like, oh, that's really cool, man. And then, you know, come to find out later that they were all purchased. But it was one of those things that basically got, you know, outside of absurd rares, my endgame content. So that'd be 10,062. And, like, I ended up not enjoying the entire rest of the league because, you know, I didn't have something to chase on a practical thing. Like, I was at that stage that the chase items I would go after were so ridiculously out there, they weren't even worth mentioning. Okay, so I need to go to that field. We'll accept that one as well. Alright, so let's grab our AI buddy. Where are you parked? What the heck field are you supposed to be doing? Mowing is field 149 right next to me. So grab you. Create job. Over here. Right there. Start job. Start job. Oh, it's not oriented. I see. Okay. So you take care of that. The field I'm doing, I thought it was one of the ones over here on the left. I've already forgotten. You are field 125. I don't think that's on the left at all. I think it's like center. No, it's on the left. I'm just looking way too high. Alright, so let's get into position there. Yeah, he took the fun out of PoE. Exactly. That was the thing. Like, I had nothing to chase, so I fell off that league. And once I realized that had happened and everything, it was like the next league, it's like, I am accepting 0 items from any of you. Like, I will play multiplayer where we play together, but I'm going by the rule that I'm effectively playing solo self-found, as far as loot goes. Hey, Italics, thank you so much for the raid. Really big old raid in there. How was your stream? Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? For those, first of all, welcome in raiders. And then, as soon as we get like the shout, how much loot is there in Farming Simulator? Not much. We were talking about Path of Exile. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because to this day, that might still be my most played game on Steam. Yeah, chase targets was something you're beginning to see potential issue for you with Star Citizen. You're concerned about investing too much into the game now that you own a fleet and all that. Yeah, my I don't know where Star Citizen is with all that. I kind of bounced off when I had like I had Kickstarted and everything, and with Star Citizen, when they started being like, you can buy this ship, you can buy this land, like, I didn't give it a shot after that, even though I had technically bought the game. To be fair, I tried to boot it up in its early access and, like, very, very early versions, and everyone remembers what Star Citizen was when you could only be in your port. The slideshow, that was your hangar. And I never circled back because that monetization bothered me too much. Sometimes it still feels that way. And granted, I know people who love and swear by it. So this isn't me being like Star Citizen bad. It was just, that's not what I expected. And so it kind of gave me a bad taste. So it's more being old man Kane shaking at the clouds than anything about the game itself. But again, welcome in. Let me go ahead and get that shout out real fast. And again, thank you for those follows. For those who don't know Italics, again, okay, and we got an Ultrasaurus in here as well. Oh right, you were playing Star Sector. I didn't catch you on your stream playing, but I did see you were playing that. I do hope your Star Sector went really well and didn't involve any tragedy or anything that tends to happen a lot in Star Sector, with supplies running scarce and having to cannibalize your own ships or anything. Oh no, you're all good, Ultra. I really appreciate everyone being here. But yeah, excellent game, Star Sector. And also, Italics, also really, really fantastic. Definitely checks out. Plays a lot of games similar to us. So if you like what you're finding here, you'll probably like what you're finding there, which of course means the inverse is probably also true. And thank you again for all those follows. We'll give it just a minute for that to drop off, because you can only do shoutouts so fast. Then we'll get one to Ultrasaurus, because she dared open her mouth, which means she is now subjected to being shouted out. These are the rules I have made, because I do actually make the rules here. Okay, steering assist. There we go. But yeah, so drug dealing and organ trailing as usual. I didn't realize you were playing RimWorld in Star Sector. I am aware of those things. I actually haven't done that. Star Sector is a game that I started playing and I enjoyed, and just didn't keep happening for no real specific reason. Like, really good game. It had to be that I started playing it and something got released at the same time, the typical thing. That kind of thing going on. The classic problem and how we miss so many really good games out there because you're like, oh, here's this game. Oh wait, Shiny Bauble. Which is Roadcraft next week. Next week, Roadcraft is the Shiny Bauble. Is 100% the Shiny Bauble of next week. That is what's happening next week. Next week, 100%, we're playing Roadcraft. You said some other new games coming out? Don't care. Roadcraft. This is our life now. You're making some rice? I bet you're hungry. I do enjoy some good rice. Throw on some like spicy Korean or Japanese barbecue sauce or some other good stuff there. Let's see, yeah, especially as RimWorld enjoyed, you should give Star Sector another go. Very different game, but same brain energy. Yeah, no, I know I got out of the solar system I was in. I'm going to pretend it was a good fleet, but if we're being honest with ourselves, it was probably on the low end of okay. It was a not actively on fire fleet, which is, you know, for a first playthrough or two, probably pretty good. And I definitely remember I picked a fight with one group and got slapped about pretty good, but I got away from it because they had the story points and everything. And I think that's about where I got, as I was just starting to properly explore running around the upper map, you know, where you go between solar systems. Like, I'd done like a couple, I'm gonna call them missions. I don't know what the actual term is for them, but something in that area. And then, like I said, Shiny Bauble showed up. I think I may have had like a sponsored stream or dare drop or something that is like I'd already kind of obligated myself something, and then I enjoyed whatever that game was, and then didn't get back to coming around to the last one. Or there's a subathon or something. Like some event came up and distracted me, and then it didn't come back to it. It's definitely on my list to go for more. But yeah, definitely good times. Okay, back to Lurk. Try to keep actively listening for mod duties. It's appreciated. Like, never feel obligated, but it's obviously appreciated. And meanwhile, it's about that time to go like this, because I think we should be past the cooldown, which is shout out for Ultra. Yeah, okay, I thought it was too early. Shout out for Ultrasaurus, who's another fantastic content creator. Been playing some Enshrouded with the drops and everything yesterday. Will 100% be playing Roadcraft next week, and a day earlier than most of the rest of us. So, you know, if you want to get the first looks at it, that's where that's going to happen. So that's really awesome. So, again, go to check that out. Which, for the record, my plan is Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I'm going to probably be doing SnowRunner so we can get ourselves all in the mood for being able to fix the roads by playing SnowRunner and then saying many four-letter words that should not be spoken in the front of young audiences. For the record, I won't actually be swearing, but I'll be thinking about many four-letter words that should not be used in polite company. About that same stupid mud pit that's right next to where you leave the garage on the Michigan map that you drag the logs across again and again. You know the one. You all who have played the game know the one. That mud pit, we get to fix it in the next one. Not literally that one, but we won't have that. Four-letter words like road. Exactly. Yeah. It was one of those things that, playing SnowRunner, there's like one or two situations where you're like, this is the same road I cross literally dozens of times through the same stupid mud, and I can handle it. Like, that's not the problem. It just takes a little finesse and a little work. That's fine. But hear me out. If I'm going to cross the same stupid mud pit literally dozens of times, I feel like I should take one trip, get a truck full of gravel, and just dump it here. Yes, I know it's not going to actually fix it, but it will make it less awful. Just let's dump some gravel here. It'll be just a patchwork job that'll okay, it won't last. But if I'm going to go over the same spot literally dozens of times, I feel like that one trip for a bunch of gravel, probably justified. I'll probably save that much money in the gas I'm saving by not getting mucked up in this. But Roadcraft, that's the whole shtick, is that we can actually fix the road. That's kind of the point. We'll see, like, the nuance, how it actually works, because we played the demo and it was a lot of fun, but, like, a lot of functionality was disabled for purposes of demo. Like, we had money, it didn't do anything. There's a garage, we could see it, couldn't touch it. Clearly, we're going to be able to buy things. Don't know how, don't know how much, don't know what. Probably vehicles, probably equipment. You get the idea. There was a lot of courses. There was no gas in the demo, which I would be amazed if there's no gas in the actual game. That would be a shocking change. Sand just felleth from the sky into the back of our truck. That may or may not be how it works. We don't know. So we know that the game, like, the concept of the game was fun. The physics of the game was fun. And I'm expecting to really enjoy the game. But we don't actually know the game loop so far as, like, the economics and all that going on there. We'll have no idea until we get into it. And I'm really looking forward to that, because I do feel like a lot of that's going to introduce a lot of stuff. I also imagine, like, the demo was mostly fairly easy. About the only thing you had to worry about is rolling yourself over climbing things. And I'm imagining once we have to start dealing with, like, gas, repair, economics around, like, upgrades and all that, maybe the sand costs money? I don't know. Because I could definitely see that being the decision-making you've got to make in that, is you can do all this road servicing and repair and building out the roads, but there's a money cost to it, versus you can just muscle through some of it, so you got to decide where you do and don't repair. I don't know if that's how it's going to work. I could certainly see that as a part of how it's working, and then sometimes you repair the road as just part of the mission. But we'll figure it all out. Regardless, I expect to have a lot of fun with it. Anyways, and I didn't do this whole time, so I am Rual Storge. If you're new to checking out the channel today, coming over with that raid and all that good stuff, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid. I used to hold a world record in that game, a highest kill count run ever streamed. That record was 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, there's a past tense there. That record has been beaten. But that's kind of where kind of got the thing that's like, you know, my little claim to fame. But with all that said, I do play a whole range of games from like simulation, as you can see here, to colony builder, settlement builder. So we did like Timberborn, we've done tons of RimWorld, all that kind of good stuff. The occasional like survival crafter, tycoon, a whole range of games, pretty wide range, and all that kind of good stuff. I also, and this usually isn't like, we end up with spiels on this kind of stuff just from repeating ourselves a lot. But I usually don't mention it, but I also am a subject matter expert on accessibility within concerns of software and all that, and have done over 15 years of professional software development, and am a former educator. Mostly college level and post-grad. So, a lot of fun stuff there. Not that the career stuff matters, but it's just kind of one of those things, you know, getting an idea of stuff going on. So I'll have people ask me, it's like, oh, I'm getting into programming. What language should I use? It's like, you may not realize it. That's a loaded question. You're not trying to be a loaded question, but that is one where the pitchfork and torches come out, and no matter what you answer that as like, this is the one you absolutely need to do, you're wrong. Because there isn't a right answer. And therefore, all answers are both right and wrong except for Pascal. Pascal's the wrong answer. Let's see, Let's Hazard? 88, yeah, American Disabilities Act. Yup. I have had to advise people on that one a lot. As in, just that you need to be concerned about. I'm not a legal expert. Before you watch the rest of the stream, I'm going to need your resume. I'm sorry. I'm assuming I need to enter this electronically. No one takes a resume anymore. I still... I have a family member who's like they're trying to give family members good business advice. Like, oh yeah, you gotta get your resume and you gotta go door to door. I'm like, nah man, that stopped working when I was early in my career. You put your resume in, they look at you and go, type it into the computer. And the moment you leave, that resume's in the garbage. Maybe before you leave. That's how you get arrested? Not really that much. But yeah, no, you show up and it'll be like, hey, no soliciting or whatever. But yeah, no, it's just a different world. Like that used to be like my first job. That's how I got my first job, is I went into a place with a resume. It was a grocery store, so they really didn't care about the resume. But I brought my resume and I'm like, I am looking for a summer job. And they're like, cool. People quit here all the time. It's a grocery store. Sure. When can you start? They didn't say the quit part, obviously. It's like, look, man, this is a grocery store. The turnover's up here. All you had to do is say you wanted a job, and you're in. You don't have a criminal record. It's fine either way. But that was before, like, later on, as you know, you go, I'd like to work at this grocery store. You walk in, they make you type in all the stuff. They ask you a billion questions that, if they really got challenged in court, would be in violation of the ADA. Because they're 100% screening for, like, neurodivergent conditions and disability and all that, while not technically screening for it. That has been taken to the court of law, and they have lost a number of times. Companies called Target specifically, individually. Target, individually and specifically, may have gotten in trouble for that, despite tons of them doing it. But yeah. It's a whole thing. But yeah, no, it's a different world. But it's fun because, like, you get into those conversations and all that kind of stuff, and you have to kind of be like to your uncle, be like, hey man, let's be real. You know, I've been working 20 years. And the things that worked for me when I started my career are not only not important anymore, they're literally irrelevant. Because they're not going to accept that. I'm going to have to go in and punch my stuff in the computer, and that printout I made, that might look cool or something, that might make someone smile, but they're not even going to be the one hiring me, so it does nothing. Now, it's good to have a resume to, like, you know, send off to recruiters or whatever. They're just going to data enter your garbage anyways, so it's not that important. But, you know, it shows an effort, and that does mean something. Let's see. It would be fun to send a new programmer to COBOL or MATLAB as a main input. So, you laugh about that. That is a strategy that some new programmers will take, is they will go out of their way to seek out that incredibly specialized, mostly out-of-date language. The thing of the follow, welcome to stream. And it's not even the worst strategy. Like, you look at stuff like COBOL, and those that have been out forever and ever. And there still are, like, mission-critical government and business systems running on that stuff. And it is one of those things that nobody knew, for the most part, is learning, and the people who do know it, they're retiring or dying of old age for the most part. This is being a bit unfair, but, like, generally speaking, there's not new people entering that industry at hardly any amount. So it's kind of one of those things that, yeah, it's a meme to beat up on it, because it is a language that is being killed off, like, deliberately and intentionally killed off. But there's still so much stuff dependent on it that there are new people being like, oh, I could learn Python or C# or Java or whatever, and there's lots and lots of jobs out there, but they're highly competitive. Or I can learn COBOL, and you can walk up to one of the 10 employers for COBOL in your state, and they're desperately seeking someone to, replace that guy who has been threatening to retire, and they keep throwing more and more money at him. He's like, no, really, I'm retiring this year, you can't stop me. And desperately trying to replace that guy, because there's sooner or later an amount of money they can no longer justify. And they're willing to take literally anyone who can not make their systems catch fire. And it's a thing. It's a time-gated one. Like, you're only going to get so many years out of that skill before they do finally actually kill off that system. But you can make good money doing it. It's not... I would not personally recommend that path, but there is a certain logic. If I were to recommend someone a path of what to go into for a programming language, getting into their first job, choose any general purpose language. It doesn't matter. C#, Java, any of them, it's fine. There's no right or wrong answers. All of them have plenty of jobs out there. You'll be able to find some. It might take you a while because the market's actively on fire right now, but that's what it is. It'll sort itself out eventually. But yeah, what if every company didn't have a clean code stack, and secretly every big company is shoestringing spaghetti code for different languages, waiting for an update to break a library? I mean, that's literally, you've just described actual programming. That literally everyone is running on a code base that's been bolted together by like 40 different people over the last 30 years. And that half of them have a hodgepodge of different frameworks and different versions, who are all not in any way cleaned up amongst each other at all. And you all have the legacy monolith sitting in the background threatening to collapse at any given moment, and every day is full of fear. Not really, I'm exaggerating it. But every company has some piece of software that has outlived its usefulness by 10 years, that every single person in the company would love to be able to push the big dead button on, but it just has mission critical stuff on it, and no one has had the time or the expertise to go through and start chopping it to bits and getting those bits moved over to something that isn't like actively taking sandpaper to your eyeballs dealing with. So you worked for products who only worked in IE long after Microsoft set the browser? I know a few of those. A good grasp in any object-oriented design in general? Yeah, that's a fairly safe bet. I wouldn't even say it needs to be object-oriented. Functional programming languages also have their space, but that's probably getting more into what do you want to do as a software developer. Object-oriented programming would be your broader, probably going to be taken by just about anything. If you're looking at like science or data heavy type things, you're probably going to be getting a little bit more into functional programming. Because a lot of very data heavy stuff ends up being functional programming languages like Python. That kind of stuff. Like, machine learning, all that, Python. But even then, I have a bias for, like positive bias towards get yourself a nice general language as your starting point, and you can specialize in whatever the heck you want to specialize. Okay, so that's 14,000. So we've actually been attributing our different stuff. Oh, I should probably explain what the heck challenge I'm doing right now, because it's horrific and awful, and I think some people find that amusing. Okay, but first let me do this. So it's 7,370. 7,370, because I am splitting the total I do with these between stuff. That's not part of the challenge. That's me making a spreadsheet out of personal interest. So let's go ahead and collect this. And seeing if there's another contract for me, how much time do we have left? If I get a smallish contract, I can see doing one more. Bingo. So we'll get our way, working our way over there. I think those are up here. Yep. Oh, that's way far away. All right. But what we're doing is we are doing a horrifically in debt challenge. I don't have a better name. I probably should. But a horrifically in debt challenge. That basically, what we've done is we started $1 million in debt. I do not have $1 million, nor have I ever had $1 million. We did give ourselves about $100 to start with, but $1 billion in debt. Now, if you've played Farm Sim before, it's like, okay, that's not actually bad as it sounds. Base Farm Sim, that would be about $3,700 a month I have to pay on my loan. Don't worry, I've got you covered. We are running a mod called Enhanced Loans, which makes loans realistic. So instead I have to pay just shy of $19,000 every single month just to keep the bank from jacking up our interest rates and potentially stealing my stuff from me through repossession. That means every single month, $19,000 comes out of the bank account, and if I start missing payments, everything gets bad real fast. So for a Farm Sim challenge, this is a weird one in the sense that it is a challenge that has a failure condition that isn't just you ran out of time. And so it has been interesting, and mostly we've managed to keep it handled. February got a little dodgy because February in Farm Sim is the winter and there's jack all contracts to do. So we had to cut down trees for a while by hand that were our contract that pays like 900 each. It was not good money, but you know, we're still in it. And the big thing today is we did get the second tractor. Up until now we were running around with one tractor. The other tractor, I'm actually going to switch to it. I've got just a worker running it. I am having to pay them. I'm not sure if with precision farming they changed the math, but normally the workers on hard economy are pretty brutal in what they do to your money. I'm not sure if it got nerfed, but it's not been that bad. But we're finally at the point where I can start really putting some money away, which will be good so I can, you know, get more equipment. But yeah, so basically the challenge started. I got the bare minimum I could do a contract with. And it was a matter of trying to do enough contracts to pay things off so that hopefully the next month I could put aside enough money to get one more piece of equipment. And at the beginning we were probably only pocketing a couple $1,000s over what we had to pay the bank to stay afloat. Now we're getting to the point I'm able to properly start packing away $20,000, $30,000 a day on the contracts. So that is making me a little bit encouraged that there's a good chance it will probably be able to do. Is I'm willing to bet probably in the next in-game month or two, there's probably a good chance we might be able to start expanding to maybe getting our own field and not just working contracts endlessly. Now, on the plus side, we have been mixing up our contracts a little bit, not so much today. We did try to do a bale wrapping contract, then realized I needed a forklift, and I could not afford a forklift, so we had to sell it. So I just lost $5,000 for no discernible reason, other than my own ignorance. But yeah, in the meantime, I've been just keeping a little spreadsheet that as I buy equipment and I complete these contracts, I'm just attributing those contracts, like whatever they earn towards equipment. So if I buy a tractor for $50,000, I'm being like, okay, I made this much, this much, this much, just to see like what equipment I bought that I gained money and lost money, and how well each one did. Not for any strategic reason, more of a curiosity. So far, the baler wrapper, I lost money because I physically couldn't use it because it didn't have what I needed, and I needed the money back. I had a weeder that I think the precision farming mod is bugged and wasn't giving me credit. So I sold it because if I can't make money using it, it was better off being in the piggy bank. And then otherwise, everything else has made me money, with my cultivator being the one who's been like really, really making me bank. Even though it's painfully slow to do, the contracts were reliable, so I ended up taking a lot of them just because no matter the time of year, they were available. Versus stuff like these hoeing contracts are only going to be here for a couple of months, and then this thing sits and collects dust. And then same with that mowing contract you got on the other one. It only shows up part of the year, and then collects dust. Alright, meanwhile, if we check here, so I'm sitting at 14,690, so that'll be 7,345. 7,7345. And that will be on you. And I believe you. No. It's the mower, wherever that is. Yeah, you. Okay. So it's kind of one of those things that, like, is it important? No. It's really, really not important for me to track that. But it's a curiosity. So with that, we're getting an extra 15,000 in the bank. I've currently got 2 different contracts being done right now. I do make it a general rule for the purpose of the challenge that I may not slow down time while I'm doing contracts. And that's just because it'd be too easy to cheese the money, slow down time to be ridiculously slow and just hammer out several $100,000 in contracts real fast. I mean, real fast is in probably like an entire stream locked in, like 2 or 3 streams locked in one day because I make one day 48 hours. Obviously that'd be cheesing it and probably not the most fun to watch and everything because it would be easy and probably boring. So I don't let myself slow down time during contracts. Now that said, when I'm doing other things, like if I'm talking to chat, I can slow down time then because it doesn't, like, I'm not making money in that time, so it's not hurting anything. We haven't done much of that. We have sped up time a lot, but 5 times speed is the lowest we're allowed to go because that's the default. But I have sped up time a lot because I forgot to give myself a piece of property, put a house on to sleep. So we don't sleep, we just stand staring, like, into the middle distance over the course of the dark night. And then usually once it gets to be nighttime, I won't take any additional contracts. I'll wrap up what I'm doing. Just because watching a tiny little cone of light move around on a field because it's too dark to see anything else, not the greatest for viewing. Not the most entertaining to watch the thing. You know you're prone to that in real life? Just standing there staring into the middle distance. I feel you. Sometimes you just need a good stare into the middle distance. Contemplating the universe, having a mild existential crisis. You just, every once in a while you got an existential crisis. If not, you know, they build up over time and they just have one big existential crisis. So, you know, gotta take it in, gotta pace yourself. Little by little. But yeah, so I don't know what the plan for stream is going to be tomorrow. That's still up in the air. You need the Sleep Anywhere mod. Yeah, there's the Sleep Anywhere mod. There's also like the one where you get like, it's I don't know what you'd call it. It's like a duffel bag, but it's like a duffel bag that's your sleep spot. You can move wherever you want. It could also be one of those ones that, like I said, I'd probably give myself like the tiniest piece of land and be like, the rule is I'm not allowed to use that land to make money, and just chuck the there's a mod that lets you get like a little camping tent and put the little camping tent on it just to do that. I debated doing that between last stream. It'd be a thing I'd have to give myself like $60,000 or something, but basically figure out the exact amount, give myself the money, buy the land, put the tent on it, and then, like I said, have the rule that I can't make money off that tile of land. At least not until the debt's fully paid. When the debt's fully paid, that would be pretty irrelevant, so we wouldn't care then. Which, for the record, unlike if you're playing unmodded farm sim, when you pay your loan, like the regular monthly loan payment, it doesn't put anything against principal, so the loan goes on indefinitely, which is weird. So you have to pay it down manually. With the enhanced loans mod, it does change it so that a portion, and it's a pretty good portion, of your payment does go against the principal. And all you need to know about that is the more you pay down the principal, the less you're going to owe in the long term, yada yada. Ultimately, it means after 5 years, my loan gets paid off, but the payments stay the same. There is a functionality in this one because it's not the type of loan that me and you would take for like a car or a house. It's a business style loan, so I can't just pay off the loan early and be like, there's your money, get out of here. I can do a special redemption to reduce the interest rate, which ultimately reduces my costs going forward, which would certainly be worth doing. I'm not going to because I'd rather buy more equipment and make more money and then use that money to make, do whatever. But it is one of those things that I couldn't just do like, again, if you have, your home loan or whatever, I couldn't just drop in and be like, here's an extra 19,000 because compound interest on home loans that goes down and saves you literally tens of thousands of dollars down the road. Or, your car loan, again, compound interest. You pay your loan, you do an extra payment, and suddenly you've saved yourself thousands of dollars over interest over the next N number of time. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. It is more like the business loan where you've agreed to pay for 5 years. And I can just kind of tweak the numbers with one extra payment per year. And all that gets into all types of business loans that I don't know anything about. I haven't had to take a business loan, nor do I think I'd be comfortable doing so. Even if I was real confident in a business, borrowing a bunch of money to maybe make money is a real scary thing. That's always a danger. It's even funny, like in these games, like Farm Sim normally, like these style games, I will literally not take loans or anything almost ever. Now, some of the challenges I do, that becomes a necessity for the challenge. But usually if a game does not force me to go in debt, I usually just won't. I'll take the strategy of like, I can just wait an extra in-game week or whatever and make that money without borrowing it. And then I don't have to pay interest on it. Which means then I can, the argument for taking the debt would be that you'd have better money-making opportunity in the future to offset the interest you'd have to pay on the loan to then pay it back. That's the justification for borrowing money. But for me, I'm like, okay, but if that doesn't work out, once I borrow this money until it's paid off, I pay the interest for literally ever in this game. And it's not a lot. It's that 30 up to like 37 or 2,000 or whatever a month. But you think about that over the course of the year, that ends up being, $12,000 or whatever it ends up being. If it's a 2,000. That's not right at all. It'd be $24,000. $24,000 over the course of a year. Getting late, math is getting kind of harder. It'd be, the $24,000 over the course of a year, and you're like, okay, well, $2,000 a month, 12 months, $24,000. I can do a lot of stuff with $24,000. Most likely borrowing like the $500,000 or whatever it is to get up to that amount. Most likely, yes, short term, it might make me able to do stuff faster, and that might be necessary to make the money. But if not, $24,000 every single year till it's paid off, that's going to add up real fast. There's not many investments in Farm Sim you can do that just spits out that kind of money where you can justify that. There are some. Like getting a production line on can certainly justify the loan. You can definitely make your money's worth on a production line, because every production line you do, which is like if I take, wheat, turn it into flour, then turn it into bread, that'd be a production line. So if I go from wheat to bread, I'll usually make about 1.5 times the amount of money. Sorry, wheat to flour. I'll make about 1.5 times the money that wheat was worth by making into flour. And if I take that flour and I make it into bread, I'll make about 1.5 times what that flour was worth. It's not actually that math, but it's in that relative ballpark for most production lines. You should expect to make about 1.5 whatever you put into it in Farm Sim. So it is one of those things that very quickly are like, okay, I'm producing $300,000-$400,000 worth of wheat. I mean, one, you could probably just buy the flour mill without needing to take a loan, but let's pretend you have to, for reasons. You could certainly justify being like, okay, it's going to cost me $24,000 in interest until I pay it off, but I'm going to make, an extra $150,000 my first year. Sure, easy. no brainer, do it. But it's usually not necessary, because if you're making that much wheat to begin with, you just buy it without a loan. Hey, Farm Roland, how's it going? But yeah. Alright, so we're about to finish this field. I still have that mowing going. The mowing is most of the way done. We're also at that weird part where if I find a really small contract, it can be worth me grabbing for this tractor, if I can do it with, like, the hoe or the cultivator. If I don't, I probably shouldn't start the other one, because it's going to be dark soon in-game. And we would have that one going. So let's go here real fast. We could turn in this contract real quick. And then this one's assigned to the hoe and the tractor. So it'll be 8,500, so 4,270. All right. So we can go ahead and turn that in for the cash. Is there a very small contract we can do? We're pretending. Yeah, that's definitely a small contract. It's not a big contract, it's in between. Where are you at? You were 160? Oh, there you are. Okay. I can also justify it because it's literally right by where I want to head anyways. Yeah, it's a small contract. We'll pretend. Because that should be that the mowing will probably finish a little bit before we finish this contract. And then we'll be able to turn all that in. Definitely keeping that tractor, because that was one of the debates we had earlier during the stream, because I had been like, oh yeah, we could sell the tractor for like a little under 30,000. Get myself into the bigger tractor a little faster. And then I was like, wait, if I actually wait and I have the second tractor, I can just throw a worker at any contract that we can, you know, is relatively speedy to get through. Even if speedy takes all day, I mean like the amount of time for the work done kind of thing. Then I could throw them at that and probably cash in a good extra 20, 30,000 a day. And that has worked out almost exactly like that, because this will be the second contract that one's gotten done, and it'll be about 30,000 when we put those two contracts together. So I've definitely earned the lion's share of the money myself in-game today. But still, I don't know about you, but if someone's like, hey, you can do this minor inconvenience and we'll give you $30,000 per month, the answer is yes. Like for a minor inconvenience of just, oh, you can't take these 20 bucks today, oh, but we'll give you an extra 4,000 tomorrow. Yeah, I can do without that 20. Take them. It's yours. Cool. I like lots of money for minimal effort. That's great. Get paid more for effectively the same amount of effort? Yes, I think I will. I think I will actually do that. Yeah, maximize the stonks. Alright. Honestly, that lawn mowing might be done way before we're finished. I forgot. The other tractor's a bit faster than this. Sorry, that's a lie. This is the faster tractor. Never mind. All the things I was about to say were going to be inaccurate and wrong. Right. It's taking me a hot minute to get here because this map is as big as maps are allowed to be in Farm Sim. They call it a 4X map, unless something's changed. So it is a huge map, which does have the downside of when I get contracts that are on opposite sides of it, it does take me a hot minute to cross them. The thing like the largest map, otherwise you only go about 2,000 feet between one end to the other, and this one was already about 4,500 between areas that weren't quite opposite end of the map. But they can be really fun when you do manage to get like a whole big, you know, farm set up. The real challenge is if you have everything getting done at once, you're going to have a lot of AI workers and a lot of tractors that you're just going to be assigning remotely. because even if you drop the game speed down to almost nothing, it'll be entirely too much for you to handle by yourself. There are 16x maps out there. Oh, for Farm Sim 25? I assume none of those have been, like, approved by Giants. Like, they're not in the mod store. Because I know they had those with 22, and some of those maps were real crashy and dodgy on the whole thing. But that's just because, you know, you're pushing the limit of what the game can handle before, like, the game engine itself starts throwing a little fit about it. Giants tends to make their maps the size they do for a reason. That said, 4X making them a bit bigger, you can do that kind of stuff and have it turn out okay. And in just a couple minutes, we're going to hit an ad break real fast. And I'm just going to need to stretch my legs real quick, pop down. I believe we're at the point that my wife, Tomb, should be home. She got stuck with the third shift, which is why I'm streaming. Normally I take Thursdays and Fridays off, but it's kind of those things, like, she's working anyways, so I can work on admin stuff that I probably should be working on, but instead I'd rather stream. So I was like, if I'm going to sit here and either play games and probably put off the admin stuff I need to be working on, or stream, might as well stream. Yep, farming is admin stuff. Yeah, I mean, I got all my important admin stuff done. All my, like, you know, invoicing, responding to emails, these kind of wonderfully boring bureaucratic kind of things that, you know, you got to do. Just part of the gig. So I got all that stuff done. It's mostly some emails and all that. I was pretty good the other day because, like, last week I took some proper time off and I spent that time getting everything sorted so I would have less to worry about once Roadcraft dropped. So we might finish pretty close to the same time because that mowing only has that much. I honestly am starting to worry. I don't know if that mower or the tractor, that's probably getting real low in gas. Oh wait, you know what? I wonder if the AI is set to refill or not. I think it might be. It just means it costs more for it. It can't be, right? We're on the hard economy settings. We double checked to make sure, like, nothing was set wrong. The AI is just not charging as much as I'm used to, and I don't know if that's a precision farming thing. I don't know if that's, like... I haven't really done a lot of stuff where I've had to worry about the AI and how much money it costs to do stuff in Farm Sim 25. Because while I did the Survivor Man Challenge, we didn't reach the point of using the AI in the Survivor Man Challenge. We were doing all of our stuff ourselves. And the times I've used the AI on other stuff, we weren't doing sweaty try-hard challenge stuff. We were, like, checking out new functionality, DLC, that kind of stuff. So it could just be that the AI in Farm Sim 25 is not as expensive as 22. Because 22, if you had, like, a real small piece of equipment doing a decent-sized field, the AI could just chew up the entire value of your work. But again, that's hard economy settings. Which we are in hard economy settings here, though. Being paranoid about it again. You have all that set. Hard economy set to hard. Yeah, and unless I go into, like, you can get into where you can get to, like, really custom settings to change a bunch of stuff manually. I don't have mods or stuff to do that, like server stuff to adjust the price on, like, are the crops worth more, this worth more. Like, I just have it set to hard. That's fine. honestly, it wouldn't be that big a difference. Those big fields you've been doing, that would probably run me on Farm Sim 22, the hard AI. I would guess in the ballpark of like $1,800 or something like that. That would be my guess off the top of my head, and that's a piece, which means for the full day's work, maybe $3,000 and some change less, which is certainly noteworthy amount, but not massively so. But I also could just be misremembering it, because I do remember when I was doing the Survivor Man Challenge the very first time in Farm Sim 22, that I had like the little teeny tiny like 1.4 meter plow, the little teeny tiny seeder, the little teeny tiny harvester, the little teeny tiny, like, I think I was using the fertilizer wagon for doing the grapes because it was the only one I could get for cheap. So we're using like the smallest of everything just to make it function. And so it took forever to do any of that. And that by the time I was said and done, you know, you're talking 5-6 different processes the AI was doing while I was working on, you know, dealing with all the ancillary stuff. That I did the math on the field, and it probably spent like $7,000-8,000 on the AI, and then like, you know, the crop gave me probably $12,000-13,000. But when you consider, you know, the fertilizer and everything else going there, it was still profitable. But it's, you know, it was like someone taking a fistful of nickels and saying thank you for the past year's worth of work. And being like, thanks, man. Alright, so we are going to take a quick pause here real fast. And I'll put up my away screen with the clip roll and all that. Just need to stretch my legs, use the restroom, doing all that stuff. Going a little bit long since they had this big raid. But I do need to do a little bit of self-care real fast. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheels straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first. Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. And for the record, before we die, we did survive 2 months, 12 days, and got 2,104 kills. Before we got infected. I'm not gonna try and go out of blazing glories because we lost. And since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it. All right, we're back. That clip with the, you know, going up that ramp painfully slowly and really struggling, that was that Survivor Man challenge when I was talking about, where we started with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. I had that stupid little tractor that has like 24 horsepower or whatever it is, and I was using greenhouses to make money once we got up to that point. And that tractor was trying to pull a semi-trailer full of mushrooms. That was like literally tons of mushrooms. And it must have taken us like 5 in real life minutes just trying to get up that little hill, because poor tractor was like, can't do it, won't do it. I'm like, no, I need to be paid. So we're like wiggling the wheels, and it would like get it unstuck and go a couple inches, and I'd stop moving and we'd wiggle the wheels. it was a whole thing. And that was after like all the drive to get there, which we had to fight it the whole way to get over to where we had to sell it. But it was one of those things that once I got that, it was like $20, $30, $40,000 or whatever. I was able to just get like a real tractor after that. Because there used to be in Farm Sim 22, there's a 100 horsepower tractor that's like 24 or 30,000 or whatever. It's relatively cheap. It's missing most of the features that most of the tractors have, like no front connection, no front loader hookup, like really, really slow top speed, like not an amazing tractor, but real cheap horsepower, which is exactly what I needed for that run because I was not dragging that crap up that hill a second time. It was good. Yeah, that was also that hard space shipbreaker clip we saw where it's like, oh, you know, it should be depressurized, it'll be fine. That was a permadeath run, and we were like 2 missions from the end of the game. I wasn't upset because I expected to die way before that because bugs happen, but I was a little disappointed because I had gotten that far and just didn't cross the finish line, which what had happened is I thought I'd hit the control to depressurize the room. I'd actually hit the control to cycle the airlock because I was clicking too fast. And so it was not depressurized. It's a fun game if you've never played Hard Space Shipbreaker. Really one I recommend checking out. It is a spaceship salvaging game with a really, really good story. An absolute banger soundtrack. And like, it's not a puzzle game. That would be unfair to call it a puzzle game. Because, like, there's not, like, you go into things and it has a solution. It's more like you go in and be like, okay, well, there's that dangerous thing over there, and that's wired into this, and there's this dangerous thing over here. And you kind of just figure out ways to take it apart without killing yourself. And some of them are really easy, that you figure it's like, I just gotta, you know, vent this room, go to the next room, vent that room, go to the next room, vent that room, like, kind of go through the cycle of, you know, getting all the air pressurized. And then you'll have times where like, okay, well, the atmosphere things are broken in this ship, so I can't just depressurize it easily. And where the easiest place to vent this is fuel canisters. So if I do that, they're gonna get thrown around and explode. And while I'm trying to do that, I'm trying to like maneuver around this other crap going on. And so you're like, okay, but where do I start? And then you kind of figure out to like get the air pressure out, and then you start taking apart the ship systematically, or you figure out how to depressurize part of the ship, and then that lets you kind of figure out your way around to get things moved along. And sometimes it even is letting it violently depressurize, but going, here's one little teeny tiny space to let it violently depressurize, here's the next tiny little space to violently depressurize. So you're only using little teeny tiny bits of the air, like the whole thing becoming violent around you to handle, versus the worst was when you open up the whole space and accidentally vent into space and the whole ship just explodes around you. Alright, so this contract is right about to be done. No more contracts because these are going to end at the same time. It's about to be dark. Come on. So we've got the hoeing contract. So let's attribute this to this mower and all that. And so that will be 4,133. Okay, so turn that one in. And then the other one's about to be done. So let them finish that. In the meantime, let's go up to the gas station. So we can top off our gas. We can repair our tractor. By then, the other tractor should be done. And I might actually tell the worker to drive it to the gas station and take over from there. Or however far it gets before I finish up what I'm doing. Yeah, I figure we'll play out this endgame day. Oh, right, I started a little late, didn't I? That's right. I was like, how has the stream only been going on as long as it's going on and it's not later? Right. So grab you. Cancel job. Create job. And I want you to go to there. So while I'm driving up here, they're driving up there as well. Because then I gotta fuel up both tractors and then repair both tractors. I'm really surprised it's not dark yet. I know it's beginning of the summer in game, but still. Yeah, because I'm imagining all the other contracts in here. Yeah, those are two big ones, and the mowing one's not that big, but that's slower. So, I mean, I could certainly take them, but in this particular case, I don't think we should. But yeah, I would say this tractor has more than earned its keep, considering when we started the day, I bought the tractor for its 90,000, put us down to basically like $1,000, and already we have almost made the 90,000 back. That's just how much having that second extra thing going on helped. Because like they made about 30,000. This extra big tractor being able to just go that much faster doing these hoeing contracts just made that much more money. Which will be really good because I'm expecting we might get one more day that I can use the hoe and the mower before those kind of stop being contracts available. So that'll be a point I am going to need to get a different piece of equipment for contracts, because we could do the cultivator still, but I would certainly want to get a better one to not use the tiny little cultivator we got, because now we have 240 horsepower instead of 140-ish horsepower, or whatever the other one is. Actually, was it 270? Whatever horsepower we got. We got much more. That's all that matters. So I can get much bigger equipment. But that was kind of the big thing, was getting over the hump. Okay, there's 270 there. To the gas tank. And then this road, I believe, should lead me to the dealership where we repair ourselves, and that's basically where we're living for the time being. In hindsight, the spreadsheet I made, I should have rotated it. It would have been much better. Have the equipment on the top by name, and then all the numbers down below. It would have made things a lot easier. It'd also be good because right now I'm having to assign them all next to each other. There's probably a better way you can organize this. I used to do tons of ridiculous spreadsheeting stuff, but it's not been one for a while. So right now, like every contract is going to the right one, but in theory, I don't need to do that. Oh, you know what I probably could do? I could probably skip all of that, and I am worried about them being in the same row for like this contract, half here, half there. Just go down the line. So like, you know, if I do 10 contracts that involve the tractor, I mean, regardless, the tractor list would be super long, but now I've got a second tractor. It should divide out between them. It's fine. I might mess with it. It's not important. It's just been an interest to keep that list. Okay, and right there, number 4 is where I've got the stuff set up. We'll want to repair real fast, which shouldn't cost us too much. It almost feels like the hard economy settings, whether or not it's version 1.8 or Farm Sim 25 in general or precision farming, it almost feels like the hard economy settings aren't as hard as I remember them being. Now it also could be that normally when I'm playing hard economy I'm never doing contracts, so maybe it's just contracts are still very strong in hard economy. Which would be a bummer because I don't really have an alternative way I can work around this where it would be sustainable, unfortunately. Because if we try and get our own crops, there's not many crops you could be able to start turning around a profit of, let's say, be 19, we'll just pretend 20,000 a month, a profit of $240,000 a year just to break even. You'd have to have quite an extensive amount of stuff going on to make that possible. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it'd be a lot. So let's see how the AI does when they're driving. Also, what the heck did your contract bring in? 600 and or 6,010 or 6,100, whatever the number is. Okay. Yeah, so for the day, we are just the tiniest bit below 100,000 in the bank, which is pretty solid. Now, out of the equipment we have, the tractor here, from what I paid for it, I've made about twice as much back in profit now. That I spent $51,500 for it, and it's made $96,000 and some change. The hoe we were using, that cost me $36,000 when I bought that, the very beginning in August, and it wasn't until like yesterday that we started making money. It's up to $57,000 profit, so it's not quite doubled what it's worth. The weeder we bought, we lost $1,500 on because we couldn't use it. The cultivator, we didn't use that at all yet today, like stream day. No, that's not. Did I use it? It's either way. It's the MVP for making money. That we spent less than $10,000 for it, and it's made almost 5 times that amount at $47,000. We've got the lawnmower, which I spent $18,000. It's just about doubled what we spent on it. That it's made almost. Here, I don't need you to do that anymore. It's made just about $15,000. Now, we had the bale wrapper that didn't end up working at all, so we lost about $5,400 on that because we reused it, realized it wouldn't work, and then sold it back, and that was our loss. And then our brand new tractor we bought today for $90,000. It is still $51,000 in the hole, and that's just because it hasn't had a chance to make up for itself. But we have already effectively earned, $38,000 towards what it owed. And the way we're calculating that is every time I do a contract, any equipment involved in that contract, I evenly divide the amount of money we made on that contract between it. Is that the best way of doing it? Probably not. Is it good enough for government work? Still probably not. Is it good enough for streaming? Absolutely. But the big point means literally all my equipment has paid itself off except the 2 that we ended up not being able to move forward with, and then our new tractor just because we just got it and it's expensive. I mean, honestly, having made like 90,000, it could be an easy pivot to like sell that tractor back, use all the money, and get an even better tractor. I'm gonna skip. Well, I'm gonna skip doing that. I actually was like, wait a second, actually, hang on. I could use that money to get even better equipment when we got the new tractor. I'm like, okay, that actually probably is the best choice. But it's kind of one of those things I do want to keep getting better equipment on my existing stuff. The other option would be we keep putting aside money, then this tractor goes away and we get an even bigger one. And like kind of leapfrog over. I don't think we do that though. I think the bigger play here, so the juggle I'm having is I can buy mid-range equipment and be quite a bit faster on the tasks we're doing. The other option I can do is try to beeline directly to one of the larger tractors and get like the best of certain equipment. I mean, that'd still be pretty hard because some of that best equipment runs pretty high price. Is there anything on sale? Hang on. Hang on. Wait a second. Okay. Don't do this to me, game. That is in the doable range. The 134,000. If we sold our brand new tractor and immediately pivoted to that, I would probably have enough to pay our monthly loan and go directly to a large tractor, which would make just about any piece of equipment an option. Let's take 2 seconds to contemplate our options. So, getting to what we got here, I could buy this tractor. It can have a front loader or a 3-point connection on the front. The twin wheels, I don't really want. Weirdly, making it into wide tires away from twin wheels costs more. Oh, there we go, standard. But the twin wheels cost nothing more. So we can go here. And the other thing is I could actually put a bigger engine in it. A much bigger engine in it. We can go all the way up to almost 400 horsepower. So let's see where this one lands on the list of like the actual tractors. Like how so that's a 7R series. I want to say it's like an end game tractor if I remember correctly. There's the 9R series, which the 9R series is kind of a little bit of a thing because if you look at this, like it's not like it's the pivoting tractor. You don't get a front connection and all that kind of stuff. So very genuinely, I would not want this tractor in the first place. It's got its uses if you just want like absolute raw horsepower, but otherwise that's a miss for me. And it's the same with the 8RT series and all that. Again, you don't have a front connection and all that. You just got lots of go on it. Versus this is the 7R series. So there is one bigger. There is the 8R series. So there is that kind of thing where you can go on the front. But your largest, so you can get up to 458 horsepower. You can get up to 388. The big question is, so it's kind of entry level, mid out level large tractor. Let's take a quick comparison on some of these pieces of equipment to see like does that 388 versus 400 matter? Plow. Biggest plow, 360, well within our range. Biggest cultivator. Just okay, well apparently the cultivators get up to the 600 horsepowers. So I guess it would limit us on the cultivator, that there are cultivators that are outside its means. Still, I mean, it's a massive upgrade. The seeders, how ridiculous do you get? 240, 300, so we could handle the largest seeders. But only be, that's pretty close. Okay, it's almost exactly to its limit. But it is inside the limit, so that'd struggle a bit. I still think that makes sense, because it means like the only thing I wouldn't be able to kind of max out so far as the tools I really feel like we need is I wouldn't be able to max out the cultivator, which is something to say. Man, I didn't realize they got that big. Like so far as the horsepower requirement. I'm sure I had something like that. Well, no, maybe I never did get that. Yeah, some of the really... Alright, so it seems like the Harrower and the Cultivators do get over that. I still think it might make sense to do that, because the only ones that get high enough horsepower to do that kind of stuff is like these ones way at the bottom here that are like 0.5 mil each. Yeah, it's these ones here in the bottom row here, the only ones that get high enough. Because I'm pretty sure this is the Fendt I always got as my endgame tractor. That I like the Fendt the most because of speed. Right, because there was the one stronger and I always got this one, and even that one can't handle it. Regardless, that'll be 300 horsepower. We're at 240 now. And I can put a front loader pit hookup. I can switch between those at will. I don't know what the difference between the US and the EU design. The US, the stairs kind of lean out and the fenders are a little bit different. In the US, I've got whatever the heck those are. Reflectors. Okay, so with that said, so 134,000, it will need to be repaired. And it does have like the weird extra tires, which are fine. Okay, so 134,000, that's our, well, 135, we'll call 135. 135, if I were to turn around and immediately dump this thing, I would get 70,000. Because the 30,000 from the small tractor would not be enough. That's where I'm in the decision making here, because I need to be able to afford it. And my fear is if I advance the day, I will miss it. Now it does need repairs. I can live with it damaged for its first day and do the repairs. I think we're stuck selling the medium tractor. Realistically, because if I sell the other stuff, one, that cultivator ain't gonna cut it. The weeder or the hoe, we do that. So yeah, because if I sell you, you're 28,000. So 28,000 puts us up into 126,000. And you're 134, so it'd be 8,000 shy if I sold the small tractor. But I need extra because I have the loan payment. So we will need to do that. And ideally, like if I had gone and done one more contract, you would have been fine. All right, so I think we're doing that. I think we are selling the medium tractor. That'll give me more than enough. So let's go ahead and do this. So we are going to put the tractor we have here. So it's 69,883. So that tractor will not have paid for itself. 69,883 is I think what I said. Oh, 833. Oh no, technically it did pay for itself because we sold it back. The difference was like I would have made a profit about just shy of 19,000. So we are selling that tractor, so we did make money on it. Okay, so with that, I have enough money, we can buy this monstrosity, which again puts us into the large tractor category. Not near the top, but pretty solid one. To hell with the US design and those big sticking out mirrors. I personally don't think I want the 4 tires, but it's coming with them. And I could sit here and be like, hey, I'd rather drop down to standard, but I don't save any money. I don't think that makes any kind of difference for me whatsoever, other than making it harder to tip, I get. How many hours do I have in the save file? This would be our 3rd stream of it. So 3 streams of it, about 9 hours a stream. We're probably getting in the mid-20s. Done. Done. Not gonna think it over. Can I make that happen? Because that's probably as big as we're going to get. No, we'll leave it alone. I'm really worried I'm going to start spending money. We won't get the right contracts. It'll be a whole thing. Alright, Harry, you have a good one. Okay, so how much would it cost me to repair this? I have a feeling I'm going to be upset about it. 10,000's pretty bad. I was expecting worse, so I'm going to repair it. We're going to stop there because I have just enough to make my loan payment. All right. Well, we are officially in big tractor territory. So, where I was going to buy a new tool for the next day, I mean, It's not exactly what I meant. I was meaning on something like the hose or the weeders or something like that, but a gargantuan tractor that can handle just about everything I need except for like the biggest of the cultivators. Feels like that was probably a big win in itself. Also, I did not check how much you cost me, which it probably should have. So far as the amount we would flag that with. Wait. So we bought it for 134. I think it was, yeah. So let's mark that. I'm gonna have the dollars wrong, but 134. Its value if I sold it is 152 and I spent 10,000. So they did fix the bug where repairing was free, but if my math is right, I still would make 8,000 if I just sold it back. I'm not going to because I want it, but I would have made a profit if I bought the thing and immediately refixed it. And oh no, well yeah, no, because that's the actual sell price. Huh? Weird. So you genuinely could buy stuff, repair it, and make a tiny bit money. It's nowhere near as powerful as it was. Okay, so this is a John Deere 7R270. John Deere 7R270. And we spent around 134,000. Let's see if I can't figure out how much I actually spent on it real fast, just for my numbers. So finances. We can go to vehicles bought. Yeah, so I'd have to do the math, and I really don't want to. Because the AgroStar was 89,000. I don't know. It's fine. 134,000 will be good enough. Maybe if I care enough, I'll go back and check the bot or whatever. Okay. So, with that said, it is going to be time for us to speed up time, because we're done with this in-game day and I don't have a place to sleep. So we shall stare out into the middle distance, let time pass us by, contemplate the universe and our existential crises we're going through. You know, living that life, all that good stuff. And we do that till it's like 5, 6 in the morning in game the next day. And that'll be pretty good. But yeah, all in all, a very productive day. Both in-game day and stream day. Because while we are basically broke, we did not default on our loan. We got ourselves a massive upgrade. I was only expecting to go to that mid-grade tractor. But because we made so much money using those two tractors in tandem, and this came up on sale, we were able to just skip right up to the top. Not quite the top. Now, the real kicker would be if another tractor showed up on sale that was a more expensive one. I probably wouldn't be able to make it work, so I shouldn't say that. Then you could, you know, return this one for 150,000, weirdly make a little extra money. Buy it, patch it up, turn around and sell it. Okay, so let's slow that time back to normal. Alright, so yeah, we'd have contracts, so they're not in yet. Let's check the sales. I'm waiting. I was waiting so much for this to have something in there. So that's a slurry thing we don't care about. The machine breaks down trunks, don't care about. This one would be great if I can make it happen. Realistically, unless we like manage to beeline and get some real fast money to knock it out fast to get that, most likely we won't get that done in time. I'm a little concerned with a lot of the tasks we'll get here, but with that said, while I would love to keep going, I am definitely feeling that point where the second wind is starting to cave, which means I'm going to start going low energy soon. So if you have enjoyed content, like the content and all that tonight, don't forget to drop the follow and all that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and I'm saving twice because, you know, that's what you do, is you don't trust that first save. It's not real. You got to go ahead and get that second save in. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be kind of dropping because I don't have a host lineup. So you'll be ending over there. Don't forget to subscribe and like and do all those things over there on the YouTube side. But with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who I can find to drop ourselves a raid on. We usually have lots of choices. This